네, 기적기록
유민이
깔렸고.
앞으로 2를 눌렀을 때 바로 연계해가지고 니키가 들어갔는데 거기에 궁극기와 베리마를렌 트윈즈 러쉬가 너무
이러고 들어갑니다. 자, 3대.
자,
레온
레온 1대1 구도가 됐기 때문에 혜진 살려야죠.
그렇죠.
아, 근데 이게 혜진이 빅메이커를 받지 못했습니다.
일단 얀다운.
자, 근데 이러면 2대2 구도 프레다이가 유리하거든요.
레온이 해줘야 되는데 찬영이 나갔고 자 엑셀 돌았나요?
돌았어요.
엑셀 툭툭
툭툭.
그러나 이거 치마면 어떻게 이겨요?
쉽지 않은데요.
어렵죠.
어려워. 이거 못 타요. 걸로 못 타요.
자명 그냥 보고 피할 수 있어요. 자명.
그렇죠, 자명. 글무스
가라.
W.
글무스가 닿게 해줘.
닿지 않습니다. 클러치.
장점을 이용하지 못하게끔 밀키웨이가 먼저 흔들어 줄 수만 있다면
흔들어줄 수 있다면.
근데
라찬 포커싱 당했어요.
자,
빠지면서.
자,ツバメ가 한번 핑퐁해주고요.
와, 근데
그 사이에
유지력이,
피오라가 했어야 되는데
유지력이 너무 말이 안 돼요.
안 달아요.
쓰러지질 않아요, 밀게이밍.
네,
삼박자가 맞았어야 됐는데 일단 조금 엇갈린 시점에서 교전력에서 약간 조직력이라고 할까요? 그냥 밀릴 수밖에 없었던 네, 밀키웨이였습니다.
그렇죠. 숨겨놨던 비수 피오라였는데 피오라가 열심히 찔렀지만 요한의 기도 앞에서는 정말 이 체력이 달지 않았습니다.
그렇죠. 정화당해버렸습니다.
네.
요한에게. 자, 이제 남은 시간 얼마 남지 않았고요. 3대2 상황. 어리픽 선수 본인의 미래를 받아들이고 있습니다.
자, 그래도 플래시풀 돌렸기 때문에 1대1 상황 만들었는데
네.
이거 킬 하나를
만들지 못하면서 되자마자 이렇게 교전이 계속 진행되고 있거든요. 건 선수.
위닝샷은 떨궜는데
네.
근데 결국 혼자거든요. 뒤에 일단 옵니다.
잘 되고 있거든요.
왔어요.
왔네요.
근데 엑스보이 선수 좀 위험하지 않나요?
근데 위쪽이 더 위험해요.
자, 잡아냈고.
자, 돈키호테는 일단은 상대방이 막아줬고요.
위험이
우선 너무 좋았던 건
아니라
네.
윌리엄이 먼저 물리는 듯한 그림이었는데 윌리엄이 살아서
키오스크를 쓰고 있기 때문에 프레야가 쓰기가 굉장히 어려웠죠.
그렇죠. 지금 아직 돈을 못 썼거든요.
그리고 트레나의 아이템별이 뭔가요?
와, 이거 오히려 알론소가 들어간 게
하트 아이템 밸류가 너무 좋아요.
수도 있었다고 느껴지는데.
근데 잡았어요.
네.
자, 하지만 레오니.
레오니?
레오니.
피자! 그 좋은 아이템 밸류인데 프레나이 여기 아이템 좋다 그런 거 활용하고 싶어 할 텐데 상대방은 오늘 굉장히 폼이 좀 느릴 게이밍입니다.
이거 허용할까요?
와, 민준!
눈앞에서
눈앞에서
아이템을
못 만들지
못
않았나요?
만들었어요.
아니 이건 그런
모두의 예상을 뒤엎고 현재 빵점 0점을 기록하면서 퍼민 베니트가 됐고요. 이러면은 다른 의미로 다른 팀들에게 기회가 왔다.
네.
그런 느낌이죠.
추격을 허용했죠.
네.
다른 팀들이 지금 열심히 추격해야 됩니다.
자, 일단은 카티아가 뒤쪽에서 구도를 보고 있는데 근데 결국 거리를 안 주는 게 제일 중요합니다. 이
들어옵니다.
때.
야, 주모가 생각보다 빨리 녹거든요.
네,
이게
잘 열렸거든요. 근데 주모 선수를 먼저 터뜨려주고.
네.
자, 당장 본인이 다운 안 되더라도 일단은 거리 안 주면서 때리는 게 맞긴 했는데 자, 그래서 이 프레이아의 긴 사거리를 허용하지 않으면서 난전으로 이끌어 나가면 아웃 오브 더 블루도 할 말은 있는데 그 각을 안 주면 프레이아가 유리.
잠시만요.
이거 유민이 먼 걸 보고서 그냥 과감하게 모든 선수가 파고들어서 데비아말렌 체력 깎아놓은 건데 이런 교환 구도라면 프리아를 가지고 있는 쪽이 좀 더 이득을 볼 수 있거든요.
그렇죠. 과연 로켓 런처를 얼마나 많이 피할 수 있는지 그것도 한번 살펴봐야 될 것 같습니다. 앞쪽으로 일단 찍혔고요.
자, 로켓 최대한 피해주면서 움직여야 되는데 시간 부족합니다.
시간이 없어요. 자, 지득 10초밖에 남지 않았거든요. 들어가야 됩니다.
점점
들어오면서 맞을 수밖에 없어요.
그리고
안전.
폭류 은산도 이렇게 빠져버리면 트윈즈 러쉬도 피해버리면
다 빗나가 버렸는데요.
자, 이러면 이제는 카티아 프리딜 구도가 좀 열린 것 같고.
자, 그래도 프레이아도 시간이 없기 때문에
네.
버틴다면 프리아 믿고 버텨야 돼요.
안전도 썼어요. 서로 안전 빠졌습니다.
자, 이거 결국에 킬을 누가 먼저 내느냐 싸움이
네.
됐습니다.
마지막 한 대를 때려야 돼요, 지금.
3초.
시즈가 앞으로
잡았어요.
결국에 유지력이 더 높았던 아웃 오브 더 블루가 이렇게 승리하네요.
1위까지 3위 됩니다.
좁은 구역에서
그런데
파란색 너무 좋았죠.
자, 기적실은 빠졌고.
자,
위닝샷까지.
위닝샷까지 나왔고요.
네.
자, 여기서 그러면 광주가
광주가 너무 잘 버텨요.
광주가
건
옆에서 때리고.
그래도 타자
엑스보이.
힘을 보여줍니다. 타자 엑스보이 해줘야 돼요.
자, 아직까지 빠졌고요.
해주기에는
쉽지 않습니다. 이럴 수가.
야생동물도 없거든요.
자, 프리차 빠진 것이기 때문에 밀케이가 한번 미는 거거든요.
이거 야니 스택 쌓고 이렇게 가까이
네.
있으면
먼저 그래서 민 선수가 들어가지고 있고요.
자, 이거 쏘겠다.
자, 프리차
피했어요.
풀렸어요.
소에.
완벽한 완벽하게 농락합니다.
와, 이거는 진짜 그냥 노렸죠.
네. 상대방 머리 위에서 모든 걸 바라보는 듯한 그런 움직임. 나찬 선수를 꿰어내는데 성공했습니다. 대구 수성 가디언즈.
와, 이러면 완승이네요.
네, 이렇게 어떻게 이렇게 마지막 금지 구역에서 상대방을 거의 농락하듯이.
그렇죠. 그냥 이거는 소혜 선수가 라찬 선수의 스킬 등장하는 걸 보고서 노렸는데 완벽합니다.
네, 이렇게 체크메이트 되고 맙니다.
아, 이거 지금 브레이크는 조금 사고 날 수도 있겠다는 생각이 들거든요. 이게 리스폰 될 때 보일 수 있겠지만 잠시만요.
장전돼 있던 펠릭스.
완벽하게.
와, 모든 걸 준비하고 있었던 일게임이.
정말 물 흐르듯이 그냥 펠릭스가 장전된 스킬 연계하면서 그냥 그 정도도 망가졌죠.
네.
그렇습니다.
넘어오는
넘어왔어요.
페이야 넘어왔는데
근데
두 명밖에
펠릭스가
없거든요.
멀어요. 펠릭스가 멀어요. 리오가 불을 뿜습니다. 오.
자, 이거 완벽하게 하지만 이게 결국 완벽하게 허를 찔렸어요. 사실 저거를 그냥 갔는데 바로 넘어온 거라서 사실 대응할 수도 없었고요.
지금 섀도우볼 풀스택이긴 하거든요.
근데 이거 페이지 궁극기 너무 많이 맞고 시작하지 않았나요?
네, 자 소혜가
입니다.
체력 절반으로 떨어진 상태에서 시작했지만 소혜 체력이
자, 2턴.
네,
저는 리지가 선수가
키가
한번 살면서
가
살았고.
남았거든요.
자,
그렇죠.
동쪽을 버티면서
아트백트로 버텼어요.
윌리엄
반대쪽, 반대쪽. 소혜
윌리엄
선수 죽으면 안 돼요. 윌리엄이 지금 건재하거든요.
윌리엄 프리딜, 윌리엄 프리딜 투아웃 마지막 쓰리아웃.
야,
네, 이번엔 엑스보기 선수가 진짜 캐리했습니다.
맞습니다. 정말 이 먼저 잘 때려준과 동시에 상대의 이렇게 인파이팅 타이밍에도 잘 맞췄고요. 여기 파도 타기 잠시만요.
그래도 피스메이커.
자, 안쪽으로 파고들었던 아트도 다운이 됐고,
네.
그럼 쿠레나이 살아나가야 되는데,
그리고 파랑새로
이거
나갔고요. 잠시만요.
이거
다운되면서 쿠레나이가.
실상 이게 또 투자한 대비 잠시만.
자, 이거 봐야죠.
끝장전.
끝장전 하이티비와 광주 슬래시의 끝장전입니다. 먼저
와, 근데 윌리엄이
네.
안쪽에 파고들어서 지금 딜을 해주고 있거든요.
광주 슬래시오의
와.
포지셔닝이
와,
건
윌리엄이
살았어요.
아니 저걸 또 살아요?
어떻게 살았죠?
광주 슬래시오.
만약 천운이 따라서 상대의 시야가 하나도
어,
안 가는
위치가,
잠시만요. 이
위치가. 큰일
위치가
났어요. 밀키.
이거는 실수가 맞습니다. 밀키웨이.
근데 토템 선수 시간이 없고 오브 안전이 2개나 있긴 합니다만.
자, 들어가나요? 공유산.
자, 먼저 깔고 들어오는 거 받아치기 시작한 아웃 오브 더 블루.
그렇죠.
자, 근데 아티팩트 잘 쓰긴 했어요.
BGML도 잘 깔렸고요.
그런데 지금 지득 선수의 스킬샷이 기가 막힌데요?
그렇죠.
네.
그리고 너무나 좋은 포지셔닝에서 계속 딜해주고 있어서요.
상대를 완전히 그냥 흔들어 놓는 그런 바람으로
와,
다스렸어요.
한 번도 빗나가지 않았습니다. 개수 차단기라는 게 있기 때문에 광주 세셔 지금 이 팀을 어쨌든 이겨야지만 아웃 오브 더 블루는 최종 승진을 거둘 수 있는데.
자, 그래도 아래쪽에서 지금
Good morning and welcome back, everybody, to Eternal Return Masters. Phase number 1 of Season 9. Hope you guys are having a fantastic day so far, whether it just started for you if you're in the Pacific side of things. Maybe you've been here for a couple of hours, just like me and Superior. Hope you guys are all having a fantastic day. Hope you guys also had a very, very nice Friday as well, right? That's something that hopefully all of you guys had. It's time for Eternal Return Masters, though. My name is Shuvi Senpai. I'll be one of your casters for tonight. Like always, and alongside me, same man as usual too. Superior, how are you doing tonight?
I am doing fantastic, and I'm excited because we are jumping into knockout stage 5 and 6 for today. So these are the last 2 knockout stages before we get to decide who our top 8 teams are going to be for phase number 1.
Hell yeah, the climax of the knockout stages. After today, we are done with that, right? After tonight, we are going into the peak checkpoint format for the finals. But until then, we still have our best of 4s for the remaining teams remaining inside of the knockout stages to determine the 4 more that will be joining our first place teams from each of the group stages that we played the last week. So let's take a look at what we have in store today let's go over look at the overview for the night. Days 1 through 4 on the top left for the schedule are all done. We are on day 5 now, knockout stage number 5 and 6. For those of you guys who are actually here, early bird eats the worm. Congratulations on actually being here on time. We told you guys that yesterday. Thank you so much for joining us right now. Prize pool, same thing as before, 10 million Korean won. Point matrix, we actually talked a little bit about this yesterday because some people had some questions about it. If you guys are confused, we'll talk about it even more. And finally, last but not least, road to the finals. We're still in phase number 1 and we have a long way to go until the season finals are there. But one step at a time, my friend.
Yeah, I mean, today's the last day for phase 1 here. Obviously, it is 3 a.m. and tomorrow will be the same time that we are going to be starting today. So make sure you guys keep that in mind. And yeah, today we're going to be our knockout stage 5 and 6 here on the right side of our little staircase. And then tomorrow we will have that final stage for you guys. It will be that 65-point checkpoint format. If you guys don't know how checkpoint format works, basically teams will have to get into that checkpoint breakpoint and then they will have to win a game at the very end.
That's the thing that a lot of teams tend to struggle with, right? It's going to be 65 points as far as I remember. And as soon as you get to 65, you have to win the game after. And that's the part that a lot of teams are going to be struggling with. So that's going to be a story for tomorrow. But for right now, let's see where we are with the brackets. Knockout stage number 5. We know the 4 teams from yesterday, Murray Gaming, Freya, Milky Way, and Out of the Blue. Will be joined by C&J Esports, FN Sejong, Busan Vespa, and Yangju Whales, the 3rd place teams from each respective group stages that was played last week. As you're saying, Super, extremely stacked day today. So if you guys are here to watch some good games of Eternal Return, you are in line for that as well.
Yeah, I mean, we have 4 National League teams joining us in Knockout Stage 5. It's going to be really, really tough for these teams to try to make it out, especially a team like Team Milky Way who's, come all the way from Knockout Stage 1. But since they have come, from such a long way, I think if they just play their game and if they just play exactly how they have been in the previous knockout stages, it should be an easy road for them to qualify out of here. But look at the teams that they're going to have to be playing into. C&J Esports, FN Sejong, Busan Vespa, and Yangju Whales. These teams are definitely no joke.
Tough road ahead, and even more so than that, once you're done with this series, you still have to play knockout stage number 6, where they'll be joined by Overpride, Gyeonggi N8, Modern, as well as Shadow Golden Light. 8 total games that are going to be lined up for you guys in the chat today from both YouTube as well as Twitch. 4 games for knockout stage number 5, 4 games for knockout stage 6. Top 4 from each series will move on forward to the next respective one, which means by the end of this, we are going to lose 8 teams by the end of tonight.
Yeah, knockout stage 6, we only have 1 National League teams, but the other teams are definitely no joke. We know Overpride Storm Chaser, right? I think this team did actually end up qualifying for the finals in the previous season, and Shadow Golden Light as well. And Team Modern, this is a pretty standard team and a pretty solid team that has shown a lot of consistency. And then in the finals, if any of these teams do end up making it there as well, we have 4 more National League teams up there, and more of our top tier National League teams as well, because obviously, to make it into the finals, they did have to place into that first place spot.
Absolutely. One team stands above the rest for all of the teams that are playing today, though. Team Milky Way still on their road down the golden road. If they can finish it off strong today, then they will finally be able to make it to the end of that, go into the finals, starting from knockout stage number 1. They are so close, Super. Just 2 series of best of 4s. If they're able to provide some examples of gameplay that we saw for the past few days in ERM, I genuinely think they have a chance. But the big part here today I really have to see is whether or not Rachan is going to be good from the bat, right? We have to see the consistency from that player, because if he starts making mistakes like the ones we saw yesterday, the teams here in knockout stage 5 alone will be enough to punish that extremely hard.
I mean, Jan's one of those characters that, if you're not playing well, it really shows, right? You're just not going to be able to find your knockups, what your engages on your blinks and just your dashes forward. And Jan, one of those characters that, if you do end up missing your CC combo, you're just kind of stuck in there into enemy lines, and you just get taken down really easily. I'm very excited, though, to see the metagame for today, just because we are in the later half of the knockout stages. 4 National League teams as well joining us for today in the first knockout stage. So I'm fairly certain we're probably going to see some bans and a lot of duplicate picks showing up here for today.
Me as well. I think it's going to be a little bit more of a focus on triple DPS just because the teams in KAL did really like running those towards the end of the season during Season 8, right? When it comes to overall gameplay of Eternal Return, it didn't really change much between Season 8 and Season 9, especially with a lot of the characters as well. If anything, it was more quality of life, which makes it actually even more viable for these triple DPSs to come out because a lot of characters either became a little bit easier to play, maybe a little bit more optimized, some quality of life here and there. It's going to be nice to run triple DPSs. So expect things like the Heart to come out today. Why? We don't even need to question that at this point for ERM. Possibly Tsubame, Cecilia. There's a lot of combinations of these priority characters we've seen throughout phase number 1, possibly making a showing here today as well.
I think the popular pick in the group stages was the My Justina, so I think we're probably going to be seeing a lot of those teams coming back and picking that type of team comp. You know, the typical front to back team comp with that Justina in the back line for that poke as well. So we'll have to see very shortly here as we are going to be able to jump in pretty soon. I think going in for the first game for today.
Yeah, the Korean side is just completing their contractual obligations. A little bit more of the chicken advertisement they're doing on that side. Listen, if I showed you guys what I see on my screen right now, you guys would go hungry as hell. You see how juicy those look? Oh my goodness. I'm saving you guys in chat the pain of having to watch this because I'm trying to like stay ahead of schedule so I know everything that's going on. Bro, my eyes are like feasting really at this point. It's crazy.
Really yeah, and they have these little acrylic stands and keychains as well. That I think it's part of the collab. So if you do live in Korea, definitely go and check out one of the chicken chain that's doing the collab with Eternal Return. I think you actually get provided a little keychain. I think from Eternal Return. I think it's the Lenny or the Estelle one that they're doing the promotion on.
Yeah, I talked about this with you before, but I feel like every single game that I play that I really enjoy always has acrylics, but it's not easily available to us, and I hate that so much because I love acrylic stands. I love the food that they always advertise over on their side, the collaborations, the partnership is absolutely insane. For those of you guys who are wondering why it's being advertised so much, right? In previous seasons, if you did watch Eternal Return Masters, they didn't go this hard into advertising. You guys take a look at the top of our screens. It says Masters, and at the very top, there's a really weird word. You guys might have noticed it if you've been paying attention for the past few days of Eternal Return Masters. It says Koburako, which is the brand name of the chicken that is being
I actually didn't know that.
advertised. Yeah, so that's why it's called Koburako Masters, right? They changed that up a little bit. If you also took a look at the Eternal Return website's post about the season, I think they did mention something about the collaboration. So if you were able to pick up on hints like that, then yeah, it is a little bit given that we do have the collaboration. You can also see on the right over here.
The Estelle.
Yeah, the Estelle. That is also in par with the collaboration with Koburako, so there you go. Unfortunately, I know a friend of mine, Z-Spring's a little bit sad about the fact that Lenny's won't be in the game. This one for Estelle also probably won't be in the game as well, which is really unfortunate because the art is really good, right? Nimble Neuron's been doing that a little bit with us, with the Gyeonggi and 8ㅣPhase and everything. So much good art, but not an actual skin in the game.
Yeah, the collab skins, unfortunately, I don't think, usually they don't get a skin in the game. I mean, maybe in the future they'll add it, but most likely probably not. I mean, we will have to see, right? Obviously, in the future if they do end up deciding to bring these skins in. But yeah, I mean, the art for them is really good, right? And obviously, if you are on the KR side, you are able to actually get the physical bridge as well.
Yeah, it would be really, really cool if we were able to get it. But for us, on the Western side of things, a little bit difficult to get access to all of that. Super, though, we are now ready to go into game number 1. So let's take a look at what the character selection is going to look like. As, yep, we're already seeing some things we are a little bit familiar with, right? Fauna picking the Chloe, not too surprised about this. Pixu back on the Johan. We did see that during the group stages. Busan Vespa, Seonser considering the Rio. This should be the pick for Romantic, so I'm wondering what the pick for Seonser will be. Thinking this is Scylla because of the fact that it is Busan Vespa, but if it's an Aya, this could be pretty interesting. Could actually be a pick for Jinhawar.
Aya. I don't think we actually seen Aya in quite some time on the big stage here for Eternal Return Masters. Will it be locked in? No, it's going to be the Haze coming in.
Yeah. Thank you, Slam. Yep, there it is.
And it is going to be the Suwa, so they're playing the Suwa plus a double backline that we see time and time again. But Evan Sejong gonna be swapping it up. It's gonna be EA on Hyejin and Bum on the Yan. So they're gonna be playing more of a dive heavy double melee type of team comp. They're actually gonna have 3 Suas because Korea also gonna be swapping back to what they played yesterday, and Sua will be banned going into game number 2.
This is going to be really nice, I think, for a lot of teams across the board because Team Freya is now being matched up against Busan Vespa. It's going to be a real testament to decide whether or not Freya kind of making sure their composition is able to rotate between these passive to aggressive gameplay styles. It's going to be a test on whether or not they can do that efficiently here today. We saw it during the knockout stages during 3 and 4. During knockout stage number 3, Freya played a little bit on the passive side. We did see the aggressive side during knockout stage number 4. This one is going to really be a test on whether or not they can swap back and forth between both during the games, right? You're going to be playing a mirror matchup against Busan Vespa. They know how to operate this composition exactly as well. Its tones are on the haze after all. It'll be a rough ride ahead for Team Freya, but if they can stand up against this, I would actually hedge my bets on Team Freya also making out today as well.
Oh yeah, so that means for the side team Busan Vespa, Bjork isn't actually starting for today for game number 1 here, and I'm actually kind of surprised CNG Esports actually decided opting to not play the Nia. They're actually going to be on the Jenny here with the Nikki and Johan. I mean, Nikki, Jenny, sort of a combo that we usually see time and time again with a support to kind of round out that team combo. We'll have to see if CNG Esports are going to be able to, you know, get the value and the damage that this Jenny pick has to offer.
Absolutely. Here we go, folks. The first game of the night. 8 more that is going to be coming for you. Well, I guess 7 more that's going to be coming for you after this, but it's going to be a great start to the night. Let's see how aggressive these teams decide to take it, right? We saw the games yesterday. During day number 1, fiestas everywhere to the point where I think a 2-way camera split is not going to be enough anymore. I feel quite bad for the observers on the KR side of things. They try their best, but you really can't catch everything in the first couple minutes of the game.
Yeah, there's some times where we see, you know, a team getting wiped off screen, but I mean, it's pretty rare, I would say, for ERM, just because I do think, you know, the cam work is pretty well done.
Oh, yeah. Still remember the days when you missed everything. Because back in pre-release season 1, season 2, bro, the observers were sometimes really bad. This is a massive improvement, right? I mean, it's been a long time 100%. Since ERM has been going on, but you gotta always appreciate great observers. These guys are the unsung heroes of competitive, I swear.
Yeah, and looks like Team Milky Way and Team Gaming both able to find an early kill for themselves here. And Milky Way finding another pick once again. There is a teleport on in. It is Asasela, but they should be able to get themselves on out. They're going to turn their sights onto Fauna here, and Fauna should just go down to the side of Team Milky Way. Youngju Wheels are going to lose another.
Great decision on Fauna as well. We saw this yesterday where one of the Chloes got out pretty early on, actually didn't opt to use the Soul Link with each other, meaning that it's going to be available for any future fights this team decides to go on once she comes back. Great pick away from Team FN Sejong. Bintum, a little bit late to the party, isn't going to be able to join the fray and get the pick over onto Bum as he's going to use the White Lily to get out. Possibility of Busan Vespa getting a pretty early break is a couple more seconds over onto the Sua. Not going to be able to find the one onto Romantic just yet. They will be able to get the break. A long death timer for the Sua, unfortunately, as she was just about to get the res.
Yeah, great blink on forward there for the side team. Sejong able to find it. Bum getting that to Rio, and they're going to send their sights onto Rocket, who is a little split away from the side team Gaming, and they will end up going down. Another kill for the side team FN Sejong, sitting and starting the game with 4. They have to be feeling pretty good about that.
Yeah, great rotations on the Sua too. Considering it's early game, you really need to land a lot of those skills and get those auto attacks off to be able to use Don Quixote 3 times in a row. So being able to see that on FN Sejong early on does spell really, really good news. Let's see if that is going to continue. Night number 1 has now spawned. It means Team Freya potentially fighting up against Busan Vespa for the animals, but the rocket launcher is being sent out over onto Jumo. He's actually going to opt to back away from it.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's not maybe going to try stealing some of these dogs, but Hayes does have a really good secure on that SMG burst, so yeah, it looks like it is going to be Jumo just going to be backing themselves on now. BTB is going to get the one up onto Bintum, but Bintum just going to be on that Felix already having that gap close there on the Felix to just finish off the Nia, and they're going to be able to pick up another kill for the side of Team Mer Gaming.
Yeah, classic Mer Gaming. Bintum doing what he does best, but it's going to be a bit of a troublesome location he's going to be at now, as, yep, he's going to get taken down. His Johan, not even close to looking at it, right? The Raccoon says, nah,
yeah,
no thank you. He's just going to completely back away. But the Felix died for the time being, just so you could get a little bit more efficiency on the other side. Mojom is going to get feared away. Beautiful combination from E8 to lock down that haze, meaning Yuna has to back away, and I don't think Jumo is going to be able to help anymore either. CNG Esports now duking it out up against Yangju Wales inside of Police Station. Faith and Wavering goes down from the Johan, but I don't know if the damage exchange is looking that great. Hoyoung trying to do what he can on the Jenny, but on the flip side, Fauna looking for the turnaround as well. There goes the play that once again, Nikki trying to do what she can, doesn't end up getting the Blink plus Fury Jab combination. Yeah, no, is not going to be enough. Chloe plus Danina will be able to lock down the break over onto CNJ Esports with 15 seconds to go until day number 2. CNJ Esports in a little bit of trouble. They're not going to be ready in time for the first rotation of objectives.
Yeah, that's just really well played by Fauna there. Actually resting behind the camera or the little wall there, so it actually got vision played. The Jenny walk up a little too far forward and ended up getting caught by the Chloe. It's able to get so much damage. Fauna just able to show utilize Chloe once again, able to show the strength on this character. And looks like down at Cemetery here is going to be the tree picked up by the side of Team Busan Vespa over the side of Team FN Sejong here. And Bintum is going to get caught, and they're going to go down to Rosner on the Suwa.
Great rotations from EA. EA has been showing us a lot on this Hyejin so far, the new revamped Hyejin. Rotating the cooldowns as well as the fear perfectly onto Bintum to the point where the Felix can't even get away from a Suwa. You talked about that matchup before where it actually is in favor of the Felix, but when a Hyejin is fearing you straight into everything Suwa throws, I don't think that's going to be a favored matchup at all. Now, Rosner getting ran down by a couple members on the side of Team Out of the Blue. Don't know if the Suwa can get away from this. He does have the shields. The damage output from the Debbie and Marlene is coming through, but you can see it's actually getting a little bit rough. There we go. Finally, Osu will be able to lock that down. Great parry to deny the damage from Don Quixote as well as the lock knockup. There will be a pick going on the south side of the map. Now Milky Way looking for a pick potentially onto Yangju Wales. Rachan unfortunately will not be able to find the distance.
And
he's most likely going to get taken down unless Nia's game roll is not that bad. It does trade over onto the Nina, but that's all they're going to be able to get. Rachan goes down. My timer is not bad for Milky Way. They were looking for Horrific Spy, but not going to be able to find it until we go further on into night number 2, or day 2.
Great carpet there coming out from the Jenny, able to pull back and lock down the side of the Team Out of the Blue. Osu just gonna lose their demo, and they're gonna be forced to back themselves on out of there. Team Mer Gaming looks like they still want to get their buy-ins. They haven't got their 4 scores yet, so they're gonna path over the school here. Just let Freya get their buy-in so they can buy themselves.
There's the first one coming in for Team Mer Gaming. We'll see if this is going to be fast enough for them to reposition around some of these objectives. 25 seconds to go. You should need about 10 to 15 seconds in order to get all of your items up for your entire teammates. Although this is a little bit weird. Mojo, no shotgun available. He's going to get instantly taken down. Beautiful White Lily play coming from FN Sejong. That does mean Beach is going to be completely under the control of FN Sejong. Not exactly sure. Never mind. There's the alpha right there. Beautiful value coming out from that team.
Yeah, a little too far away from their team, and immediately gets punished for it. Great white lily play, like you said, from the able to punish the phase that was a little too far forward there. We do have KCW pushing it a little too deep, and it does end up just going down to that Rio. Rio, one of these characters that could punish a backliner that is a little too far forward there, and yeah, there's going to be Team Busan Vespa going to be able to pick up another kill.
Indeed. Night number 2, which means Dimensional Rifts are also now in play. It's going to be Team Freya versus Milky Way duking it out inside of the Dimensional Rift. These two teams not too unfamiliar with each other, right? We saw them play during the knockout stages yesterday. Will Milky Way be able to maintain the status quo? The amount of domination we saw yesterday from this team is not looking like it's going to go through just yet. Rachan on the backside taken down to about 3/4 of their HP already. Cooldowns are available for the end, but I love the way that Team Freya is playing. There we go. Dia's game rolled down, but I don't really see Rachan getting any value. The problem is Yuna is already gone.
Perfect.
Beautiful value coming out from Horrific. This player, man, the Fiora is doing absolute insanity. Rachan is going to be able to snipe down Mojima on the backside thanks to the work of the White Lily. The only problem is it is a Suwa indeed. Let's see if we're going to be able to see something coming out from Jumo. He just barely has it. No! The final piece from the will be able to lock down that Suwa. A win for the Dimensional Rift on the side of Team Milky Way. Well done.
Yeah, great dodge out on Milky Way there. Definitely have to make sure you don't get hit by that Don Quixote, and was able to dodge out on that. And after that, it is just easy pickings for Milky Way. Great lockdown with that roundhouse kick as well from Rachan there to knock the Suwa into the wall. And yeah, I mean, Milky Way just getting a nice clean 3 kills. Gonna be able to secure that rift for themselves as well.
Really solid start for Team Milky Way. It looked a little bit shaky because Rachan couldn't get any initiations going inside of the fight. And not really to his fault, right? He gave it his all, but reactions from the other side were looking pretty good. Horrific did respond really well. Also on the flip side, this is not looking really good because the Debbie and Marlene taking dangerously low. But the problem is, E8 is gone. You're absolutely correct. And following suit is going to be the Debbie and Marlene. Never mind, not the Debbie and Marlene, but the Suwa who blinked across the wall in order to chase down the kill onto Debbie and Marlene.
I saw
great bait.
I saw the angle for Rosner. Rosner trying to look for that Debbie Marlene, but ended up getting hit with that parry from the Dema on that Don Quixote, so wasn't able to find it. And E8, I think, just dropping immediately in that team fight. I think trying to jump on forward with their ultimate, but getting denied by that Priya ult and that human damage. A little unfortunate for FN Sejong, but it was day 2 death, so they should be okay with just losing a tiny bit of tempo on that day-night cycle.
Oh yeah. Okay, well, it is day number 3. We also don't have any teams that have lost members by this time, so it is a little bit slower in comparison to what we saw yesterday, which is nice, right? No teams are getting terminated just yet. No teams are having to use the credits, but Osu on the flip side, great parry, but it's not going to be enough. Twins Rush brings him a little bit of time, but it's not going to be enough. It's all in vain. FN Sejong finding revenge up against Out of the Blue inside of archery range.
And it's huge for the side team defense Sejong, and a disaster for Out of the Blue, as it is going to be a day 3 death, so it's going to be an early minus 200 for the side team Out of the Blue. Great play from FN Sejong to recognize that Out of the Blue was probably split up, and they immediately capitalized on that. Unfortunately, on the other side, Freya can lose a member as well. FN Sejong is going to get caught out here, but team Out of the Blue, I think they want to actually take this team fight. There is the charm on forward there, great parry from Osu, double Odyssey isn't really going to connect on too much damage, but they're going to get a lot of damage onto Osu here. Osu really getting chunked down to about half HP. There's a protocol. Echoes of the Earth is going to be used. Dua is going to be isolated from the side of Team FN Sejong, but they want to look for more. Odysseys are going to be used. The Priya shields are going to be able to keep Team Out of the Blue alive. E8 already chunked down to about 2/3 of their HP, and it looks like both teams are just going to slowly back themselves away.
Too many cooldowns were invested from both sides, and FN Sejong tried to use Bori as a method of keeping the unyielding stacks alive on the Yan. Fortunately, everybody from Out of the Blue walked too far away. I love the way that Out of the Blue decided to walk away from that one. Maybe the call out was there that Bori was being stacked on by the Yan. It is not optimal for you to fight into a fully stacked Yan after all. There's charm to pull a couple people in. Bomb looking for an angle up in the front. The problem is he doesn't have a blink. He's just going to have to find something straight from the backside, but E8 jumping into the backline as well. Look at the damage output. Absolutely insane. E8 single-handedly pushing away 2 members of Yangju Whales. It actually does allows Hokunam to be the one isolated away. Allows FN Sejong to get the pick, and they back off away as well. Nobody really losing anything other than positioning inside a school just a little bit nearby the gymnasium.
Yeah, I mean, the purple box isn't going to go to the side of Team FN Sejong, so that's a little unfortunate. But yeah, I mean, E8 just finding that angle, able to start off the team fight with a double pull, and then just jumping on it into the backline to make sure the Chloe and the Cicilla are just out of the fight. So it's just easy pickings for the Yan and the Suwa to finish off that Mai.
This is a great way to start off game number 1, right? We're seeing a lot of teams just playing correct. I don't think there has been any significant mistakes so far when it comes to the way that these teams are playing, because even if you make a mistake in the initiation, it's simply because the other teams are responding well. It's what you would normally expect by knockout stage number 5. We are seeing that exactly as we expected and anticipated. Love the way that these teams are playing. We still have a lot more to see. Freya looking to contest up against Milky Way, up against the CCTV, as well as the console inside a police station. They will just back away as I realize it's probably not worth fighting in the NSF type quarters. Good decision.
And Team Out of the Blue, I think, will want to fight FN Sejong once again. Osu going to get tagged up by the double Odyssey. The Cypher Maelstrom is going to be popped from the Suwa, so that is a somewhat long cooldown that is going to be there. But there's going to be another team entering the fray. There's Team Youngshu Whales. A lot of teams here in school. There's also Team CNG Esports, and CNG Esports are going to try sending onto the side of Whales, but it's opting not to send it too hard, as I think they recognize that there could be another team that has that vision and that console. So I have to be a little careful here. Still 4 teams in the zone, and Team F and Sedge are going to be the one that are going to be in trouble here, but it looks like a great split away bomb. I think he's going to get caught out here, and I think that is going to be the death coming out for the side Team F and Sejong. A little unfortunate, trying to send it at the wrong time and just ended up getting caught.
Yeah, clean breakaway from out of the blue. They're not going to lose any value either. 1-for-1 trade up on the northern side, but unfortunately, Yangju Whales with a great catch over onto the Suwa. Jumo's going to get taken down in the end. It's a 1-for-2. That actually ends up going in favor of the third party. Yangju Whales also picks up a meteorite from the purple box inside. E8 in trouble. He's trying to get away. There's a pure rage uppercut. Can the Hejin get away from this? Great fear, but with the ironclad, you can see the tenacity is a little bit too much. E8 is just going to get single-handedly ransacked by the Nikki. The problem is, Mer Gaming right around the corner too. Can they find the kill over onto Pegsu before anything happens? Totem getting taken down first. Unfortunately, the Tazia not having enough time to react with the Totem themselves. Really unfortunate for Mer Gaming. They tried to look for a third party, but couldn't find it and actually ends up losing a member instead.
Yeah, EA's Caltrops going a little too wide, so just let the Nikki get in and close the gap there. And then it's a little unfortunate. The third party was there, but great response from the side team CG Esports. The damage coming out from the Nikki and the Jenny just a little too much for Totem to really deal with there.
Expect a couple of these Rift plays coming in. FN Sejong, not enough credits on their side to be able to resurrect anybody. One team already sitting around a Rift inside a police station, which means the other one is the one that has to go for it. Yangju Whales, Fauna taken down dangerously low. Even the ultimate from the side of Human getting taken through. There's the Twins Rush initiating back on into the fight. The AoE is absolutely insane from Osu. Fantastic 2-for-0 on the side of O out of the blue. Straight as we go into night number 4.
Yeah, very nicely played by the side team out of the blue. Choking down Fauna, forcing them. Ooh, wow, yeah, just gets in with the jump pad, the VLS. They're landing directly on top of it. A little risky, but using that Siwa spell shield to make sure they get into that rift. But yeah, I want to talk about that team fight. I mean, team out of the blue just able to chunk down Fauna, forces the Soul Link out early, and just gives the green light for Ota to just jump on in, finish the Chloe down as soon as they get out of that Soul Link proc. And yeah, great win coming out of the blue onto the side of Team Yangju Whales. And at Acela, last member alive, you could see they're in that corner on the top side there, just biding their time, waiting to see if they can get a res off here. I think they should have enough credits to get the revive, but maybe just not having those gadget points. So a little unfortunate, as they're just gonna have to sit in that corner and wait, maybe for an opportunity to walk back into police station to get the res.
The problem is there's still 8 full teams alive, which means inside of night number 4, not too many zones remaining available, right? And you can even see that the zones remaining in the game to begin with, it's not big ones at all. Police station, not that big. Alley, not that big. Gas station, not that big either. This is a little bit rough.
Oh, I think the Acela's gonna die here.
Did it not check? No way, he finally sees it. E8, is he going to be able to stop that?
I don't think they would have saw the Acela if they sat there, because they're in that little corner, but now they end up getting caught. That's so unfortunate. There's somewhere Lily. Then we get them to safety there. I think they're just going to have to beeline it down to fire station.
Yeah, they're just gonna have to
that's exactly what I think that's exactly what they're going to do. They don't have any opportunity. This is the last chance to get the res before Lumi, and you do not want to be on that Lumi res when there's 8 teams in the lobby.
Yep, perfect timer as well. They're going to be able to get all the reses, which means we are going into day number 5. 24 players strong, all 8 teams alive. This is going to get claustrophobic fast as hell. The poke out coming from Hanshin. There is the initiation coming from Sogunan, but he is a little bit isolated from the backside. Rio trying to do their best, denying all the entryways for Team Yangju Whales, but Jumo already gets taken down. Great cataclysm damage over onto Sogunan. He will probably get taken down. Rain of Arrows is going to be enough. Yana trying his best to get the res back before anything happens. Hanshin's a little bit late to the party, and he actually gets taken down instead. But the third party on the flip side, Jumo needs to run away. Holy moly, what the Don Quixote will get out of there.
That's pretty bad.
Yeah, that's one member down for Yangju Whales. All of a sudden, this team down on the ropes once again.
Yeah, I think they had it as well, right? They were able to get the sewer knock a little early, but just walked up a little too far and just ended up getting caught. I think the Acela maybe just had to guard the body and get themselves on out, but ended up getting caught by and tagged by that haze grenade. So a little unfortunate for the side team Yangju Whales, since they will be having to play down a member in this 8-team lobby.
Yeah, I don't think the haze rockets alone are enough to be able to completely kill a body. So you should have probably played it a little bit more safe. All you needed to do was get the res and either get out of there or maybe look for a return fire. But sacrificing your own life to hope for the res is not exactly the play that they're looking for. Yangju Whales, the amount of of damage, is so much. Look at the damage coming out from Nia. No, the timer is not looking good at all. Horrific, 5 seconds to go. Where is he going? He's just gonna go straight into the red. Pop goes the Weasel for Horrific. Fauna only loses out on Nina, who will come back eventually. The value was insane there. Another fight inside a gas station. This is really rough as two members are gonna get taken down. Hikasi, GSXG, all taken down. Osu, this is claustrophobic. I talked about it earlier. It's getting claustrophobic fast for Out of the Blue.
Yeah, I mean, this is what happens when there's so many teams this late into the game. You just have teams just slowly start to run into each other to get sandwiched, and they're just in a really bad spot to really take it. But your Nia, you're going to try to use the ultimates in Nia's game mode to try to deny anything for Busan Best, but not going to be able to get any value, as they will end up exploding there. Merg Gaming going to try chasing the side of Team Busan Best, but look at how strong Team Busan Best are. Team Busan Best is. 2 bloods on both of their carries, and they have that Sua as that support as well.
Busan Vespa trying to get a little bit of positioning. You can still tell, 7 teams, that's still a lot of people, a lot of teams remaining in this game, so you need to find some kind of pressure around everywhere you can go. Totem, holy moly, those Daikyu auto attacks might have been almost enough, but the Tazia will remain alive.
Yeah. I'm surprised that Sua didn't use the spell shield a little earlier, because it would have given that healing factor buff. I think that would have actually killed the Tazia there, but is opting to hold on to it. Maybe gonna play a little more defensively here, and Wales is gonna get caught by the side of Team Freya. They don't have any more timer to really work with there. There's the Soul. They're gonna try to trade one, but not gonna be able to find anything, as the kill is gonna go to the side of Team Freya, and it's gonna go down to 7 teams with 17 players. So 2 rats, 5 full teams still left alive for this temporary zone.
Still a lot of teams though. Luckily, Fire Station is one of the zones that are available. This is actually pretty big, honestly one of the biggest zones within the game in and of itself. You do need something like this when there's this many teams alive, otherwise you don't have space to work with. CNJ Esports pushing away the members of FN Sejong simply because CNJ Esports was able to pick up the Wicca line. They're so strong right now with the High Doom built up on the Jenny, plus 4 transitions on the Johan, plus most likely the tactical skill.
For FN Sejong, it's not looking good, and they're in a really bad spot. You can see their items. They're playing on the back foot here for this game. They have to look for a good third party, and there's a lot of teams in the zone, so there is prime opportunity for them to try to get something, try to make something happen here. Rachin gonna try ratting it out in that bush on the bottom side. There's an engage coming out from Bomb. They get a double knockup with the Yon, a huge double roundhouse kick, but they will end up losing EA, and the third party is gonna be here. Team
Bintum?
Bintum?
Okay. Oh, come on, man. You gotta keep track of this. You have to keep track of that. So that means eventually Bintum will fall, whether it's to a -1 or he sacrifices himself to a different team.
Surprised they're not giving the kill over, but I think there's a team that doesn't end up recognizing there is a Felix down out in the outside of the zone there. And it's going to be the Sua versus the Yan versus the Mai, but there is an extra Yan for the side of Team FN Sejong. They're going to be able to pick up one of the kills. And actually, no, not going to be able to pick up any of the kills. As Team Freya are going to be able to grab most of the kills there. And Bintum, actually, it is going to -1.
Oh, -1. Actually, no, it's actually not Bintum that goes -1 because somebody ended up tagging him. I saw it get slow before he ended up popping. It's actually Bomb that gets -1. The damage is insane. Solensar does so much work. Mojom does so much work, but in the end, it's going to be Busan Vespa. As I said earlier, Freya not going to be able to hold their own against Busan Vespa in Game 1.
I don't know if you saw, but the Haze EQ, the SMG burst went the opposite way. So I thought Team Busan Vespa was going to lose that, but I think the damage from Robotic is just way too much. I think the item difference in this game, I mean, look at how strong Team Busan Vespa are. 2 bloods, both weapon and shoes on both their carries here. Oh, Robotic getting chunked down though by that Jenny. The spell shields are going to be there, but a little too late. The damage was already applied.
It's too mid-range for CNJ Esports. They gotta go sometime because they're just gonna get outranged until everybody from Busan Vespa is comfortable with this. There's a blink sent out. Everything could be good. KCW did end up sending quite a lot for CNJ Esports, but what is this? They're sending all of their ultimates for fun. You just got all of the cooldowns off of Busan Vespa. You can't do that. And the double guillotine is there as well. Play that goes down. No cooldowns available for CNJ Esports. They just walk into Busan Vespa's preferred range of fighting after they blow all of their cooldowns and they blow all of their on the other side as well. Reset might have been the preferable play for these players, but no, they just walk into everything for Busan Vespa will take the fall in the end.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just a masterclass from Romatic there. Just able to just play the range so well on the Rio, and the damage that this Rio has, especially in the longbow form with those items, it's just too much for the side team CNG Esports to handle. They try looking for an angle here with the BLS system, trying to jump on forward, but the spell shields are going to be there. Double spell shield to cancel out on that pure range uppercut, and it's going to be a clean 3 kills for the side team Busan Vespa, finishing the game with 21.5 points. Solid performance from them.
Yeah, the easiest 2v3 in the world for Team Busan Vespa. GG well played to this team, making it so easy with the Sua coming in as a clutch character to deny any crowd control from going over onto the Rio. Well played, but again, you have to really question the plays from Busan Vespa because, sorry, not Busan Vespa, but Team, what the heck was it? Was it Busan Vespa? No. Yeah, exactly. Because you just forced out all of the cooldowns from the other side. You know they're going to be at a range advantage, so I love the fact that you did end up trying to just pull the trigger and go for it immediately. But you really have to take a look at the cooldowns that are there, right? Most of your characters are all all AMP characters that are not really reliant on cooldown. The other side is you have a Rio on the other side who used Electric Shift plus the Soar. You have shields going on from the Sua, which is not bad, but she's not getting auto attacks to reset it. Yes, it is low cooldown because it's late game, but it still is going to matter a little bit. I think it would have been a little bit better for CNJ Esports to back away there, bide their time, make sure that all the cooldowns are gone and you know the timers for those, then look for a reinitiation.
Yeah, they were able to chunk down the haze and force the hazes blink out in the first initiation, and maybe they could try looking for a second one on and then try to find an angle onto the haze. But I think it's just a really bad matchup for the side of Team CNG Esports, right?
Yeah.
That Nikki just gets completely denied by the spell shields on the Sua. If the Nikki uses the Purge Uppercut to go on forward to try to lock down a target, the spell shields will come down, and it's a little tough for the Nikki to, kind of play in that team fight just because, when you're not locking down a target, is going to get pelted down by the haze and the Rio there.
Exactly. A couple of things that I did want to talk about in the fight, but I think you covered pretty much most of it, especially with the misplay that I talked about earlier. But still, as I mentioned, in the middle of the game, good game overall. I think the teams, for the most part, was able to provide us exactly with what their compositions are able to do. No one single team was pretty much singled out for the entire game either, right? Most of them was able to find some kind of advantage throughout the course of the game. Even if you did get taken down early on, we saw 8 teams going into day number 5, night number 5. Not a common occurrence unless everybody is playing the macro game perfectly, because as I said, claustrophobic as hell this map is going to be when there's too many teams alive going into the latter stages of the game.
Yeah, I think with us getting into the later knockout stages and us seeing a lot more National League teams, we will have a more refined map state, and a lot of these teams are just playing a lot more safe, and we don't really have too many early game wipes, right, from these teams. So that's the reason why I think we saw so many teams going into the later half of the game, and we'll probably see that again into the later games. And these teams have to, slowly start to work around that, right? When there's 8 teams at day 5, you kind of have to make sure you're taking vision, you're checking your bushes, you got to make sure you're not in that third-party scenario that a lot of these teams did end up getting caught into.
Yeah, and when there's that many teams alive, having Wicked Line just feels like the best situation in the world because you can push everybody away. Busan Vespa, though, in first place for game number 1. You can take a look at the scores here. 21.5 on their side. Freya in second place with 13.5, right above CNJ Esports, who's going to be half a point below with 13 for themselves. Evan Sejong in fourth place, 11.5 for their side. Everybody else is sub 10. So a pretty common pattern we have seen throughout phase number 1 will continue after game number 1 for knockout stage number 5 as well.
Yeah, our top 4 have quite a little lead compared to our bottom 4 here, but it's still anyone's game. We still got 3 more games to be played for this group, and that Sua is going to be off the table going into game number 2 here. So yeah, these teams are going to have to swap that pick out. I mean, we saw how strong the Sua double backline team comp can be. Playing the Sua as a support with that healing factor, and having those 2 long range mages or long range DPS, right? Because you have that long range ADC on Rio or Kadia. Looks like everyone's swapping to that Rio for this phase. and we have that haze that's going to be picked from a lot of these teams as well.
Yep. The only problem is now the Sua is gone for game number 2. 3 of them were picked in game number 1, which means we don't have access to the healing factor shield anymore from the Sua. Diki will be a little bit more of a threat if CNJ Esports decide to play that composition again. But on the flip side, Mai is now going to be probably a little bit of a priority pick between a lot of these teams. We did see the safety net of the shield coming through. Now it's going to be in the form of the exclusive, the ultimate for the Mai to keep your backliner safe.
Yeah, I'm really surprised we haven't really seen too much Mai for this this weekend. I'm pretty sure I don't know if the patch went. I mean, obviously there was a slight minor nerf in the recent patch, but I'm pretty sure the tournament's still being played on the previous patch. So maybe we'll see more Mai coming in after the Sua is banned, and then I do think the top teams that are already in the finals were the ones that were also playing that Mai. But yeah, I think we're gonna be able to jump straight into game number 2 here, and I think we do see a couple of my picks already coming out here.
Yep, we can already see it as, Rosner going to be looking to lock in that Mai. Jumo considering the Alonso's Hunzar. Yeah, I mean, this is going to be an easy pick away for Busan Vespa as well. If you're a KEL team, you at this point need to be comfortable using the Mai, right? Even CNJ Esports, Pexu has dabbled with that character in the past. If you're not comfortable running Mai, I don't think you really should be playing in the KEL at this point. She is just way too mainstay of a character for that to actually happen, which is why I'm really glad Mai is now starting to come alive. Rosner is locking that in, Holzer locking that in, Fauna back into Chloe, Laura, or is Hogunam, what is Hanshin going to play? Busan Vespa, basically the same thing, but just with the Mai instead of a Sua.
Yeah, and FN Sejong are going to be swapping over to that Mai Justina coming out, Rosner on the Mai, and Bum going to be on that Justina. That's we did see in the group stages a pretty prevalent 2 picks, I would say. But everyone else is just going to be playing what they're used to here out of the blue, sticking with the team comp, Mer Gaming, Milky Way, and Team Freya going to be swapping over back to that Alonso.
Alright, let's see how this goes. I don't really see any bans for this one, only a double haze. Outside of that, double Johan. No, actually a Johan ban. Oh
wow, you're right.
CNJ Esports, Yangju Whales, as well as one more Mer Gaming.
Have we ever seen a Johan ban? I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
One of the first times Johan is going to be banned, because usually it's a different support, right? So that is pretty dominant in the meta, whether it's Lenny or Charlotte. I think we have seen a Lenny and Charlotte ban, but never the Johan. But Johan, I think, has got a lot of changes this season, and I think he's definitely the premier support for Season 9 so far.
The fact that you can't kill a sensor, I talked about it yesterday, but one of the biggest ways of dealing with Johan before Season 9 has now been officially removed. So there really isn't any way of dealing with the Johan. You just kind of have to live with the fact that he exists on the enemy team if you're going to be fighting into that. So you're absolutely right, a lot of changes that benefit him, which is why we are seeing him in game number 2 that is now underway. Johan will be banned after this. We also have a break after this, so these teams are going to be able to kind of think about what they want to go for in games 3 and 4.
I'm really curious on what these teams that are, so prevalent on the Yon are going to be swapping to, right? Like Team Mer Gaming, they just played this exact team comp for the whole weekend, or for the whole knockout stages, and they're not going to be able to play this Johan anymore. So are they going to swap it to maybe a Charlotte, maybe a Lenny, or are they going to swap the team comp up entirely? Same with Team CNJ Esports. Maybe they go back to the bread and butter. Maybe they go back to that Yon, the Jackie.
Is it just going to be the substitutes, right? For example, Team Busan Vespa, basically the same thing, just swapping the Sua over onto the Mai. You can do the same thing, although the only problem with running something like the Lenny or even the Charlotte instead of the Johan is you don't get exactly the amount of value that Johan gives, right? Like the Lenny, she provides a lot more crowd control at the expense of the amount of healing in comparison to the Johan. Charlotte, at the expense of the amount of crowd control you have, will also provide way more healing and consistency than the Johan 2. So a couple of trade-offs that you're going to have to do if you do decide to trade things off. But we do still see everybody being as aggressive as ever, as Horrific will be able to find Fauna on the outside ring of Fenty. You will still get taken down as Mer Gaming. They are still hungry for the kill. Bintum with a couple more auto attacks, and Chase down with Windscar knocks down Horrific right inside a pond.
Yeah, great resets from Bintum once again on that Felix. No surprise there, and we do have EA actually making on forward and gonna be able to steal away on that speed gate there with that vault, and they will be able to get that extra kill for the side of Team FN Sejong. And FN Sejong already sitting with 3 kills from themselves in this early game. Have to be feeling pretty good about that. Busan Bespo is gonna look for an angle onto the side of Team CNG Esports here. They are gonna be able to get a lot of damage. Ramatic just able to play the range so well and just able to kind of kite back here and get an extra 2 kills for the side team Busan Vespa.
Yep, Fauna not going to be able to find it, will end up losing his life in the process. Hanshin, also stuck in the middle of nowhere, will unfortunately use his Faith Unwavering. There is no way this team is going to be able to miss out on this kill. Easy pickup for that. Tokunam trying his best to run away from KCW. It is a Nikki. Does he end up getting the kill? Garden Reverse is there. Fury Jab is going to whiff. And the last auto attack, Tokunam will be able to find the 1v1. Unfortunately for KCW, I think the Fury Jab was a little bit hesitated. And that pixel of misalignment ends up missing out on the Fury Jab to get that stun on the Laura. Unfortunate for KCW.
Yeah, I thought KCW was going to have it there just because, you know, the Laura wasn't able to land their wall jump, and yeah, I thought, you know, the Nikki was just going to be able to auto-attack the Laura down, but just wasn't enough there as they are going to be able to pick up a nice kill. Ramatic is going to get caught in force here. No, there's going to be an auto-attack coming out from the side of Yona, going to seal away the kill from Fauna there. So unfortunate as they do end up going down once again.
Yeah, oh well, this is just not the greatest start of that team whatsoever. Youngju Whales, they're gonna also get broken down, and Jesus, Faunan's not having a great time in game number 2. Perfect caught out in the middle of nowhere as well, will end up getting taken down. Rosner joining the fray, but I don't think this is exactly what you want to see right in front of you. Well, doing the fray as well, but Rosner is already half HP. E8 on the side, half HP for everybody on the side of FN Sejong other than EA. He is trying to recover from this as best as he can. Astro Burst is pretty good, but it's not gonna be enough. Ho Young goes down as well. Well played from FN Sejong. They will maintain control over the north side of the map. I don't see any objectives around this area, but if they can find BTB, maybe something more can happen. +1, can they find a kill? No, a break over onto Team Milky Way.
E8 just playing out of his mind on this Rozzy, just able to just get on in and no fear at all, able to just get the pole vaults, dodging out on these key abilities while also just dishing out so much damage here. Unfortunately, the side of Team FN Sejong is not going to be able to contest for the objective in police station there, as the side of Team Busan Vespa were already set up and they're going to be able to claim a free meteorite for themselves. Milky Way is going to be able to find CNG Esports on the bottom side here. Johan isn't going to get caught. Great roundhouse kick from the side of Rajan there, and they should be able to pick up this Nikki as well. So it's going to be 2 kills. Wait a second, can Horrific find the Jenny on the bottom side? Not going to be able to find it, but there's going to be a third party here. It is going to be Totem on the back, and they will be able to pick up a couple of kills for themselves.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we're gaming, or not we're gaming. Sorry, Milky Way in trouble. Milky Way. Horrific. He's got to run away. He's got to run away. He's got to run away. But it's a Felix right behind him. Terminate over onto Team Milky Way. The worst start on the second game of knockout stage number 5. Oh no, they got a ton of kills during day 1 and night 1, but that will be the end of their run in game number 2. We'll have to see if Milky Way can somehow recover from this for the remainder of this series, because remember, the only team within our arsenal that has that golden run possibility within their hands, Milky Way, are going to have to find something and find it fast.
That's just so unfortunate. I think just ended up getting third party there, as I think the side of Team Mer Gaming ended up just TPing down into factory and were able to just find the picks onto the side of Team Milky Way. And you know, once 2 of your members go down, just really easy for the last member to just get collapsed on when you are the side of Team Mer Gaming.
Yep. Okay, well, with this, officially, the entire lobby has gotten a little bit of pressure relieved, right? In comparison to game number 1, where we had 8 teams going all the way into day 5, night 5, with 1 team gone, the amount of pressure is taken off immensely. It might not seem like much, But that means one less team contesting for objectives, one less team fighting you, and one less potential team to get that third party when you start a fight. That's a lot of pressure taken off these players. So let's see how much more these guys are able to get. We might actually end up seeing maybe a team or two getting that blood sample buildup even faster compared to what we saw in game 1.
Especially this early on into the game as well. You know, an early team wipe is definitely going to open up the map quite a bit, as the amount of objectives there are in the early game and in the early stages of the game is it is quite a lot. And I think every team should be able to get one or two, or even contest for one of them here, and it is going to be just going to get immediately obliterated by the side of Team Busan Vespa there. The haze and the Rio is a little too much, as FN Sejong going to be on the back foot, as Rozer going to have to tank some red timer down here in Fire Station.
Yeah, color me surprised that Romantic didn't die. He just stood inside of the Astro Burst, ate most of the damage from it, but still stayed alive, and then kept autoing despite everything happening around him. Really gutsy play from Romantic that does end up paying off. And now we have a fight inside the Dimensional Rift. CNJ Esports duking it out up against Yangju Whales, but this is pretty early on in the game. Hoyoung doesn't have that many items other than the Holy Orders. Do they have enough damage to kill anybody? Is the question. Fauna will be able to knock down one. Down goes the Johan. Pexu is dead, but traded out by KCW. Fauna will go down. Executioner bonus going in favor of Team CNJ Esports. Head pop over onto Pexu, so the Executioner bonus not going to be in favor of Team Yangju Whales, but the kill is still there. KCW goes down. Beautiful blink with the White Lily to get Sogunam out. They need to recover from this, because remember, this Jenny still has the play dead. Sogunam trying to do what he can. Does he have the slide step available to lock this down? Oh my goodness, the Radiant Brilliance is enough to actually heal Sogunam back into the safety net. Hoyoung trying his best, but the healing from Hanshin is making it so difficult for this Jenny to lock anybody down. Healing when coming in as well. Sogunam still doing what he can, but the lock-in, the auto attacks are there. The Persona third shot is good enough. I don't think a Johan can do it. No, he doesn't have the time. He doesn't have the time. Hoyoung goes down. Hanshin saves Team Yangju Whales inside of the Dimensional Rift.
Was it damage? Was that the damage, or did they just explode from
I think they exploded. You can't. There's no way a Johan with Radiant Brilliance, even with the buffed up version on top of Sensor, does nearly 400 damage at this stage in the game. No way.
I mean, it was also the Arcana skill, right, that did end up doing a lot of damage there. So, wow. I mean, Johan is gonna be the one to actually get the 1v1 onto Jenny. Very nicely played by the side of Team Yangju Whales. They do end up getting the one up there onto the side of CNJ Esports. There is going to be the tree spawning in down here. And oh no, that's going to be a minus 200 for the side of Team Out of the Blue, as Priya is going to go down on the day 3 swap. It's going to be a little unfortunate. We do have Team Busan Vespa versus the side Team Yangju Whales. The damage from Romantic is going to be quite a bit, and it looks like they're going to just make the call to back themselves on out of there.
You missed this as well, but Freya also had to get the call over onto the Haze. She died like a frame after day number 3 started, which means unfortunately minus 200 going for both Freya and Team Out of the Blue. Although Out of the Blue hasn't recovered the Priya just yet. It's taking a little bit before that happens, so I'm wondering when it's going to come through. There we go. Kasi dropping an item over onto the Debbie and Marlene. The Meteorite being dropped for that. Blade Boots coming online.
Yeah, Team Earth Gaming, they sniff and they know there is going to be a team down here, because they see the kiosk that was put down, and they're going to probably look for an angle to fight Team Out of the Blue. We do have the engage coming out from the side Team FN Sejong. There is the ultimate from the Razi, but nothing really going to be able to find, or not going to be able to really find anything there. And look at the damage coming out from Romantic. They're going to be able to chunk down the members of FN Sejong. There's the exclusive to pull out the Yusina. I think they should be okay here. And on the other side, it looks like the side of Team Out of the Blue ended up losing their Yumin, and Mary Game going to be the one to come out on top.
Yeah, Out of the Blue unfortunately just doesn't have enough damage to burst through the shields, as well as the heals coming for both Totem as well as Raccoon. Self-res for GSXG is going through, but this Yumin is completely isolated on the south side of the map. They will get the res, but I think there's a ping that goes in. If they can, best case scenario is VLS, but I don't think in day 3 you have enough for this, so you're gonna have to eat a lot of timer for that. GSXG thinking he can make it a crossover in top town, he will be able to, so no minus 200 is actually going into the hands of Out of the Blue. Very lucky for this team.
Yeah, but the members of Team Out of the Blue are completely scattered. They're definitely going to want to regroup, and I think Team Earth Gaming know that the human is probably going to be down here.
Oh boy.
Looks like the human is going to be able to get
he has
the
no
rest,
idea
Uh-oh. Yeah, the human's gonna get caught once again. This time it's gonna be Totem. The damage from the human is gonna be enough. There's the ultimates, but the Totem is gonna be there to deny the human ultimates, and
man.
they should end up getting caught out by the Felix, as great CC immunity actually coming out from the Felix buffer as well on that ultimate, and they do get themselves on out. And I think Team Out of the Blue can just get in the rift here, but oh, the Radiant Brilliance, the ultimate from the Johan, able to cancel out Osu from entering. And that is going to be a full -200 this time for the side team out of the blue.
You wasted so much time trying to get that in. Now you don't get anything out of it too. Really well played from Raccoon, forcing the divine, not the divine intervention, but faith and wavering in order to prevent the team from going in, right? The only source of crowd control that actually prevents out of the blue from going into the rift was perfectly executed from Raccoon. Well done. Yeah. Mer Gaming putting a lot of pressure on the south side of the map as Uptown is completely taken away by that team. -200 over at the team out of the blue, but they are now full 3-stack.
Yeah, the ultimate just completely denying Osu from getting on in, and oh, looks like Totem was able to dodge out on the camera there. Oh, wasn't able to actually get the surprise onto the side team out of the blue, but looks like Osu's just gonna full set it in with the human ult. There's gonna be all the damage. Ozzy ult's gonna be able to hit all 3 members of the side of team out of the blue there. There is the Totem gonna be used on to the ultimate from the Priya. Look at the engage. The damage coming out from the Tazi is going to be quite a bit. There's engage coming out from the Felix. Able to come on forward there. There's a little knockup. And that is going to be it. Team out of the blue going to lose 2 members once again. And look at the credits. They're going to have to wait for the next cycle to probably get into that rift, because I mean, at this point in the game, if you have the -400 again, you're just gonna be a little too far from the rest of the lobby.
You know what's crazy? I talked about this exact same rotation of team fights yesterday, right? You never ever kill Mer Gaming as out of the blue unless you have full transitions onto both the human and the Debbie and Marlene. Even then, you have to be in the perfect position to fight. Everything needs to go in your favor for that fight to work. But out of the blue tries it twice. Both of those times fail. -600 is the result of what this team tried to mess around with. I really just don't think the rock, paper, scissors would ever work out in the favor out of the blue in that situation, man. They flew a little close to the sun. Will end up taking the fall for it.
Yeah, I mean, I think the engage, they just have to have a good engage, right? If the demo can hit a good knockup and the human is able to follow up, I think they can probably burst down on the members of Team Mer Gaming. But Team Mer Gaming just completely ran over and just had control of the fights from start to finish, right? They were able to force out the pre-ultimates. They were able to just get a lot of value and kind of dodge out on the combo of the side team on the blue. Hisaki, unfortunately, gonna get caught in between 2 teams here, and I think that is gonna be it for the side team out of the blue. Mer Gaming gonna be there to intercept, and that barrier should go down, and that is gonna be out of the blue. Gonna go out in 7th place here. Totem gonna jump on board, but not gonna push their luck too much into the side team FN Sejong, as the members of Team Mer Gaming were a little behind.
FN Sejong trying to position. Bintum is going to aggressively blink on forward, but a lot of damage on the flip side. Healing Width is going to be used pretty early on into the fight, so don't expect that to come back available for the time being. Faith and Wavering, still not popped yet. It will be popped now. Damage output between the 2 teams are already looking good for FN Sejong. Everybody on Mer Gaming will just immediately back away. FN Sejong not deciding to push any further than that. Full control over Hospital is exactly what they want. They got it.
I like this for Mer Gaming. Mer Gaming, they weren't able to really get any value there in that team fight. They're just deciding to just full disengage, get their cooldowns back up. Should be the play. There's a huge double Twilight Haze coming out from the Laura, but it's not going to be enough, as the Johan already went down at the very start of the team fight, just instantly bursted by the Kadia and the Haze there. And it will be Freya going to be able to get that with that, I think, completely uncontested there in school.
Mer Gaming, meanwhile that happens, was unfortunately third party by CNJ Esports coming from the south side.
Get it?
Fauna will be able to pick it up. That means Yangju Whales will recover from this just a little bit, but that was a -400 going for Yangju Whales. Blood sample not going to be able to get picked up. Actually, the blood was the only thing I think picked up from the side of Yangju Whales. Did they get it? I see some items transit. No, the Kadi ended up yoinking it. This should go into Burgundy, because I do see another blood sample picked up by the Haze. I think the Kadia has another one. I highly down. Actually, yeah, maybe. Oh, no, there it is. See, the Eldritch Boost. Okay. Yeah, Eldian shoes are going to be built up. Paradiso. Okay, goodbye, Buff. You really don't get to play the game here. There's a third party coming in. Astroverse is not that bad. The damage exchange looking pretty good. Yangju Whales just stuck in the middle of everything. We'll end up actually losing out on Fauna, unfortunately, but the triple terminate going to go over onto the side of FN Sejong, caught out in the middle of nowhere, stuck in between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, that's just the game, you know. You get caught up in between two teams, and not really much you can do. A little unfortunate for the side team. FN Sejong caught at the wrong time, and it is going to be them all going down there. Team Youngju Whales is going to be able to get the res, so they should still be in a decent position, but they're spending more and more credits on getting the revives, and it's falling farther and farther behind. Busan Vespa able to just send it on to the side of Team CNG Esports. KCW getting chunked down. The Fated Wavering is going to be used for the side of that's Johan. Ooh, the ultimate going wide from that Rio. Definitely would have sealed the deal, but CNG Esports just barely escaping with their lives.
Maddox just seems so confident playing with Busan Vespa, right? I know he was really confident when he played with FN Sejong. This is the first time I've seen this guy just walk up on his own without any support. Usually Romantic was always that stable backliner that would consistently deal enough damage to the people initiating from the other side that they would be eventually able to turn the fight. That's the way FN Sejong played, but this time around, Romantic is the one actually putting the pressure onto different teams. Very different style of gameplay I'm able to see from Romantic, and it's all off the backs of the other members from Busan Vespa. Seonzar as well as Jinhao making really good use of a new member on the roster.
100%. So we are going to go down to our final 5 teams here, going into the temporary zones very shortly. We do see CNG Esports, I think, on the back foot in this game, not having those blood weapons on those carries. Jenny not having that blood weapon, not having the high noon, and their tanks did, or their support only sitting only on 2 items here. Fauna might get caught if they decide to send it, but I don't think they know where the enemy of Team Youngju Whales is. Youngju Whales is a little split here.
Yeah,
going for an angle onto the Laura. Laura getting chunked down by the Jenny and the Nikki, and they're gonna lose 2 members. Youngju Whales unfortunately just split away from their team. There is going to be the Lumia on the bottom side. They're gonna look to res instantly, and they should be able to get all their members back up. They do have the credits from that Laura, so Youngju Whales are gonna come back into the game, but a minus 400 once again for the side of Youngju Whales.
I don't know if you noticed the items on KCW. This guy is not a tank right now. He has Permafrost, Cotier. This guy is looking for damage. You saw that one single uppercut just chunk out about, what, half of Sogunam's HP? Gotta be real careful on the targets that you fight, but you also can't send everything onto Nikki because she still has the guard in reverse. There's a lot of damage on the side of Team CNG Esports. Youngju Whales still in a little bit of trouble as Mojum just raining down hell. That's a double tag with the in the blitz. The rockets are still coming through. There is the ballistic advantage coming online. Youngju Whales can't breathe inside of archery range.
And there's going to be a lot of teams in gas stations, so they have to be a little careful not being put in that third-party situation that we saw a lot of teams, you know, sort of put themselves in. But look at Youngju Whales' positioning here. They are in the corner.
Hammered.
They're getting poked down by all these teams, and they're trying to look for a way out. But there's no offense. I think Youngju Whales just every direction has a team, so they just have to send this.
Oh my god.
Take punishment. I like this play. The VLS system is going to be used for the side of Youngju Whales. Get themselves to safety, get themselves in a different position. And yeah, looks like they're going to just take it all the way up into alley.
Is that a torture chamber or what, man? Thank goodness they had enough gadget points for a VLS. That right there, guys, is why you need to micromanage your VLS or your gadget points so well throughout the entire course of the game. Because imagine if Youngju Whales didn't have that, right? They would be in hell. I highly assume they wouldn't even last another 30 or so seconds inside of that position. Really, really lucky for Youngju Whales to be able to get out of that. But this does also force a lot of pressure onto the teams that are trying to get out of gas station, because there was a lot of them in there. CNJ Esports already investing some points into the safety gadgets in order to go in on that. They're going to go straight to Busan Vespa. Yeah, can they somehow brute force this? KCW is walking up forward. Garden Reverse is going to be used backwards. They're going to try to send it onto somebody, but the damage output over onto CNJ Esports is already looking too good. Bird Eating on the backside. They've got the third party. Busan Vespa's in trouble. Can they somehow get out of this? No. Romantic is already gone, but Merc Gaming now being pushed away. Nope, they're not going to be baited by that whatsoever. 15 seconds to go until the temporary zone is going to pop. Busan Vespa down a member.
Yeah, I mean, that's just really unfortunate for Busan Best, but can't really do much about that. A team coming in from the red zone on the bottom side, and then Merg Gaming on the top side there just get collapsed on once again. It's just a classic sandwich position, and Busan Bespa are actually going to get caught out here in red, so they're just going to have to stay into the wall, make sure they get tagged to give the kills over to the side of Team Yangju Whales.
But this is actually forcing Yangju Whales a little bit into the corner. Merg Gaming has really easy ways into
rockets.
this. There's
He's
the rockets coming in. Yeah, Yangju Whales need to deal with this a little bit more, but they're a little bit used to that, right? I've been getting hammered and peppered away with those rocket launchers throughout the course of the game. Now they have to deal with a team that doesn't have any of that. But do you have enough damage to break through the shields, break through the heals, break through the crowd control that Bintum is going to be able to put on forward? Double guillotines going down on the ground, Fauna on the backside still pumping out a little bit of pressure, but Totem jumping on in. Let's see how it goes. Faith and Wavering pop from the Johan, but the healing is just not going to be enough as Fauna just gets obliterated. There goes the health bar. Totem is still alive. Fauna is dead. Hanshin killed. Hanshin is dead. Togenam will be able to find the kill over onto Totem, but look at the one on the flip side. It's Bintum on the Felix. Togenam, you can try all you want, but as a late game Felix, in no way, shape, or form will you be able to knock that down. Nice attempt from Team Yangju Whales. Will at least maintain third, but that is the end of their run in game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, Felix, one of those characters that thrives in the 1v1s. I mean, Laura as well, but Felix just having so much damage sitting on that crit. Just a couple auto attacks, and Laura is going to go down there. Team Freya, though, look at their items. They have 3 blood samples on their carry. It's going to be really hard for Team Merg Gaming to fight into the side of Team Freya, but we have seen them do it, you know, in the previous knockout stage here. If they find an angle onto the backline like Yona, if the Yona does end up getting caught out by the Felix and the Tazia, it should be lights out for the side of Team Freya.
No Burgundy. I talked about this before. Let's see if it's going to come into fruition, because if Merg Gaming ends up winning against Team Freya, 33 points for this team, by the way. 33, the biggest amount of points we've ever seen from a team. I think in phase number 1 will be taken away by Team Merg Gaming if they win this game. But Freya is a force to be reckoned with. We've seen how consistent this team has been, and with the Alonzo, it's going to be even tougher. Totem taken down to about 3/4 of their HP. Mojum on the Haze is going to be pretty good at pumping out a lot of damage. The Thunderstrike is going to land over onto Mojum. That's the Soul Stealer gone from Team Freya. Huge cooldown taken away, but Merg Gaming also invested something inside of this fight. Here we go, Totem on the backside. Will end up getting the spot out. There's the blink on him from Bintum. Can he get something done? Faith and Wavering is in, and Yona gets taken down again. No Burgundy, and he is gone. 33-point banger from Merg Gaming as they find a way in. Yona goes down, Mojum goes down, Jumo goes down. GG easy to Merg Gaming.
I don't think Burgundy was saving them there. I think it was just such a great find coming out for the side of Team Merg Gaming. Just once again, just getting the 1-up onto the side of Team Freya, right? They always just find an angle. It's always Yona that ends up getting caught out by the side of Team Merg Gaming. They find the angle. They're able to dash on forward. The Alonzo uses their ultimate to try to push them back, but it's just not enough. The blink on forward, the dashes from the Felix, just able to just get on top of that backline ADC, and just 1 or 2 auto attacks, and that's going to be it for Yona there, unfortunately. 33 points. What a game for the side Team Merg Game, and that I think should definitely solidify their spot into Knockout Stage 6.
Yeah, I mean, this is just ridiculous from Merg Gaming. The way that they play too is so difficult for something like a Kadia to deal with, by the way, because the problem of what happens from Merg Gaming is they don't go in at the same time, right? Typically when that happens, you just use one of your ability skill, or you use one of your mobility skills, you back away, keep yourself safe. But the problem is Merg Gaming sends these fights out in waves, right? First you send Totem in, but you can't really kill the Tazia because of the shield. You don't have enough crowd control to lock that down. Plus the Totem makes it so hard to actually lock her down in to begin with. So you deal with her, but then by then you gotta also use your mobility skills to get out because of the Tazia burst potential. But if you use your mobility skills, now there's the Felix, he has the blink, he's got the Wind Scar, Tempest Hydrant, do another Wind Scar. It is hell for the Kadia. You can see Yona falling forward time and time and time again, but you can't run away anymore as well, because now you're stuck in a corner in gas station. Just a beautiful fight taken from Merg Gaming. The amount of pressure this team exudes onto Freya is immense, falling forward time and time again as well. Merg Gaming just has Freya in their books, man. Like, it's not even close at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's also, I think it's just really hard for the side of Team Freya to play, especially when you're playing the Alonzo as your peel tank, right? Because Alonzo as a peel tank isn't obviously as good, I think, as some of these other tanks. But Alonso does have, a lot of CC, has a lockdown. The only problem is once you end up using it, you're kind of stuck on one guy, and it gives the green light for the other players to jump on your backline.
Eventually, you're going to lose ground against something like Mer Gaming, right? Eventually, if you stand still as an Alonso, you will also get poked out by something like the Felix. Maybe not the Tazia, but you are going to be the standing ground for the Stilettos, Glass Spears to actually drop on the ground, right? That's also not good.
Yeah, I mean, Alonso's really good at locking down one player, right? If it's like a front to back, it's really good because Alonso can just point onto the tank. But if there's two dive characters, Alonso can only lock down one of them.
Yeah.
And it gives the green light for the Felix to just jump on to the back line and just gets that dive in there. And you could see the amount of points that Mer Gaming were able to generate there. I think they were on the bottom. I think they're even like they're in like 7th or 8th place, and now they're all the way up in 1st place with 39 points for themselves. Solid performance. Busan Best in 2nd with 29, Freya in 3rd with 25.5, CNG Esports in 4th with 22, and still pretty close between 5th and 6th, but 7 and 8th here, Milky Way and Team Out of the Blue. They gotta change up something for the next couple of games.
Yeah, or maybe just kind of play a little bit better, look for a little bit more open opportunities, because we saw what happened to Team Milky Way. It just was a little bit unlucky with the third party on the eastern side of the map. Super, that was game number 2 though. All of you guys in chat know exactly what that means. We're going to go on to a break to give ourselves a little bit of a moment to catch up. So grab some water, go grab a snack, and go take a stretch. We'll see you guys back here for games 3 and 4 of Knockout Stage number 5.
There you go.
You're ready to get in the game now. The last thing you want is to wait. WD Black, performance storage, purpose-built for gaming. SSD speed that obliterates load times. Performance to transform your game. Expanded capacity to store more. Customizable RGB. WD Black. Because the game never waits. WD Black. Drive your game.
예기치 못한 사고는 언제나 발생할 수 있지. 통제할 수 없는 힘은 저주야. 적어도 사람인 채 죽는 게 낫지 않겠어? 내가 죽거나 네가 죽거나 존재도 흔적도 남김없이 지우겠어. 시간 끌 필요 없겠지. 이걸로 과거를 바꿀 순 없겠지만 미래라면 지겹게도 몰려드는 쓸모없긴 사활을 걸고 넌 반드시 데려가겠어. 찾았다. 얌전히 죽어. 결국 괴물 하나가 죽는 건 변하지 않겠지. 내가 괴물이 되기 전에 날 죽여줘.
안녕하세요. 루미아 섬의 생존자 여러분. 9.2 패치노트 다이제스트 진행을 맡은 천시아입니다. 이터널 리턴이 시즌9 마츠리와 함께 새로운 모습으로 찾아왔습니다. 축제의 느낌이 물씬 나는 이번 마츠리 시즌에는 어떤 변화점들이 있었는지 지금부터 함께 알아보시죠. 복수를 위해 VF 능력자들을 탐지하고 추적하는 실험체 블레어가 루미아 섬에 합류합니다. 쌍검을 사용하는 실험체 블레어는 D스킬인 시프트 러쉬를 활용해 쌍검과 쌍날검을 오가며 싸우는 스타일리시한 근접 전사 캐릭터입니다. 강력한 돌진 능력과 추적 능력을 가진 블레어와 함께 최종 생존에 도전해보시는 건 어떨까요? 블레어는 출시 후 2주일간 9,900A 코인에 판매되며 11월 4일 화요일까지 랭크 대전에서 선택할 수 없습니다. 다음은 새롭게 추가되는 상품입니다. 주문은 얘한테, 팁은 나한테. 카티아의 새로운 스킨, 카페 알바 카티아가 추가됩니다. 귀여운 유니폼을 입은 카티아. 여러분도 카티아의 새로운 매력에 빠져보세요. 새로운 실험체 블레어의 출시를 기념하며 이모티콘 4종도 상점에 추가됩니다. 시즌9 프리미엄 베이직 토큰북이 추가됩니다. 시즌9 토큰북은 미션을 통해서 마츠리 토큰을 획득할 수 있는 프리미엄 베이직 퀘스트북으로 구성되어 있습니다. 제작수에 출시될 고스트 헌터 2세를 위해 토큰을 미리 모아보세요. 다음으로 시스템 변화점들을 소개해드리겠습니다. 할로윈 시즌을 맞이하여 루미아 섬에서 으스스한 할로윈 축제가 열립니다. 브리핑룸과 묘지 지역이 할로윈 분위기로 새롭게 단장되는데요. 새로운 모습의 지역들에서 색다른 느낌을 받으실 수 있을 것 같네요. 전투연구실의 전멸 판정이 개선됩니다. 이제 균열 내부에 있는 모든 팀원이 빈사 상태가 되면 즉시 사망 처리됩니다. 더 이상 상대를 모두 쓰러뜨리고 빈사 상태인 적을 처리하는 데 시간을 쓸 필요가 없어질 것 같네요. 입장 팀 수에 따른 보상도 차등 지급됩니다. 이제 2일차 밤에 적이 없는 전투연구실에 입장하실 경우 기존보다 조금 적은 보상을 얻게 됩니다. 안전구역이 좁은 게임 후반부에 B0R1이 겹쳐 발견되는 빈도가 줄어들고 보리의 도주 시간이 줄어들어 보다 추격이 쉬워집니다. 다음으로 게임 플레이 변화점들을 소개해드리겠습니다. 혼돈 특성의 도깨비불의 쿨다운이 35초에서 30초로 줄어듭니다. 이제 조금 더 자주 도깨비불을 날릴 수 있겠네요. 지원 특성의 치유드론 체력 회복량이 소폭 상승하고 쿨다운이 줄어듭니다. 같은 지원 특성에 속하는 위압감의 경우 받는 피해 증가가 4%에서 3.5%로 소폭 감소합니다. 전술 스킬 프로토콜 위반의 경우 받는 피해 증가가 10, 13%에서 12, 15%로 상승합니다.
Welcome back from the break, everybody. Hope you guys had a great one because we are now getting ready for games 3 and 4 of knockout stage number 5. The first two games have already been pretty fantastic. Two teams showing us exactly what they have made of. And Mer Gaming also walking away with game number 2 with an absolute monstrosity of a game. 33 points is what they had by the end of it. We're just going to go straight into game number 3 to see what's up. But Johan is gone this time around, Super.
Yeah.
That means Mer Gaming will not be able to play what they played in game number 2.
Yeah, that's a little scary for the side of Teamer Gaming because they've been sticking with this Johan pick for almost all the games that they have played for this phase. So kind of curious to see what they're going to decide to go with on their third pick here. We do have the Suwa coming back into rotation as well. So I think we'll see teams like Busan Vespa and FN Sejong going to be rotating back into it here.
Oh, no.
That was Milky Way too. That is not good.
Oh god, Milky Way is not in a good spot. The new draft system is a little bit weird because teams are gonna still maybe not be used to it. I know it happened quite a few amount of times in NA scrims as well, where teams are not familiar with the system, so they just don't pick, thinking you have a little bit more time to work with. Unfortunately, you do end up dodging the lobby. Hopefully, Milky Way doesn't end up losing points for that
Hopefully, yeah.
because they're already in the red at this point. It's not going to be a good situation.
Hopefully it's a technical difficulty because I think they make exceptions for that if, you know, it wasn't really or it was kind of out of your control, right? On what happens there. So hopefully they don't you don't get a penalty for that. We'll have to see. But I think we just jump straight back into the picks here, and we did see, I think, some of the Suas coming back in. I think Busan Vespa gonna be on that team comp as well. I think here, right there, it looks like both of them are gonna be playing that Sua team. I think Freya also gonna go back to that as well.
I'm seeing something really nice from CNJ Esports. KCW on the Yam, Bubba
Yeah,
on
I think
the
they are
Nia.
gonna go back.
Are we going back to the season-winning composition from CNJ Esports? The composition that carried them from the beginning of the season all the way into being the champions of Eternal Return Masters Season 8 season finals. If we see Bubba on the Nia, that will round out the entire composition. What a great time for this composition. There it is.
They have the Jackie Yan, so it should be that Nia coming in. I think it's because of that Johan ban, right? Because they can't play their Nikki, Johan plus Jenny team comp anymore, so they kind of have to swap it up. And I do love the substitution to get their, you know, old roster kind of back in here in their old game-winning team comp going into game number 3 here. We do actually only have 2 Suas this time, so Sua won't be bad, but it is going to be FN Sejong picking it, and Busan Vespa going to be playing that Sua double backline DPS team comp here.
Indeed. We're gaming, swapping out the Johan for Raccoon on Priya instead. I do really like this pick from this team because it also provides a bit more of the offensive support, more so than just a passive one.
Yeah, and this is a little weird for the side of Team Youngju Wales, right? We usually see the Celine and yeah, we usually see the Celine Chloe paired with the Emma, but it's gonna be a support, so I'm a little worried that they're not gonna have, you know, as much CC and as much damage that they did have in, you know, the previous comps that they did end up running before, and they don't really have any hard engage, right? It's really only Chloe and the Celine to try to find something here.
This is one of those comps where I'm expecting Youngju Wales to be like maybe 1-2 points into day 3, day 4, and then walk away with about 4 transitions on both the Chloe plus the Celine, and then potentially look for a blood sample on either one of them. It's not going to be a high high threat composition to go up against, especially in the early game. You're really not going to be looking for fights as well. But late game, you do have pressure. That's the one thing going for you. The only problem I have with that is that this is a tournament, right? It's Eternal Return Masters. You're in game number 3, on the brink of elimination as well for Team Youngju Wales. They haven't really been able to find their foothold inside of the series just yet. You're banking on just placement points, and I'm a little bit scared of that. Just a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I'm also worried for the side of Team Youngju Wales that they kind of get outranged, right, by a team like Team Busan Vespa sitting on that Freya and Haze, or even a team that has hard engage. I guess in this type of a game, there's definitely a lot less of that. They don't really have, or there's not that many Mize going around. But there is like a team like Team Mer Gaming who could just slowly start to dive onto your backlines, force, you know, the Charlotte ult, and then the Felix and the Taza can just still be there, just wreaking havoc on both your Celine and your Chloe.
Yeah, you misplay once as Team not Mer Gaming, but Team Youngju Wales. Even CNJ Esports will rip that team to shreds, right? Because you make a slight misplay, you're going to get caught inside Nia's game row, the Yan's going to be there. Yes, you do have Divine Intervention from the Charlotte, but I don't think it's going to be enough, if I'm going to be completely honest. You could buy a lot of time, especially for the Chloe, because Divine Intervention plus Soul Link is just like staying alive infinite, but maybe damage will be enough. Jinhao are in a little bit of trouble. Bouncy House all over the place, right inside of Cemetery. FN Sejong picking up a couple kills early on, 2 for themselves as they're sitting on 1 point.
Yeah, very nicely played by Rozar to just blink on forward to deny the Suas Don Quixote from getting themselves on out of there. We do have a lot of damage from Hermetic, actually going to be able to finish off Horrific here. Oh no, not going to be able to actually get the last auto tech onto the Fiora, as they do actually end up going into the bush, so just losing out on the vision there. And now Team Milky Way are going to be on the chase to try to look for some extra kills. Good dodge outs on these Odysseys here. They're going to be able to just finish off the Sua there. Great combo coming out from the side of Team Milky Way. They do end up losing the Yon, but going to be able to finish off the haze as well. A huge start from the side of Team Milky Way, sitting on 6 kills already in day 1.
Yeah, absolutely worth of a fight for that team. Freya will be able to trade out one. Sogunam, unfortunately, is going to get taken down as well. We're already seeing the issue, right? You can't brute force your way through Jumo. It was such a problem. We saw it not being a problem up against Mer Gaming, but when you're playing triple squishy characters, that Alonzo will also be really annoying.
Yeah, these tanks are going to be really annoying for the side of Team Wales, right? Especially like a character like Alonzo who has that damage reduction as well. They can just point at you, and you can't really kill the Alonzo. Or it's going to take really, really long for, you know, the side of Team Wales to kill Alonzo, so they have to look for an angle onto the backline. But as long as the backline is able to space well and you just get outrange for the side of Team Freya, there's really not much you can really do.
Indeed. Sejong picking up an easy kill against Rochan as well. Milky Way struggling a little bit when it comes to grouping together, but we can already see this team is finding value. 6 kills strong right now, 3 points in their arsenal during phase number 1 of game 3. Looking pretty okay. Mer Gaming Totem caught out by their lonesome. Nice tomahawk round out from Bomb. Totem, yep, there we go. Taken down. Beautiful kick from Bum. And I guess we're going to start tagging another character or another player instead of KR that is going to be pretty adept at running Yan, right? Bum going to be joining along the lines of Taekyung and KCW.
Yeah, we did see Bum, you know, on this character quite a while ago, you know, showing that he could definitely compete and play with, you know, these top Yans. A huge pull coming out from the side of Team Freya, going to be able to pull back the Suwa, and the lockdown's going to be there to finish them off. Side of CNJ, Esports are trying to look for the angle on Milky Way. Milky Way is actually going to get hit with that break there. The Jackie did end up going down. And the Nia almost getting caught as well, but it's just not going to be enough. Milky Way only going to be able to pick up one.
This actually makes it really rough for Milky Way to contest for objectives. That's a really nice Divine Intervention. Keeps Fauna alive for a little bit longer, but Soul Link is just not going to be enough to keep him alive any longer. Rosner trying to push on forward. Yangju Wales in a whole heap of trouble. Sogunam just needs to ball away from this fight. Sejong trying to find something. There we go. Hanshin will go down. I don't remember. I think it might have been like another frame or two after day number 2, but either way, you should still run away as a Celine, right? You don't want to bank on the fact.
Yeah, that was a little scary. That was a little scary because I don't know if Fauna went down right after day 2 started, because if they did, you know, that was a chance for Youngji Wales to wipe, but looks like they are going to be able to get themselves on out as FN Sejong want to secure that Tree of Life for themselves. Don't want to risk it, you know, because the team could potentially jump over or maybe TP in and take that objective right under your nose.
Still worried about Yangju Wales because that was almost a picture-perfect Divine Intervention, right? Baited out a lot of cooldowns. Soul Link was still up. It procced pretty much as soon as the Divine Intervention was gone, but just not enough. Yangju Wales doesn't have the damage at this point. They don't get the first rotation of objectives either. Still looking for a little bit more, but CNG Esports just easily shrug away the damage. This is rough for Team Yangju Wales. They're going to have to figure something out and figure something out fast. CNJ Esports up on the northern side will look for their items, looking pretty stacked already as we have 5 items on that team with 200 credits on the Jackie, and another potential fight starting to brew up on the northern side of the map in Hospital up against Mer Gaming versus FN Esports.
There's a knock up there, there's a lockdown as well. Batskill actually going to push the Felix away, but there's the exit there. It's going to be able to lock down the Dawn on the bottom side here. Bum wouldn't be forced to blink away and just a little too far away from their team. So it looks like the side of Team FN are going to be forced to run away there. A little unfortunate, I think. Just a miscommunication or kind of anti-synergy in that team comp there. Rosner getting the combo, but using the bat skill to push them outside of the Hyejin combo. So the Felix actually didn't end up going down there.
This gives a little bit of an opening for Mer Gaming to control that right side of the map though, right? For a comp like this area of the game is a little bit weird because you still need a couple more items on the Tazia for her to be completely comfortable where she is. CNJ Esports find an angle up against Team Milky Way, but oh my god, KCW couldn't play the game. He will get taken down, but a lot of cooldowns gone from Milky Way. Yangju Wales looking for something. They want this Rift as fast as possible. Rachan, does he have the quick spin? No, he doesn't, but it's going to be the blink-in blast wave from Sogunam to lock that Yan down. Rift will be the priority for Yangju Wales. Milky Way are going to lose out on that opportunity in night 2.
Yeah, just a little unfortunate. There's too many teams playing for this Rift, and they're not going to be able to secure it for themselves. So another team is just going to be right under them, and they're going to take it away. There is going to be a Rift fight going here, though. Busan Vespa versus the side of Team Out of the Blue. Who is going to take it here? The White Lily was already proc. I do like that all these teams are definitely respecting that, and there's engage coming out from Osu, especially.
Great disengage from Osu. Already.
going to be used for the haze here. Soul Stealer is going to be used as well. Great zoning and a huge Twins Rush into the human ults, and that is going to be the side team out of the blue getting a clean 2 kills. And the haze not going to be able to find anything else here, as the out of blue are going to be able to finish the job. Very nicely played by the side team out of blue. Huge combo coming out with that human and the demo.
Oh yeah, that was one of the cleanest combos I've seen from Team Out of the Blue this entire tournament so far. It's so obvious, right? You see this composition, that's exactly what you want to see, but it's really hard to execute because of the delay on the human ultimate. Mergaming gonna be caught out as Rockman will take the fall. Totem walking into a fight you really shouldn't have been a part of. Last week back, he's gonna get kidnapped straight into 2 feet under the ground. Totem will fall down too. 2 kills going in favor of Yangju Whales as the items are not that bad. Rachan needs to play safe for the time being, but he is gonna play a little bit aggressive. Milky Way says, no thank you, see ya, bye-bye,
Yeah.
no thanks.
Very nicely played by FN Sejong to just CC combo Rachan there. I think Rachan getting a little too overzealous, had the 10 stacks, but the side team Milky Way aren't there yet, right? So there's no follow-up from that engage on the Yan, and the Yan a little too far away from the team, ends up getting locked up by the side team of FN Sejong.
Yeah, Milky Way's composition is very mid-range. The only real kind of long range that you have on this comp is the initiation from Yan. Fiora maybe as well, right? You do have the quick cuts on the rapier for the weapon, but it's not like it gives you any effective range when they're super far away. Fusam Vespa trying to position against Yangju Whales, but this is where this kind of team actually excels. Poking away, zoning away other teams. Romantic in a little bit of trouble, double stack bombs on the ground, but the movement speed is looking pretty good. Romantic will just back away. Purple item secured by Team Yangju Whales. It is going to be... What was it? Maybe they crafted something.
Yeah, I think it was a meteor that they did end up getting. But the one good side, or the one upside for the side of Team Yangju Whales for the same comp is they have that support. So any type of trading that they do with the Celine, they should be able to just outvalue because they have, you know, that support to just heal them back up when they do end up getting poked down by the enemy.
Yeah, keep track of the pacing as well. Remember what I said earlier, day 3, day 4, Yangju Whales not really going to have that many points. They're at 3 at this point, which is pretty solid already with this composition. And their items are looking pretty okay as well. 3 items on both the Chloe as well as the Celine. They're going to probably position around for a 4th transition off of an objective during night number 3 as well, and then look for the Blood Call-ins during day number 4. Looking pretty on pace if I'm going to say so myself. A pretty okay prediction from me as long as it comes to fruition. Let's see how they actually execute on this. Freya versus Mergaming inside of Hotel. FN Sejong versus Yangju Whales. This could throw a little bit of a wrench in the plans if Yangju Whales gets thrown off a little bit. Rosner goes a little bit too far forward. Divine Intervention is there. I don't know what that initiation was for Rosner. Lafana on the backside just gets obliterated by E8. Look at the damage output from Bomb. Oh my goodness. Hogunam is just not able to do anything against this. The immediate res comes through. That's a -400 as Hogunam. Oh my god. I guess we just weren't interested in taking that fight from Busan Vespa.
Yeah, I mean, great find from Rosner to get the bat skill a little too far forward, but the follow-up was there for the side of Team Busan Vespa, or FN Sejong at the very end, as yeah, they're just able to finish off Rosner after Fauna. As soon as Fauna came out of the Divine Intervention, E8 unfortunately going to get caught out here. One more auto attack is going to seal the deal, and Bomb going to be a little too far forward. Is going to get caught as well, and FN Sejong going to lose 2 members. That's going to be a -400 unless Rosner can find a way to a rift here, but I don't know if there's any rifts in this area, so yeah, gonna take the VLS to maybe look for an empty rift. Gonna try their hand at, is there one in Chapel here? I don't really know, but should be able to see all these teams that are still alive, and yeah, I don't think they're gonna be able to make it to one in time.
Milky Way is going to be sitting inside of the rift themselves, maybe looking for a fight, because they're actually a bit strong right now. I'm not going to say in terms of items necessarily, but this is the comfort spot that Milky Way wants to be. Can be a free rift going in their favor. Look at that, a yellow box picked up for that team. The Hermes built up for JCP, sorry, not JCP, but Horrific. A great item to pick up at this stage in the game because there's quite a lot of crowd control they're going to have to deal with.
Yeah, and Yangju Whales -400. FN Sejong gonna have to look for the res as well, but they don't have enough credits right now, and they're just gonna get sent farther and farther behind in this game. They're not in a good spot.
Yangju Whale still positioning for a potential blood buy in about a minute or two. 350 credits for the Chloe. I don't think they're gonna be looking for a 4-score buy. I know you can still go for Q-Watch or even the Dice of Destiny on the Chloe. Probably even the Holy Orders. No, not Holy Orders. Yeah. Probably gonna be something like the Blood Cloak or something like that on the Celine. See how they go for it. It will be a buy-in. It is a 4-score. This is pretty annoying for Youngju Whales. They have to deal with quite a lot, but the Alonso is already in their face. They can't push past this anymore. There's
Look at
the
the Alonso,
field on
just
the
getting so
backside.
much
Fauna is just
value.
trying to do something, but he just goes down. 4-score down on the ground. 350 credits lost, plus 200 for the res on the Fauna. This is hell.
Yeah, that is terrible for the side of Team Youngju Whales. I mean, this is exactly what I was talking about, right? The tank is just in their face. It's getting so much damage down. Youngju Whales has to look for an angle onto the back line, but the side of Team Freya just responded so well, able to just space it out and not go down on the back end there. And it's just going to be up to Alonso to just finish off the job.
This is the problem I tend to see a lot when I play ER nowadays as well. Everyone just walks past your stuff, man. I swear, I was playing Selena earlier during scrims. This exact same thing happens, right? You throw out a lot of bombs, you get the poke on in, but then they just walk through everything, and now you're just stuck there doing absolutely nothing. You get one blast wave, but everybody else just has blinks, they have leaps, they have resets, you got cooldown reductions. It's ridiculous how difficult it is to play into some of these compositions. Youngju Whales is getting a harsh reality check with this. It's a great comp. You can stay alive theoretically for a very long time, but the current meta doesn't really allow for these mid-game control kind of compositions to excel.
Yeah, but I mean, I could see their thought process on why they ended up picking it in this comp. I think it's just a really bad matchup into the side of Team Freya, right? Because of that, Alonso can just walk up, press E on you, and you can't really kill the Alonso. The Alonso will just be able to do whatever they want. And as long as Team Freya's backline is playing at a relatively safe distance, you can't really kill them as well. And the Seller will just be there to just poke you down. So Team Freya, once again, getting the 1-up onto the side of Team Youngju Whales. Team Youngju Whales can't really deal with this Alonso. And I think it's just going to persist later and later into the game.
Good poke coming in, but look at the crowd control. Oh my god, the Nia's game roll is insane. Oh no, the Nia's game roll just prevents anything from happening. Peksu just dodges out on a ton of damage thanks to the work of the parry, and I think that's going to call it Youngju Whales. Again, as I said, right, CNJ Esports, you literally can't do anything against this because you get resets, you get leap-ins, and Nia's game roll outranges you. It's just game over. Youngju Whales, the first ones to get terminated out of game number 3.
I mean, it was a perfect divine intervention to dodge out on the Nia point sync combo from the Nia's game world, but just not enough, right? Because you just got hit by a 3-man pull. You're just all together. You're bunched up. It's really easy for CNG Esports to just finish a job with their 2 melees, as they're already just in your face onto these backline DPS characters.
Yeah, divine intervention doesn't make you CC immune, only damage immune during the duration of it. You're still getting knocked up. You're still getting pulled in. You're still in Nia's game world. It's not really that good. CNG Esports duking it out up against Team Milky Way. Rachan stuck in the middle of everything. I don't think you want to blink on in there, my guy. Nia's game world hurts a lot at this point in the game. Out of the blue, trying their best to run away. It's a bit of a split between these guys. Hanada actually does a lot for Yana. There's the Twins Rush being used by Osu to get him out, but GSXG split away now. CNJ Esports, easy kill pickup for Bubba. Nicely done with the Nia. GSXG in trouble. He's by himself inside of the chapel building. None of his teammates are alive. Peksu walks in a little bit too far forward, but the Terminate is there. Unfortunately, Jackie will be the first one to fall. Unfortunately, down he goes. Yana on the backside will also get traded out, though. Good damage coming out from KCW. Mojum now the one in trouble. There's a blink away. It should be a 1-for-0 trade in favor of CNJ Esports as Jackie comes back alive.
What a turnaround for the side team CNJ Esports. I thought they were in trouble there because Peksu ended up getting caught out on the Jackie, right? The Alonso had a nice point. They were just able to finish off the Jackie in time, but a huge play, and I think it was just calmed really well. If you guys did see on the back end there was the Yon going in onto the backside, able to get the knock-up onto Yona, and then the follow-up there, blink forward with the Nia. Bobo able to just finish off the Rio, and they're able to turn the team fight in from that 2v3.
Let's be real. This is the kind of performance that you wanted to see from CNJ Esports, running the composition that allowed them to win the Season 8 championships. You wanted to see the aggression, you wanted to see how comfortable they are, and I'm getting all of that from game number 3. Beautiful decision on the composition rotate. It is knockout stages after all, so you do have to send everything once it goes a little bit over that point where the point of no return, right? Romantic.
Look at the items on this guy. 3 blood samples.
Hell?
With the Sua support, this guy is going to be autoing people down for all of their HP bar. But yeah, I mean, it's just great team fighting for the side of Team CNG Esports. I think he does. The blood weapon should have vigor, so.
Okay. let's see here. Hold on a second. The only one that he can really use it up against is the Alonzo. I actually think it's a better value if he doesn't have the Vigor upgrade, the Crimson.
I mean, Vigor is just really good in general, just because it is max HP. And there's a lot of like kind of melee characters, right? There's like Suwa, there's Jackie, there's Yawns. There's a lot of Yawns.
That's true.
So I do think
he does have the Crimson upgrade. Look at that.
Yeah, he should have the Crimson upgrade here because, yeah, I mean, I don't think you really need the CDR in Rio. So yeah, I think you always upgrade it.
Yeah. Oh, that is true. Yeah, that CDR is a bit of a wasted stat. Yeah, I mean, it's like the same situation nowadays as Celine. I think people are still split on whether you upgrade into Primordial Hex or no, not Primordial Hex, but Spirit Harvest for the Chaser. I know there are some builds that do, there's some builds that don't recommend it. I don't know, it's like half and half split all the time anyways. Alright, well, we're going to go into night number 5, 6 teams alive. Zones available are going to be Chapel, Factory, and Hospital. Quite a set of big zones, right? Chapel has a lot of space to work with. Definitely Factory has a ton of space to work with. Hospital, not so much, but the teams are already evenly split amongst the map that we're not going to see any fights for the time being.
Yeah, it is 6 teams though going into night 5 here, so going to a temporary zone. So these teams aren't really going to have much space to work with, as these teams are going to slowly start to corral and push their way into these zones. We can see which 2 teams already have full zone control of both of these temporary zones. Going to be Murray Gaming with that Wick buff. And I think on the top side it's team, I think that's team Busan Vespa up there. As yeah, I don't think anyone really wants to push into that Rio with 3 blood samples, so we might see a lot of teams just decide to take the team fight here. And there is the full engage coming out from the side. Team Milky Way getting a lot of damage in. There's the ultimate coming out from the Subama, but the third party's going to be here. Team 3 is going to be in the fray.
Oh my god, they're out.
Suma's going to go down. Roger's going to go down. E8's going to go down. Milky Way, oh no, they're going to get caught on the bottom side here. Subama going to try looking for something, but not going to be able to find anything. And Horrific is going to be able to escape, but Roger going to get caught as well, and Milky Way going to be the one on the back foot now. Both FN Sejong and Milky Way both down to the last member.
Yep, Horrific is now completely caught out. Doesn't really have that much timer to work with, nor does he have really any gadget points to work with as well. CNJ Esports targeting the Prio. Perfect play onto Yuna. Down goes the Rio. Down goes the Cecilia. The easiest kill pickups of the world as the Alonzo finger points forward, and he can't do anything else.
Yeah, I don't think that was correct for Jumo, right? Just getting a little too greedy, looking for that solo, and gets punished by the full team. CNJ Esports gonna be in the fray there, and they're gonna be able to finish off bomb here as well. FN Sejong, oh wait a second, look at the dodges out coming out from the Yan. It's not gonna be enough though, as CNJ Esports gonna be able to pick up another kill, and we're gonna go down to our final 5 teams. Only 3 full teams left and 2 solos here. Yeah, I mean, I think Jumo just saw a solo rat, thought it was free, and CNJ Esports immediately punish and capitalize on the misposition from that Alonzo. But look at the timers from CNJ Esports. They're investing a lot here going into the final zone.
Problem is, there's no team inside the safety zone right now. Merc Gaming was also a little bit distracted by finding a rat on the south side. 18 seconds now for Team CNJ Esports. They do end up finding Jumo, but needs to get this kill real fast. That's a couple of cooldowns invested as well. This Alonzo has the healing drone activated. 8 seconds. The game world is out. How much can they get from this? The kill goes in favor of Team Freya, but the Yan unfortunately falls down first. Look at the flank side though. Raccoon will get taken down. Pixu's still on the 5 stacks. Can he get anything done? Parry is fantastically placed. Bintum on the backside, auto attacks are just a dime a dozen. Bintum is just not letting the autos go through. It is the easiest crescent sweeps in the world. Nicely done from Bintum. Cool, calm, and collected. Murray Gaming once again going into the final zone. We'll have to match up against Busan Vespa to see whether or not, I think with this game, if Murray Gaming can win it, punch their ticket straight into knockout stage number 6.
I mean, it's a tale as old as time. Jackie versus Felix, you can't auto attack, you can't get any damage on the Felix, and the Felix is just there to outrange you and just hit you at the very edge. But look at the items on the Sun Team Busan Vespa. It's kind of sad because we see 3 blood samples on this Rio, and we only see a chest piece on the Suwa. Because there's just all the damage onto these backline carries here, just ending up saving for those bloods. The Suwa just going to be there to give the spell shields to make sure the backline carries can get the damage in while also staying safe while being CC immune.
This ain't Yona though, right? And we actually have the Sua available for Busan Vespa, which means a lot of the crowd control Bintum's going to be throwing out with the wind scars is not going to be something easily dealt with. Unless somehow Totem is going to go in with Bintum, which I actually actually don't recommend, right? You need to wait for these rotations to come on through. That's exactly what happens. Great wall attempt, but it's just not going to matter because Hanzar eats the shield from the Sua. You can't deal with this whatsoever. Priya shielding is not looking that bad. It's okay so far for the time being, but the resets are going to be forced down from Mer Gaming as the Chronosphere starts to walk down a little bit down towards the south side of Factory. Are they going a little bit too far?
They could use this White Lily to their advantage. I think that's exactly what they're going to try to do, but they do end up seeing on the side Team Busan Vespa playing the range so well here and recognizing that that is a opportunity. Romatic's just going to slowly start to push off. He's going to get the spell shields here. They're going to try to look for an angle in. Look at the damage, though. It's going to be a little too much. A lot was invested by the side of Team Mer Gaming. Echoes of the Earth. And
the
damage.
No! What the heck was that? Wait, here we go. Let's see. Can Bintum somehow stay alive in this, though? Romatic is still alive. He has all the items in the world. The Crescent Sweeps aren't that bad. He ends up getting the trade. Oh, Romatic is on the chase. Romatic is on the chase. He wants the kills as much as possible. Great dodge on the Spirit Arrow. Romatic is still pumping out the auto attacks. He's got the Sauron in. The Raccoon is on the side. Brintum on the side. Crescent Sweeps is not enough. Romatic with a beautiful rotation, 3 blood items in hand, it's not enough. Crescent Sweeps are not enough. GG is called out to Busan Vespa, a 2-for-3 exchange. Mer Gaming made them work for it. GG's.
Romatic just clutching it up for his team once again, and that's exactly what you want to see from your backline ADC player. Just so well played, recognizing that he just has to full send it here, can't let them rest. And Mer Gaming, I think, just didn't recognize that Romatic was going to chase so deep, because if they just walked back a little farther, maybe got a little deeper into red to get that reset, they should be able to just win the 1v2. But that just did end up getting caught. The Priya just getting auto-attacked down. Romatic just able to find it there. A little shaky there from the side of Team Busan Vespa. We did end up seeing the SMG burst again, I think, whiffing. And almost costing that team fight. But Romatic just able to clutch it up for them.
I'm honestly surprised. I wonder if Team Mer Gaming actually ended up running out of vision, right? Because they sat inside the bush, dodged out on the rain of arrows for the most part, as well as the spirit arrow, but stood still inside of the bush. I wonder if they even knew Romatic was still on the chase, because I highly doubt if they knew. They just sit there, right? Rio is going to outrange both the Priya plus the Felix. Felix needed to rest. They just sat inside the bush. Maybe they ran out of information. No recon drones, no cameras available that late into the fight. It sets up so nicely for Romatic to continue pushing without too much fear, because I did see a recon drone inside of the bush. Romatic knew everything going on inside of that area. Yeah, just not enough for Mer Gaming.
3 blood sample Rio. It only takes about 4 or 5 auto attacks to finish off that Priya, who's not really on any tank items. And yeah, the wind scar is just not going to come out in time. They did end up taking a lot away from Felix to kind of combat some, the difference between, back then, Felix versus ADCs is just really easy for Felix to just spam their wind scars. Not going to be the case anymore, as the Rio is going to be able to finish off the job. Yeah, exactly. It's going to take a little bit too much time. I will say, though, Bintum was only sitting on 5 gold transitions. He was a little bit too low. Do you remember that Daikubo also does a little bit of execution damage, so the lower HP you are, the more it does. It's just rough. It is really, really rough on the side of Mer Gaming. They tried. Really, really hard. Item differences aside, I mean, strategy-wise, it looked really good. Yeah, it was a great dive in. I think it was definitely more of a misplay from Busan Vespa, right? On the Haze kind of blinking on forward and getting punished. But really good play from the side of Team Mer Gaming to keep it that close despite the big item disparity that they did end up having. Obviously, I think Team Busan Vespa having 5 bloods on their carries, it's definitely a tall order, and the amount of damage that Team Busan Vespa can do in that team fight is a little too much for your kind of melees to kind of handle that. Indeed. Let's take a look at what the results are looking like after that game, though, because it is going to be insane. Mer Gaming with 55.5 points. The consistency throughout the 3 games is what's allowing them to still stay in first place despite that Game 3 performance. Busan Vespa, though, catching up pretty close, 46.5 points, 9 points behind Mer Gaming. Will cement themselves at least in the top 4 for the time being, but we can see that it's not that easy of a series just yet. 41.5 for CNG Esports in third, 35 points for Team Freya. FN Sejong
Sejong in 5th with 29, 24 for Youngju Whales, and 20.5 for Milky Way. It's still a series that could potentially kind of knock down Team Freya at the very
Milky Way
least.
get there is the question, because this is our Golden Run team, and I would really like to see them proceed, but 14.5 points is going to be the difference that they need, and that is going to be quite a bit, especially since it's going to be also some other teams that are in the running as well. 6-point difference between 4th and 5th. Not too much, but still definitely not a small amount that Team FN Sejong has to kind of climb through.
Exactly. I think the mishap that Team Milky Way had in game number 2 is just affecting them a little bit too much, right? Having an entire game just disappear when we have multiple teams just excelling in this series, which is something that we would definitely expect with the caliber of teams playing in this lobby, but yeah, Milky Way missing out on one game. Game number 3 was pretty explosive from this team. We just saw the classic where you see a ton of kills coming out from these guys during phase number 1 of the game. It's just not going to be enough. So hopefully in game 4, somehow they decide to pop off, win a game to carry themselves into knockout stage number 6. Otherwise, the golden run opportunity for phase number 1 will be over.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see if they can get there. I think Team Out of the Blue only sitting on 11 points. I think they're like 24 points behind, so they're probably out for the running. But I mean, maybe we'll see, a 33-point pop-off like we did see in the first, is it first or second? I think second game for today. Yeah,
we're gaming with that 33-game pop-off. I don't recall what the highest points was as of late. I could have sworn we were talking about this last season. Might have been somewhere in the
is
mid.
Probably the most we've had.
I could have sworn we were somewhere in the mid 30s before, or maybe the high 30s.
I don't remember like a 35 or like a 40 game, or like close to a 40 game. I think 33, like somewhere in the low 30s, I think is probably the highest we've seen, I think, on the ERM stage, at least.
At the very least for this phase, right? We've always seen so many teams during group stages go for 22 points off of one of the earlier stages of the game. But this time around, we're gaming with 33 points. Yeah, it was very
Jan's banned. I didn't even realize Jan got banned in the previous game here, so Jan's going to be off the table. Is FN Sejong, what is Bum going to be swapping to then is the question. Are they just going to be playing the Suwa double backline for the side team FN Sejong? As, Bum not going to have access to that Jan anymore. CNJ Esports, KCW is subbed in. I think they're just going to swap over to that, back over to that Nikki and Bobo. I think just going to play that Nia, I think. Or are we going to see the Jenny coming out once again? Yeah, how do you deal with this? Pubba, a pretty significant mage player in the KR side of things. You're stuck with a Johan and a Nikki. What do you pair alongside this? It is going to be a team comp from them. Yeah, we did see the team comp from them, I think, in the group stages.
But with a Johan?
Yeah. We did see this this team comp, I think. It's just gonna be up to, obviously, they're just gonna try comboing off the Purge Uppercut, kind of like the Nikki Adela team comp that we usually end up seeing. And then the Johan is just there to kind of support the Nikki's endeavors in their dive forward there. We do have Team Freya gonna be swapping over back to the Suwa as well. And yeah, it's gonna be Bomb gonna be swapping over to the Justina. So they're just playing 3 sort of carries on that team, because Brosner is not sitting on that heal factor soul stealer like the other 2 Suwas are. So Brosner gonna be more in the DPS side.
I really hate to call it, but I genuinely think this game is not going to be good for Milky Way, just because Suwa really denies what a lot of Horrific and Racham both want to do, right? Very premeditated initiations and combos for these two.
Oh, wait.
Once the Piolo... Sorry?
It's also on the Piolo,
yeah. The problem with the Piolo, he's great, right? I love playing the guy right now. If you guys have been kind of keeping track of what I've been playing as of late, Piolo is a favorite character of mine, but this guy going up against something like Suwa, where your combo is super premeditated, is really, really difficult to get any pressure off with. So, Team Milky Way, let's see how you do. I think it might actually all come down to the Subame on whether or not this composition is going to excel. You will have to see whether or not that happens. The final game of knockout stage number 5 is now underway, folks. After this game, 4 teams move on and 4 teams will be eliminated. Which of those 4? We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, and we'll go down to our top 12 teams going in for today. And yeah, very excited to see which 4 teams make it out for tomorrow as well for the checkpoint finals.
Oh yeah. At this point, all of the teams are pretty comfortably sitting in circuit point range as well. No matter how you do here, you're still going to get a little bit. But of course, when it comes to the grand scheme of things, you want as many as possible. Milky Way looking for some pressure inside a cemetery, but Bintum still finds a trade inside of the zone. He will get taken down, but Taewon going down this early on doesn't really help this team whatsoever when we know Milky Way just looks for an insane amount of aggression inside of cemetery.
Yeah. Especially in cemetery here, they want to get as many kills as possible, and they kind of need it, right? They're sitting in that 7th place position. They need to get a lot of points. Great find there coming out from the Haze on Boost on Best, but able to finish and actually trade out on the other Haze on the side of Team Freya there. So able to get a nice pick for themselves. Rosner is going to get caught on the bottom side. EA going to try getting some damage back in. Does end up hitting the ultimate, but it's not going to be enough as Chloe in the early game can dish out so much damage and also just have that survivability with that Soul Link. And yeah, great pull there coming out from Wales, and they should be, and they do actually end up getting a full clean 3 kills on the side of Team FNCJ.
Meanwhile, Milky Way trying to do what they can, maintain their tournament lives intact. 3 kills on their side already. Out of the blue, we'll lose GSXG inside of Chapel as they do end up finding a trade against Hanshin, so it is a 1-for-1. This actually forces a little bit on the side of Yeongju Wales because now they get their party by FNCJ, who is on the side, who will pick up the freest kill onto the Mai already in this game.
Yeah, very nicely played by the side of Team FNCJ there. Grabbing a nice kill, and on the other side, Milky Way once again. This time they're all the way up here in B to do actually find another kill, and I should be able to grab the bears up coming up very shortly on the night cycle.
Bomb getting caught out once again. Can you run away from Merc Gaming is the question. Rosner, there is support, but he just throws down one single Odyssey and says, nope, get me that gun out of here. Abandoned by your teammates.
Now Team out in the blue are going to be here as well. Going to look for a 2v3. Human not in the fray just yet. There comes the wall from the Metallica. Not going to connect onto anyone. They try to get the lockdown, but the parry's going to be there from the demo to keep them alive, and the ultimate is going to be there as well. Great Totem in response coming out from Totem, but they are just going to get taken down as they do end up walking back into the active Zerek. But Bintum able to find the human there, going to try looking for the angle back in, but is just going to get bursted down by the Priya damage, I think, there, as yeah, it is spell damage, so I feel it's just not able to block out on any of that type of damage.
Yeah, I think it was both the flower burst as well as the paint swap rotations, because I could have sworn the demo was spinning around like a top, getting all of those color palette swaps going through. Out of the blue is not done yet though. They're looking for a little bit more. Astro Burst is going to get dodged out on. Nicely done by Team Out of the Blue, but you can see the health bar is starting to drop through for both Bum as well as Osu. They will get traded down. E8 still alive. Kari will be able to finalize the kill, but it is a 2-for-2. I don't think Kasi is killing Rosner at this stage unless he just lets this happen. Odyssey will tag. Don Quixote is there. The healing is there too. Who's going to come up first? That's the real big question from this.
Yeah, they need to look for their teammates. I think it's going to be Osu coming out first, but Bum is going to be spawning back in as well, and they should be able to just actually kill this Sua here with the Demo and Priya. Bum is going to be respawning, and they will be able to get themselves on out, but another kill going to the side team Out of the Blue. 4 points already. This is a great start, but they just need so much points here. It's going to be really hard for them to try to get into that top 4 spot. Yeah. If they get a more, maybe contest for this meteorite coming up, but it looks like they're actually going to give chase here to... I don't know where they're going. There's not really anything in the zone that they can really play for.
This guy need 24 points minimum. Milky Way looking for a little bit. I don't think they ended up getting the kill. CNJ Esports, I believe, was the one to pick that one up. ACW is chasing that Piolo. Down he goes. Horrific now trying to fight and kill Pixu, but that Johan stays alive for a little bit too long. You might need to pray to God, Horrific, because unless you can find a kill onto Pixu, it might not work. The healing is just way too much, and too many missed kills on the side of Horrific will end up resulting in getting taken down. A 2-for-0 exchange in favor of CNJ Esports, but they do end up losing Polo on the south side. Rosner not going to be able to find a kill over onto Mojum either. E8 though, he is gunning it for the kill. He does end up getting it, but I think he's going to get taken down. Gunvault is there, but unfortunately the autos from Yona is there to clean up.
Yeah, Bum has to be a little careful here, or they will end up wiping their team. But it looks like they're okay. They do end up getting 1 kill, and your team Freya, you'll definitely take the trade, as you did end up getting both Rosner and E8 there. So pretty nice for the side of Team Freya, picking up a nice 2 kills as they are in that gatekeeper spot, right? They're sitting in that 4th place spot and they already have 3 points.
It ain't bad of a start for a lot of the teams looking for position, but again, for Out of the Blue, it might be a little bit too late. Forced out on using the Astroverse, beautiful response from Taewon. He's gonna get the kill, nicely done. FN Sejong trying to respond, but there is nothing to respond to. The fight's already over.
Yeah, very nicely played by Subama, just able to just get the ultimate in, placing the Shuriken skill at the perfect landing point for that Yusina as well, so they can't get away. It's very nicely played by Milky Way to get an extra kill here. EA is going to get caught here, going to try looking to turn in the 1v1 onto Piolo, but the response is going to be there, and does end up actually getting one. Piolo just going down here. The CC just wasn't there for the side of Team Milky Way just yet. FN Sejong, you'll definitely take that before going down. EA picking up a nice kill for the side of Team FN Sejong.
And the timing on the death for E8 is actually enough that the objective contest is still a viability. Yangju Whale's trying to run away from Out of the Blue, but they're not going to let it happen for free. There we go. Scylla goes down. We should see Sogunam on the Mai getting taken down in just a split second. Down they go. No objective contest for that team during the nighttime of Night 2. Box looking for a contest on Busan Best Best. CNJ Esports just say no and gets the heck on out of there.
Yeah, FN Sejong are going to be able to get their buy-ins, but just their 4-score buys, so they're definitely a little behind the rest of the lobby here, as all the rest of the teams are contesting for next objective while also already having their 4 scores. So just a slight delay for the side team FN Sejong, as it did end up getting picked off, here and there throughout these team fights.
Alpha is taken away already. Dimensional Rift will now start to spawn. CNJ Esports up against Freya. That's a good guard in reverse. KCW finds an angle onto Yona. Oh, the beautiful pullback in as well. That was just great CC combo. I mean, there is no way in hell you're going to be able to get away from that. KCW is just staying alive as Mojum gets ripped to shreds. Jumo's also going to fall on 4th. Yeah, beautiful start from the fight, I think, from Pablo, because he actually caught out the Rio in the middle of her Sora animation to pull her back in. Electric Shift was also canceled out by the root from the Johan. Everything regarding crowd control on the side of Team CNG Esports landed at the perfect time against the Rio.
Oh, and Giselle's going to get caught here. It's going to be an easy kill for the side team Gaming. But yeah, I don't know if the spell shields were there from Jumo. Maybe just didn't, maybe did end up using it, but the shields are too small this earlier into the game. So did just end up getting chunked down by the side of Team CNG Esports. Great combo there, right from KCW, and then the point sync as well to connect and pull back the Rio, just bursting them down before they're even able to have an opportunity to participate in that team fight.
Yeah, even with this kind of setup where you have the healing factor, you don't level the Curious Case first, you don't get the shield leveled up going early. E8 about to get jumped on. Horrific is still looking for a fight on the backside. Beautiful explosion shot to push Rajan away. He is trying to find some kind of pressure on the backside, but the trade is already there. One member taken down, they're going to find the second one. Milky Way is fighting for their tournament lives. These guys are not out of the woods just yet. 26.5 points. Team Freya is at 38, so it's still a long way to go for Milky Way, but this is a great start for a composition that needs to snowball from the beginning of the game.
Yeah, they need points, they need items, they need it now, or their tournament lives are going to be over. Freya still in a pretty good position as well for themselves here. CNG Sports, Busan Best Ball, all these teams that are still alive in that top 4 spot are definitely still looking in a nice position. So Milky Way still have a lot of catching up to do. They are going to get their buy-ins in Hotel. There's Engage. They find this Scylla is forced to use the blink on out instantly, and they just turn their sights onto the Mai. And the Mai is a little too far forward, and they're going to be able to finish the job. But on the other side, looks like Fauna was able to actually get the Johan, but there is the ultimate coming down from the Tazi, and they should be able to finish off Fauna here. Fauna living on 1 HP with the Soul Link. Can Totem end up fighting this here? Is it going to get slowed? There's a dash forward, and they do end up going down to the auto attack and a 1Q, and it is going to be Wales unfortunately losing out on 2 members, and this is a disastrous position for Youngju Wales because they're sitting in that 6th place spot, and this is such an early -400. Horrific is here. I think they saw the Scylla. They're not going to be able to like the res here, and Horrific is still chasing. I think they want this kill. Is going to use the cam, but isn't going to know exactly where the Scylla went, and I think the Scylla should be able to get out safely.
It's hard to chase down the Scylla this late into the game. KCW trying his best to stay alive. It will be the Faith Unwavering, but the Rio is going to get jumped on immediately. Great call from KCW. As Romana, as Yona was just locked in the animation for throwing out the Spirit Arrow. Really good decision from KCW. We will net him a kill at the cost of his blink, but who cares? You just got the execution bonus, so the cooldown on that is going to decrease. Milky Way. Oh, you are fighting with absolute mercy right now. Let's see if they go. Horrific on the backside. They are desperate for kills. Horrific on the front. No, it's a little bit too much damage. Nothing gained, nothing obtained. Minus 200 going towards Team Milky Way. Great attempt, but a little bit too far forward because the Nia didn't take the right angle from that White Lily.
Yeah, I think that's, I mean, Horrific just was a little too far forward there, wasn't able to find anything, and Piolo might be caught. They ended up getting taunted. There is the CC. They should be able to jump on out of there. Horrific is able to find an angle onto the Cicella. Bubble is going to be used. Can they kill the Cicella here? There's the perfect exclusive to get them out to safety, and I think that is going to be Milky Way losing out on 2 members. Is there a rift that they could take here? I don't think so. There's only a box. And they're not going to be even going to be able to get this. Young Whale is going to be able to deny Milky Way's opportunity to come back into this game, and I think this might be it for the side of Team Milky Way. I mean, they were sitting in a really good spot. Their item, they had I think 3 or 4 more items in the side of Team Youngju Whale, so sending it was a good idea, but the angle just wasn't there, right? Horrific tried, they looked for that ultimate, but just ended up getting taunted up by that Mai and just ended up falling a little too early in that team fight. It's
desperation plays from Milky Way. I understand why you're fighting like that, but you still have to be coordinated, right? The way that Team Milky Way wants to fight is playing around the Nia's game row, but you're way too split apart for that to ever be of use. Unfortunately, the Piolo also missing out on a lot of skills, and the moment he tried to go in, the Mai was there sitting right in front of him. He uses the Punisher, but immediately gets taunted by the Mai, who then has to also immediately run away because now the Fiora is on the other side. But the Fiora removes everything. You can have all the items in the world, but if you miss your skills as a Fiora, that's 0 damage.
Yeah, and then it was a great throw skill coming down from the Cicella as well to kind of split and make sure that Team Milky Way just had no access to really get into the backline in Chapel.
Let's see what Milky Way can do. I mean, they're still alive. The Piolo, pretty slippery character. He can stay alive for quite a while, but we need to wait another whole 2 minutes before the next set of rifts start coming out. That's a lot of time to be spending when you're 7th place doing absolutely nothing. See how Milky Way try to recover from this, because otherwise, that is going to be the end of their run. Other than that, all the other 7 teams looking pretty good on their side, right? Freya taking it a little bit slow in the series. It's a bit reminiscent of knockout stage number 3, but these guys are ahead of teams like FN Sejong by 6 points. These guys have a little bit of leniency to do something like that. But as everybody else starts to catch up, you might have to do it a little bit fast. Great shield coming out from the Suo. Holy moly! Romantic just disintegrates from the hands of Bubble. That composition is really difficult to deal with. Twins are coming out. Youngju Whale's in a little bit of trouble. Damage output from Fana will be enough to lock down the human at the very least, but the damage coming from this Debbie and Marlene is a little bit too much. Sogunam trying his best to run away, but it will not be enough. Unfortunately, GSXG already got taken down, so the damage output from that is gone, and the credit investment is there, but Ozu invested a little bit too much. The auto attack, not going to be enough just yet. He's trying his best to stay alive. Call out over onto the human will happen as Freya, sitting inside a warehouse, will deny it, at least from the kiosk down at the south side.
Yeah, third party there from Freya, a little unfortunate, but Out of the Blue is going to be back into this game. I don't know if they can make up the points that they need, but Team Youngju Whales are definitely still in contention here. They are going to be able to get the res as well, and I think they're going to look for the refight here onto the side of Team Out of the Blue. But the HP on Mai, it's not full HP just yet, so can't really send the engage. And they're going to get actually sent out by the side team Out of the Blue. There is a Twin Rush with the ultimate from the human to split off the backliners there. There is going to be used. And look at the damage coming out from the human and the Dema just immediately chunking down the Cicella there, and that is going to be it. Team Youngju Whales, they are going to be out for the count, and I don't think they have enough points here, so we will not be seeing them back here again for Knockout Stage 6.
Yeah, thank you so much for playing Youngju Whales. Unfortunately, they are going to be one of our first Knockout Stage number 5 teams to actually fall down, right? Because this team was the 3rd place team in their own respective group. Unfortunately, we will not be able to move any forward from this series whatsoever. So we are down to 7 teams contending for those top 4 spots at the moment. Is it going to be enough for the ones sub 4th place right now outside of Youngju Whales? FN Sejong definitely trying, 4.5 points for that team, but Freya is slowly building up the amount of points these guys really want as well. Fortunately, we'll not be able to pick up the wick line, so for Team Freya, not going with the same strategy as we saw during knockout stage number 3, but they're building themselves up really well. 4 transitions on the Rio. 5 on the Haze, potentially looking for a blood sample buy over onto the Rio as well. Look at the Sua's credit counts, 330. It's looking pretty good for those guys.
They are looking really strong for the side of Team Busan Best, but they just got the Wick buff as well, and they got the 2 blood samples on their carries here. Sua also having those 2 items. I mean, Wick buff on a team like Team Busan Vespa, it's pretty strong, right? Having those 2 backline, just long range carries that are able to poke you down. You're gonna take damage, and a lot of damage from the Wick bleed. Gotta be a little careful here. Bintum might get caught here, but the one downside of the side of Team Busan Vespa's team comp, right? So when you play the Sua and double backline, is no team's gonna want to fight you, and they could just walk away, and you're not gonna be able to get really any kills. Huge Spirit Arrow connecting onto the Rio, but not going to be able to follow up on that.
Yeah, 40 more seconds until Milky Way is out of ways to res outside of Lumi. Osu trying to fight it out up against team, what is that? FN Sejong at the moment. FN Sejong, if they fall down now, they're not going to be able to move forward either. The first time with this new roster, FN Sejong is in trouble. 2 members down, 4.5 points for these guys. Not enough credits to res everybody back in the time being either. Milky Way might be the ones to somehow pull this back. We got 10 seconds, but unfortunately even less credits on the side of the Tsubame. Can they somehow rummage about 10 more credits before we turn into day number 4, or is it already looking cooked? Human Ultimate looking pretty good. FN Sejong does end up getting bumped back, but that's the only one they're going to be able to get back for the time being. Tsubame unfortunately not res back up for Milky Way. They're going to have to find Lumi in the next few seconds. FN Sejong losing bomb, and I think that will be it indeed. EA trying his best to run away as a Razi. You can run very, very fast, but up against something like a Human, Priya, and the Debbie or Marlene, FN Sejong will take the fall, and that'll be the end of their run in phase number 1.
Team out of the blue with 60 points. Can they do it? Can they make the game of a lifetime here? Maybe 30, 40 points. They could definitely come back in, but it's a lot of points they have to make up here. They're sitting in that they're sitting only on 11 points on the bottom side, and Rachun is going to get caught. It's going to be Team Freya that's going to be the one to pick it up as well. It's not what you want to see for the side team out of the blue, because that is the team that is in that 4th place position.
It's going to be rough. Another fight up in the hotel this time around. Busan Vespa in a little bit of trouble, but the damage exchange over onto CNJ Esports is really good because Public gets taken down first. +1 not available, down he goes. Second one goes down. Pixu is gone. PACW trying his best to run away, but for now, his placement in the top 4 is secured. Tree of Life going in favor of Team Busan Vespa, but at this point, that's just a formality. You can slap it over onto the Sua, who can maybe go for something like Sultans, maybe? You just slam whatever at this point.
Yeah, I mean,
it's
it's going to be the safety goggles for the Sua there for that extra amp and attack speed, while also, you know, giving that, I think that heal cut as well. Terrific going to try getting the res, but is going to be immediately denied by the side of Team Gaming. I think that is going to be it for the side Team Milky Way. We won't be seeing them again. Unfortunately, our only Golden Run team is going to be out for the count here with only 8 points, as Team Gaming is going to seal the deal and shut the door for that Golden Run.
Yep, great try from Team Milky Way, but it's just not going to happen. Out of the blue, continuing to push, push pressure against Team Freya. I think out of the blue, if they even want a chance, needs to go against it right now. Unfortunately, the Twins Rush is not going to get anything done, but Team Freya is now under pressure. Look at the damage output from out of the blue. It's looking pretty good. That's 2 members down. Now Mojo on the Haze. He really can't run away from this whatsoever. The SMG burst is there, but I think it might be enough for Team out of the blue. They need to kill this Haze right now, but the damage output from Haze is actually not that bad. SMG burst misses again. They will end up getting a trade in return. But look at this. That's a lot invested. OSU will be able to find it with the spin. That's the team gone.
20 points
but
are they on? 21
out of the blue
right
is
now.
looking pretty decent. Yeah, so 8 points for Team Freya. These guys are sitting at 43. CNJ Esports is way too far away, so that's not even going to happen.
This is
out of the
doable
blue. Is it? Is there enough points left in the game? They get 3 here, 5, 25, 31. I don't think so, man. 31. They needed.
Oh no, I think it's just 1 point off.
Yeah, it's like 1 or 2 points off.
6 plus 5 from placement, right? Because
Freya is 43. CNJ Esports is too far away. Busan Vespa is too far away. Out of the blue is sitting at 33 right now. 43. They somehow need 12 extra points. I don't think that's
Yeah, but
coming
it's only
from...
11. There's only 11, I think, in the
Yeah.
game right now, right? So unless they let them res maybe one extra point, but
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
such
we'll
a
have to
big
see.
risk. And these guys aren't really
Yeah.
thinking about that right now, right? These guys are just thinking about the fact that they have to win a game, but not like that. GSXG uses the blink a little bit too early. Bintum on the backside is not that bad. The split is looking pretty good. Let's see how it goes. Bintum gets taken down. This is a great start from these guys. Double twins rush to save GSXG. Fantastic fight so far from Team Out of the Blue. Problem is, Totem on the backside, it's not even going to be enough.
Oh my God,
Okay,
the
Out of the
human
Blue still making their dreams a little bit true. If they somehow, in the final zone up against Busan Bespa, who
Oh,
is
no, wait.
scary, by the way.
Wait. If they get
633?
33, that's 44. I think
44? That's enough. That's enough to knock
That is
down Okay, wait a second. We might have done our math wrong. Hold up here.
that is enough.
Out of the blue. Out of the blue. Can someone make it into the top 4 as their name states?
As
Oh
eighth
my god.
Place. If they have to win this, though, they have to win
Yes.
this final 3v3 into the side.
Against
Busan Bespa.
Romantic. Oh, they're gonna just
but
send it in
wait a second,
immediately.
Ryan's
Twins
a little
in
too far
from the
forward
start. Do they get any damage output? No, the full swing is there. The auto attacks hurt a little bit too much. Reset.
they're okay.
The auto attacks are not bad, but the rockets, the rockets are too much. Osu has nothing left in the tank. Kati's just gonna send it, and just like that, in the blink of an eye, Out of the Blue's hopes and dreams of making it into knockout stage number 6 disappears.
That would have been such a cool storyline, right? From 8th place all the way into 4th. Unfortunately, it's not going to
What
be
a
enough.
shame.
A huge bat seal coming out from the Sua just to deny Osu from going in onto Romantic there. I saw the angle, right? They thought Romantic was caught out there, but the spell shields come out as well. Just was a little too much.
Yeah, 07's in the chat, everybody. That is going to be the end of Out of the Blue. Maybe he can pick up a kill up against Honsar, but everybody is standing behind. Sua is just standing around the 1v1 plus shield. It is just not going to happen. GG's to Team Busan Bespa as they take away the final game of knockout stage number 5. 18 points in tow
Wow.
will punch their
That-
tickets into knockout stage number 6.
I think they won 3 out of the 4 games here, right? For knockout stage number 5 here. So yeah, very nicely played and a dominant performance from Busan Bespa.
Yep. They don't even need G-Work from the looks of it. This kind of composition is a lot more stable, right? In comparison to what we saw with G-Work during group stages, we ran, something like the Adela plus something. I like this so much better. Sua, Hayes, Rio. Standard Sua double backline composition. Very, very classic. You could swap out the Rio for something like a Kadia, but it doesn't really matter because you can see the results of how this composition works. You have Romantic on your roster. Use them to the fullest extent. He brings results.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a team comp that could get that many kills, but you know, they're winning games. They're getting points. Romantic is just able to just walk up and play as confident as he wants because he has that Sue in the back to just give him the spell shields to make sure he doesn't get out traded and also doesn't get CC lockdown.
Oh man, it's so good being able to play that composition. A player like Romantic is so hard to catch out. You saw what the angle there was. You called it perfectly. Out of the Blue thought they caught out Romantic, but his micro is too good, and also the callouts to make sure that the Sua is there with the Curious Case shield is also really good. Instantaneously, the moment GSXG goes in, shield. And what can the human do?
Yeah.
Nothing. There's
And
nothing.
I feel like, I think there are also just a couple missed skills at the very end there from the side of Team Out of the Blue. So yeah, just all together, and then Osu getting bat skill just end up sealing the deal, right? I think they could have full reset if the reset was there slightly earlier, because Osu was actually out a little ahead of the time, and then Suyumin the one that did end up getting caught by those just last rocket shots from the Haze.
I think you sent way too many cooldowns as Out of the Blue trying to even get into the fight. If the Twins Rush landed onto the Rio, and even if it didn't get the knockup right when the animation finishes, as long as you were able to color the paint onto the Rio, I think there might have been a chance because you can rotate it very quickly. I would have to assume that Osu was on Marlene, so you should be able to swap over and immediately start rotating the paint around. But it didn't land, so the damage wasn't there. I think Out of the Blue had to reset, but they were so locked in on the potential opportunity after Romantic sent a couple of cooldowns without realizing the healing factor Sua is just way too good at denying those kind of things late into the game.
Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, it was the initial, because Human did end up just instantly blinking on forward, but I think the initial EQ from Yumin did end up going wide because Rheumatic did end up just jumping away. And then the distance was already made that NXA couldn't, or sorry, not NXA, but Osu couldn't really follow up on the demo, and then just get immediately punished as well by the bat skill to, you know, sort of peel the demo off of those backliners. And look at how close it was.
Yep.
It would have been exactly enough, right? Because you get 3 points from the second and first place difference, and also 3 points from getting the win.
Yep.
So they would have had 44 points, but unfortunately, they weren't able to get there, and Out of the Blue will fall down in 5th place.
Yeah, nice try from Out of the Blue, but that is going to secure 4 teams: Mer Gaming, Busan Bespa, CNJ Esports, and Freya. We will see them in a few moments after the break to see which of the 4 teams, including the other 4 that's going to be joining us in a moment here, will be moving on into the finals tomorrow for Checkpoint. Ladies and gentlemen, that was game number 4, so you know what that means, I know what that means, and Super, you know what that means too. We're going to go on to a break to catch ourselves a little bit of a break too. So grab some water, go grab a snack, and go take a stretch. We will see you guys back here for games 1 and 2 of the final knockout stage of phase number 1.
Take care.
누군가가 연쇄 처치 중입니다.
You're ready to get in the game now. The last thing you want is to wait. WD Black, performance storage, purpose-built for gaming. SSD speed that obliterates load times. Performance to transform your game. Expanded capacity to store more. Customizable RGB. WD Black. Because the game never waits. WD Black. Drive your game.
예기치 못한 사고는 언제나 발생할 수 있지. 통제할 수 없는 힘은 저주야. 적어도 사람인 채 죽는 게 낫지 않겠어? 내가 죽거나 네가 죽거나 존재도 흔적도 남김없이 지우겠어. 시간 끌 필요 없겠지. 이걸로 과거를 바꿀 순 없겠지만 미래라면 지겹게도 몰려드는 쓸모없긴. 사활을 걸고 넌 반드시 데려가겠어. 찾았다. 얌전히 죽어. 결국 괴물 하나가 죽는 건 변하지 않겠지. 내가 괴물이 되기 전에 날 죽여줘.
안녕하세요. 루미아섬의 생존자 여러분. 9.2 패치노트 다이제스트 진행을 맡은 천시아입니다. 이터널 리턴이 시즌9 마츠리와 함께 새로운 모습으로 찾아왔습니다. 축제의 느낌이 물씬 나는 이번 마츠리 시즌에는 어떤 변화점들이 있었는지 지금부터 함께 알아보시죠. 복수를 위해 VF 능력자들을 탐지하고 추적하는 실험체 블레어가 루미아섬에 합류합니다. 쌍검을 사용하는 실험체 블레어는 D스킬인 시프트 러쉬를 활용해 쌍검과 쌍날검을 오가며 싸우는 스타일리시한 근접 전사 캐릭터입니다. 강력한 돌진 능력과 추적 능력을 가진 블레어와 함께 최종 생존에 도전해보시는 건 어떨까요? 블레어는 출시 후 2주일간 9,900A 코인에 판매되며 11월 4일 화요일까지 랭크 대전에서 선택할 수 없습니다. 다음은 새롭게 추가되는 상품입니다. 주문은 얘한테, 팁은 나한테. 카티아의 새로운 스킨, 카페 알바 카티아가 추가됩니다. 귀여운 유니폼을 입은 카티아. 여러분도 카티아의 새로운 매력에 빠져보세요. 새로운 실험체 블레어의 출시를 기념하며 이모티콘 4종도 상점에 추가됩니다. 시즌9 프리미엄 베이직 토큰북이 추가됩니다. 시즌9 토큰북은 미션을 통해서 마츠리 토큰을 획득할 수 있는 프리미엄 베이직 퀘스트북으로 구성되어 있습니다. 제작수에 출시될 고스트 헌터 2세를 위해 토큰을 미리 모아보세요. 다음으로 시스템 변화점들을 소개해드리겠습니다. 할로윈 시즌을 맞이하여 루미아섬에서 으스스한 할로윈 축제가 열립니다. 브리핑룸과 묘지 지역이 할로윈 분위기로 새롭게 단장되는데요. 새로운 모습의 지역들에서 색다른 느낌을 받으실 수 있을 것 같네요. 전투연구실의 전멸 판정이 개선됩니다. 이제 균열 내부에 있는 모든 팀원이 빈사 상태가 되면 즉시 사망 처리됩니다. 더 이상 상대를 모두 쓰러뜨리고 빈사 상태인 적을 처리하는 데 시간을 쓸 필요가 없어질 것 같네요. 입장 팀 수에 따른 보상도 차등 지급됩니다. 이제 2일차 밤에 적이 없는 전투연구실에 입장하실 경우 기존보다 조금 적은 보상을 얻게 됩니다. 안전구역이 좁은 게임 후반부에 B0 R1이 겹쳐 발견되는 빈도가 줄어들고 보리의 도주 시간이 줄어들어 보다 추격이 쉬워집니다. 다음으로 게임 플레이 변화점들을 소개해드리겠습니다. 혼돈 특성의 도깨비불의 쿨다운이 35초에서 30초로 줄어듭니다. 이제 조금 더 자주 도깨비불을 날릴 수 있겠네요. 지원 특성의 치유드론 체력 회복량이 소폭 상승하고 쿨다운이 줄어듭니다. 같은 지원 특성에 속하는 위압감의 경우 받는 피해 증가가 4%에서 3.5%로 소폭 감소합니다. 전술 스킬 프로토콜 위반의 경우 받는 피해 증가가 10, 13%에서 12, 15%로 상승합니다. 다음으로 실험체 변경점들을 소개해드리겠습니다. 안정적인 대치 능력과 높은 피해량을 바탕으로 우수한 성능을 보이는 시셀라의 주력 스킬 윌슨 도와줘 스킬을 하향하여 위력을 견제합니다. 상위권 실력대에서 매우 높은 성과를 보이는 유스티나의 부스트 대시의 쿨다운을 늘리고 아스트라 에너지의 재충전 시간이 늘어나 약점이 보다 명확해집니다. 높은 피해량을 바탕으로 지속적으로 평균 이상의 지표를 보이는 이슈투반의 경우 파동 함수 붕괴 스킬의 피해량을 낮춥니다. 계속해서 높은 성과를 보이고 있는 제키의 기본 방어력을 낮춰 내구도를 견제하고 전기톱 살인마의 이동 속도 증가 효과를 감소시켜 기동 능력을 약화시킵니다. 스킬 개선 이후 전반적으로 우수한 성과를 보이고 있는 혜진의 경우 흠령부의 이동 속도 감소량을 낮춰 견제 능력을 하향합니다. 평균 이하의 성과를 보이는 데비 마를렌의 경우 이 스킬의 교대 시 이동 속도 증가량을 높이고 트윈즈 러쉬의 피해량을 증가시켜 적중 시 위력을 강화시킵니다. 루크의 경우 강박증 공격력 개수가 상향되는 만큼 공격적인 아이템 세팅을 선택했을 때 기존보다 강한 위력을 발휘할 수 있습니다. 낮은 지표를 보이고 있는 아디나의 경우 무기 숙련도 효과를 높이고 폴 디그니티의 별 컨정션 효과 체력 회복량이 증가하여 아군 지원 능력이 강해집니다. 이외에도 다양한 캐릭터 조정 사항들이 준비되어 있으니 패치노트에서 확인해주세요. 다음으로 아이템 변경점들을 소개해드리겠습니다. 전설 등급 머리 장비인 검은 베일의 고유 장착 효과인 광휘의 발동 조건이 낮아집니다. 이제 조금 더 쉽게 효과를 활용할 수 있을 것 같네요. 전설 등급 머리 장비인 검은 죽음의 고유 장착 효과인 명중의 피해량과 쿨다운이 하향 조정됩니다. 전설 등급 머리 장비인 미스릴 투구와 성기사의 투구의 레벨당 체력이 소폭 상승하며 캡틴넷의 경우 레벨당 체력이 살짝 낮아집니다. 전설 등급 8 장식 장비인 흐시케의 칼날의 방어 관통과 헬릭스의 방어력이 모두 하향 조정됩니다. 초월 등급 8 장식 장비인 프로미넌스는 레벨당 체력이 상향 조정됩니다. 이외에도 다양한 아이템 변경 사항들이 준비되어 있으니 패치노트에서 확인해주세요. 마지막으로 버그 수정 및 개선입니다. 팀 전멸 후에도 자연 크레딧이 증가하는 문제가 수정됩니다. 새로 추가된 제3자 난입 어나운스가 1일차 낮에도 출력되는 문제가 수정됩니다. 이번에 변경된 부분이죠. 11 힘내자고 툴팁에서 11 세트 조합식이 실제와 다르게 출력되는 문제가 수정됩니다. 이외에도 다양한 변경점들이 적용되었으니 패치노트에서 확인해보세요. 신규 실험체 블레어와 함께 찾아온 9.2 패치. 다양한 개선점들과 새로운 컨텐츠가 여러분을 기다리고 있습니다. 여러분 모두 새로운 패치와 함께 루미아 섬의 실험을 즐겨주실 거죠? 저도 여러분을 루미아 섬에서 기다리고 있겠습니다. 곧 다시 만나요.
천도는 만악을 좌시하지 않는 법. 백비야행은 수도 없이 겪어봤다고. 배워야 할 악이 있다면 마땅히 될 뿐. 악귀, 멸사, 악령이건 악인이건 전부 베어주겠어. 악은 벨뿐. 어디 한가롭게 떠도는 악기 없나? 지옥에서 참회해라. 비야부하, 불나방은 불에 뛰어드는 법. 길 잃은 망자들을 다른 길로 인도할 뿐. 길 잃은 영혼이 방황한 성불하시길. 후회도 늦었어. 피켓, 재반의 갈시. 이 맛에 산다니까.
좀 많이 뜨거울 텐데. 떨어지는 게 좋은 걸. 이런 걸 바란 거라면 실컷 보여주지.
이번엔 제 차례로군요. 몸가짐을 신경 쓰게 되면 딱히 가리는 음식은 없습니다.
수상한 짓은 그만두는 게 좋을 거예요. 정말 즐거운.
Hello everybody, welcome back from the extended break. Just because we are moving on from one phase of tonight to the other phase. Knockout stage number 5 is done. We are now getting ready for knockout stage number 6. So we will actually be joined by 4 new teams, joining alongside the ones that made it up to the top 4 in knockout stage number 5. Let's take a look at which teams those are.
And when you get to this point, you have to be feeling pretty good, right? These teams have already secured themselves that top 12 placement in terms of circuit points, and they're going to be fighting for that top 8 now, trying to move on to the final stage here. You could see what teams are going to be awaiting for them tomorrow, and which teams I'd be playing right now. This is going to be Team Overpride, Gilgi Innate, Modern, and Shadow Golden Light going to be joining us for stage number 6 here. These teams are no pushover. So these teams definitely have to be a little careful, and we'll have to see what these teams also end up playing, because maybe we'll see team comps, maybe we'll see more bands coming in going into this knockout stage.
Indeed, we already know what kind of picks are going to come in through though. Look at this, Storm Chaser, Youngman, Taehu. This is the stage that I was really excited about because we have 3 people, 1-trick characters all over the place. Storm Chaser on the Eva, Youngman on the Tia, Hisui for the Taehu. We're going to see this time and time again tonight. So now the real question is, what kind of responses do the teams coming up from knockout stage number 5 actually have against this? It's really predictable what you're going to be seeing inside of this. So you can actually kind of prepare for this even from the beginning, right? Bear sitting on the Mai, this was something we saw during the group stages. 03CU on the Bo Nadine. What a surprise. He's hovering crossbow right now, but knowing 03CU, this man is going to swap over onto the bow. We should still start to see that coming. Kyunggi and a triple DPS, we saw that in the group stages. Bottom, Taehu JCP. Hisui Fiora, what a surprise. Shadow Golden Light, triple DPS, what a surprise.
In Team Modern, I think they're going to be swapping over to Sella just to get it banned away here, because Youngie NA and Shadow Golden Light are going to be playing the Cellas, and yeah, we have 3 Cellas being picked, and it is going to be banned off the table. Busan Vespa and Freya are playing the exact same team comp. Shadow Golden Light and Youngie NA are playing a really similar team comp as well, with only 1 swap. So a lot of really similar type of teams, but it is only going to be that Cicella can be banned off the table here.
It's a really nice split though. I think a lot of the teams that are being played right now, the compositions and the types of compositions actually match well against each other, right? Because there's one that actually fares well into another, and then those compositions fare well into the one that the original one is going to struggle with. For example, we have Mer Gaming and CNJ Esports both running the Johan. Not too surprising because we saw that during knockout stage number 5, but guess what compositions these do really well against? It's poke. And a lot of poke compositions are triple DPS, which we have a few of. But which compositions do triple DPS do well against? It's some of these front to back compositions, just because you can run down and you have enough damage to brute force the frontliners. But which compositions now do those ones do well against? It's the support with the double frontline, because the double backline plus Sua can eventually brute force it. So it's like this triangle of team compositions, one side being good against the other, maybe being weak against another as well. I think in this lobby, teams are going to have to pick and choose their fights really, really well in order to succeed.
Yeah, I think that's probably going to matter the most for some of these teams. But there are, I think, some teams that just have like a decent matchup spread into, I think, the entire lobby. But we'll have to see. Jumping in here, all these teams are just going to slowly start to get their items, slowly start to group up. And I don't know if we're going to see an aggressive early game for this knockout stage like we have in the previous knockout stages here. Usually it is... Fortunately, it's usually Team Milky Way in Cemetery, but they are no longer with us here. We do have Jino actually finding Yona, but Yona is actually going to jump over as soon as the Kadia is going to jump over the wall, just swapping places, and Yona should be fine here.
Yep. Okay, well, we aren't seeing too many early game fights in comparison to what we saw during knockout stage number 5, but it is still pretty early on in the... Okay, never mind. Alright, goodbye. For the Tazia, I believe that Totem is going to be in vain, Totem. Paradiso does go down, maybe does a little bit of damage to Dazu on the way on out, but it's not going to matter, as Jinho will still get tagged down on the other side of the map. So, Kyunggi and 8 still losing out on a member here and there, but they are split. It does not matter. It's day 1.
Yeah, Freya looks like they are going to make the call to group up and kill the Kadia there in Hotel. There's Engage coming out, Great Blink away, and the Heart Peacemaker is going to come down for the side of Team Shadow Golden Light, but the HP bars isn't on the... Wait a second, actually. Both ADCs are going to be trading down for the side of Team Shadow Golden Light and Overpride. The Eva just doesn't have the damage just yet. Baby Bear is going to look for the Engage on this Mai here. Well, looks like both teams are just going to slowly back. They're going to be able to trade 1-for-1.
Just a small thing that's really giving me a lot of hope for Team Overpride. Overpride, Storm Chaser, literally took 0 damage from Fancy despite trading those light triads every now and then, so really spacing well. It's looking like Storm Chaser is in good form today. Nice try from Totem, will not be able to deal with the triple DPS. Paradiso does go down, everybody lands inside of it, but the damage output is not there just yet. Dehu trying to do what he can up against Mojom. We will see the free outlast going down, but nobody in danger of dying just yet, except for Yuna, who is sitting on the outside. Mojom finds an angle on towards the Cicella. Will be able to get it with the enhanced auto attack, but unfortunately, another SMG burst going into the wind.
Yeah, going wide a little bit there, but looks like the Husey still wants to play for these dogs, and JCP is going to be in the fray as well, so they could definitely look for this 2v2 now. But the amount of damage is just going to be a little too much before the C-Suite can even get on forward there. He's going to jump on forward, but the Sua is going to be in the fray as well, and they're going to be able to lock him down. The Stella is going to respawn back in, but the Fiora going to get knocked up by that Don Quixote, and now Team Modern is going to be on the back foot here. It is going to get hit by the center Odyssey. And is Mojang going to be able to hit these rockets to maybe secure this Acela kill? I don't think so. One more grenade. Ooh, blink away, and the Acela should be safe.
Good choice from Yoonhyung as well, because look at the timers on the reses. Taehu would have ended up eating the entire res timer. Oh, he's still alive. Cecila's passive, man. Agony is really good at keeping her alive.
Yeah, and the members of Team Modern are going to be able to group back up. If maybe play for an objective on the top side of the map, either going to play for these walls or going to maybe contest for that meteorite. I don't think they're going to opt towards that. Actually, they are going to actually walk towards the meteorite here to fight CNJ Esports off of it, and will they be able to find anything is going to be the question now.
On terms of pacing, Team Freya, just about the only one that has crossed over the 300 mark. I do see somebody in CNJ Esports who also has above the 300 mark, but not their entire team, so they're going to look for a fight. Modern in a little bit of trouble as JCP looking for reinitiation on the backside. Taehu is in triple hits with the Tsubame Gaishi, but nobody is going to get executed. Good damage output over onto Taehu. JCP is about to get taken down as well. KCW with a beautiful turnaround. He will be able to find the kill over onto the Fiora. 2 for 0 for Team CNJ Esports.
KCW on this Nikki just looks so confident. Just walks up, chunks down the Hisui down to half HP before they're even able to do anything. And it's just going to be CNJ Esports the one to come out on top here. There's the totem going to be used for the Tazia there, and they're not going to be able to find anything. But the tree was already secured by Rocket, going to be immediately used to make that elf dress.
Pretty slow game considering we have a lot of triple DPSs. Everyone is still being a little bit careful with the fights they decide to take, right? With triple DPSs, your power just ramps up fast over time, but in the earlier stages of the game, that's where you're a little bit weak. You're gonna have a bit of tough time trying to deal with some of these things, which is why a lot of them are slowly farming away from their teammates, right? The split farm strat we've been talking about the past couple of days. It's gonna be on full watch at this point, so it's a matter of which teams are gonna be able to punish those kind of plays, because we're gonna see a lot of that happen today. Young trying to jump over onto Bintum. The 11 piece is going to land over onto the Felix. The slow is there. Nicely done by Team Kyunggi N8 as they're surprisingly a team fully grouped up despite being triple DPS. On the other side,
one Scar
goes down.
One Scar going into the wall. It's a little unfortunate, and it is going to be the side of, I think that is Team Busan Best going to be able to pick up 2 kills for the team Shadow Golden right there. And it's going to be an alpha spawning down here in Factory, and Busan Best going to be able to pick up this Lumi completely uncontested as well, so a huge tempo swing for the side of Team Busan Best, but you have to be feeling pretty good about that. Getting the Lumi and going to be able to play for this alpha here very shortly. It looks like the Heart was just waiting for the call in on where to TP. Zerojin not going to be able to find anything there, and actually might get caught out by the Rio here. There's a spell shield going to be able to be used aggressively as they're going to be forced to use the Peacemaker down, and Heart is, or the Haze is going to be in it, but does end up getting taken down, and it is going to be going to be the one to come out on top.
Zerojin walked out of it. I don't think the communication was there that the Peacemaker was going to be activated. A little unfortunate for the Cecilia, but she will be brought back. 1-for-1 trade overall inside of Factory. But this actually causes a bit of a problem for Busan Vespa because now they don't have that Haze up in time to actually contest for anything. So the slight delay in which they're going to have that res allows Kyunggi to actually pick up a free alpha instead of Factory.
Yeah, looks like they're just opting to just split farm here. I don't think I saw the Rio on the bottom side there either, so because you lose on the objective, then your next best bet is to try to get as many credits to maybe look for your next buy-in. Because on the side of Team Busan Best Buddy, because they were able to get the Lumi, they could get those next couple buy-ins and be as strong as these other teams here. Here comes the engage from KCW, is going to get dodged out on by JCP. The Nikki is going to be able to grab the movement speed cube as well. It's pretty good for a character like Nikki, so that they could look for the hard engage here. Here is a one from the Johan as well. They're going to try to look for something here, but the Jenny was a little too far forward, but they just instantly burst down the Hisui there, and I think that is going to be, just Team CNJ Esports coming out on top. Hisui once again just getting caught out by the side of Team CNJ Esports, just getting not enough damage down and just instantly getting bursted down.
Double combination, nicely done from Youngman. He will be able to secure 2 members on the side of Overpride. The problem is this Eva is so healthy at the moment. The little balls are just enough. Fancy still remains alive. You got a healing plan on the south side. The problem is timer is still ticking. Storm Chaser trying to do what he can. Let's see if Youngman is able to do it with the heavy knee pads, trying to push his way on in. The Storm Chaser just has the numbers on these guys. 15 seconds for the Eva. Fancy's about to get taken down. The Orbeez are not going to be enough to knock him down either. So many squishy targets, but the range advantage is on the side of Storm Chaser. Beautiful placement on the W, but it's just not going to be enough. A dash of color straight into the bat skill is going to call it the end for Overpride's Eva inside of the Dimensional Rift. Nicely done.
Great attempt from Storm Chaser, but yeah, I mean, a 2v1 is kind of hard, especially when you are that Eva. Look at the damage, the burst coming out from the side of Team Merc Gaming, able to just instantly kill JCP. But wait a second, can this Hisui do it here? I don't think so. Now the Hisui is going to be the last member alive, going to try jumping away. Great flash cut to get themselves the distance, and the White Lily is going to be there, just barely able to get Modern on out.
Yeah, great split-second decision-making on throwing out that Q onto the bear to make sure the second stack is there for the flash cut, right? You don't have that flash cut, you don't get out of that situation, so nicely done from Taehu. It will allow Team Modern to fully res back, but look at this. 0 points for that team right now at day number 3. The only team to have that in quite a while from all of the knockout stages we've seen so far, actually.
Yeah, they're just not able to win out on any of these team fights at all, so kind of playing on the back foot here. I like this play coming out from Nadine. It is going to be able to use the White Lily aggressively, and look at the damage coming out from this. Nadine is able to pop the Peacemaker, and here comes the damage. It is going to be there. They actually trade 1-for-1 with the Sicella ult. Great timing on the Sicella ult with that hard ult, and now it's going to come down to a 2v2 here. Storm Chaser and Bear versus Sicella and Tia, and it looks like both teams are just going to just trade the reses. I
think this is such a good idea from both of the teams as well. You don't need to risk anything right now. Storm Chaser is still trying to put on the pressure. Youngman is unfortunately going to miss out on the blue. Storm Chaser is really informed today, man. This guy is dodging out on a lot of these priority skills that if he gets tagged by once, could really result in that Eva getting bursted down instantly, but he's dodging all of it.
Yeah, just looking crisp and clean on this Eva here. We do have the Omega spawning in school very shortly. I think Mer Gaming was already there set up for it, so it might be a free Omega going to the side of Team Mer Gaming, and you would love to have those extra stats if you are the side Team Mer Gaming. Modern unfortunately going to be forced to use a safety orb to get themselves to a better position here, as Team Young just completely denying their entrance into hospital.
What it is, 4 items on the Kadia. That last in the blitz shot actually didn't do too much against JCP. You know what these transitions are actually looking like. Gino pumping out the auto attacks though. KCW is going to push on a little bit forward. That's an early Peacemaker forced out of these guys. Healing is actually not looking that bad on the side of CNJ Esports, but Freya Last is there to finalize the kill over onto KCW. Now it turns into a 2v3. The only problem is Jenny can't deal with this fast enough. They will have to abandon KCW and leave him for death.
Yeah, Geno getting caught there, but a great response with that Peacemaker. Triple DPS and Peacemaker just able to deal so much damage and trade so much value back, and just very nicely played by the side of Team Young Gainates to, you know, sort of correct on that mistake from that Kadia, and they timed it perfectly, right? The Peacemaker and the Sicella ults, the Freya Last, if you time it right, you're just able to just kill them the second these players get out of that Peacemaker.
Yeah, there's an example of why that composition works with the hearts. For people in YouTube, I know they were looking for some examples on why this composition works. That big circle, everybody just stays alive inside of it, so you can't really kill anybody inside of it. You got the DPS on the side, crowd control as well for all of our DPS compositions. Exactly what you're looking for when you're trying to stay alive, dish out the damage as long as possible. Modern still in a whole heap of trouble. They don't have enough credits to res. Couldn't even take advantage of the rift either. Yeah, Taehu is in hell. You're gonna try to get the res onto one person, but those drones inside of Research Center doesn't give you any extra credits anymore. This guy is not going to be happy for the next few moments.
This is a disastrous position for the side Team Modern. They're sitting on really bad items. They don't got any credits. They got no points. They don't have anything to their name right now, and you know, if they don't try getting something going here in the next couple of minutes, I think that is just going to be it for them for game number 1.
So too, 0 points for that team, man. I mean, dude, Modern looks so dominant during the group stages, but as we go into knockout stages, knockout stage number 6, right? This is where pretty much the cream of the crop is going to be. Everyone has fought tooth and nail to get to this point. So Modern is already being put in the dirt from the looks of it. We'll have to try to recover as best as they can. Does end up getting the res over onto the Fiora, but that might be it, as you said. You still have about 3 minutes to go, so when it comes to time, you do have plenty of it, but with 7 other teams remaining, you're running out of space to work with.
Golden Knight in a really awkward spot here between 2 teams. I don't know what their plan is going to be. Do end up getting hit by that plant, I think, and they have to be a little careful. They are going to use a VLS. I like that decision to make sure they're not in that sandwich position. KCP or KCW is just walking on forward, just auto attacking these guys down with the Jenny auto attacks as well. Both the ultimates are going to be used from the Johan. Can't they find anything here? The safety orbs are going to be used from both of these teams, and KCW is going to set their sights onto Totem here. Ooh, does end up getting tagged by that Radiant Brilliance, and that is going to be Totem going down. Mirror Gaming going to lose their Kazuya there. Very, very nice find for the side of Team CNG Esports.
The value of all of the resource on the side of Team CNG Esports. I have a feeling that the KCW is on the damage build again, but here we go. Dozy is going to pop the Peacemaker pretty early on, but Busan Vespa just decides to completely reset. Fortunately, the free at last timer was not in line with the Peacemaker, so the damage output is just going to be a little bit weird, but Romantic is pushing in once again. Hanade into auto attacks. Thank you, Bo, into everything. Yes. This is Romantic. Beautiful rotation on Hanade into auto attacks. That additional slow, you get those auto attacks off, the other team cannot really respond to it.
Yeah, and I mean, great spell shields coming out from the Suwa as well to deny the Tia from trying to turn and kill the Rio there. So the Rio just had free reign to just auto attack the Tia down, and yeah, it's just a nice easy pickup for the side team Busan Vespa.
Busan Vespa is looking way too good, man. This team seems almost unstoppable with this kind of composition, although I don't know, maybe there are going to be ways to deal with it once we start going a little bit further into stage 6. After all, these teams here are here for a reason. But KCW still on the hunt. Rakun sitting on 10 seconds. Hoyoung on the side. It's going to be a little bit of a rough time. God. Goodbye, my friend. Rakun will go down. Pop goes the Weasel, regardless if he gets killed or not.
They're just never as 3, right? This game, they just keep getting picked off one by one. They just got their Tazier res back up, but now the Johan is dead, and it's just going to be another master one for the side team Mirror Gaming.
On the flip side, Team Freya showing us a little bit of that knockout stage number 3 performance, where we're going to stay a little bit quieter on the early stage of the stages of the game, right? Only 4 points for their side, but does end up getting the Wicked Line for free, whereas Youngman trying to find a kill over onto Busan Vespa. Can he get the blue combo? No, these rocket launchers are enough to keep that Suwa alive. Mer Gaming caught out again as Bintum going to go down. Totem on the side trying to stay alive, but there's another team walking down. It's the Wick team.
Might be a little cooked here for the side of Team Mer Gaming. It is only going to be that Tazi, and oh my god, the damage coming out, but the damage in response from this Nadine is just way too much. Look at the DPS coming out from this Nadine, and Namai should be able to pick this one up, should be able to finish the job, and there's the clutch coming out. And it is going to be Team Overpride actually going to be the ones to come out on top.
I felt it for a second because what ended up happening was JCP, I believe, actually double proc Touche off of the flash that he threw out at the end there. Nice kill pickup over onto Dozy as he doesn't actually get the chance to use his Peacemaker to come down. Yeah, I think there might have been a red-yellow combination. I have no idea. Totem will finally get found out, is going to get taken down too. Shadow Golden Light, Youngman goes down. This Busan Vespa finds a kill onto that. A lot of these rats just being taken out one by one.
Not enough credits as well for the side team Shadow Golden Light, so they're going to be in a really bad position there. Yeah, I think the Heart just not dropping the ultimate down just ended up costing the side team Shadow Golden Light there, because they maybe could have turned it, right? If the Heart did end up dropping it down to keep themselves alive for a little longer and maybe trade some more HP back, but yeah, a little unfortunate for Shadow Golden Light. It is going to be Team Busan Vespa getting the 1-up onto them once again, and Team Freya are going to send the Spirit Arrow, just going to barely go wide here. Suwa, Juno, a little too far forward and gets immediately punished for it. The members of Team Freya aren't there to support you. I don't think taking the down Kyoto forward was the right play, and it looks like Team Freya are going to get punished. Wait a second, they're actually going to be able to just kill KCW, and looks like the punish is going to go the opposite way, as KCW is going to be the one that goes a little too far forward now, and both teams are going to lose their only frontline DPS.
Hey buddy, you're not a tank. I don't know if you noticed, but you still take damage if you don't have guard and reverse going.
And
I
that
don't
goes.
know what
That
that
goes.
was.
Oh, they're looking for the res. Oh, and it gets cancelled. And Freya are gonna be the one to come out on top. They get the res, and they should be able to get themselves out with another VLS system. But yeah, I mean, hey, it went both ways, right? Suwa, not a tank. Jiki, not a tank. They both just overextended, got bursted down, but Freya gonna be the one to actually win the exchange because they had 2 meteorites. What the? Win the exchange, and they were able to just just get themselves back up into shape here to cancel out on the res, and they're able to get their res as well.
Okay, well, we got 11 seconds on the Jenny, which means one of the 2 people that are dead now for CNG Esports probably has some kind of safety drone gadget points in order to get them into the Hyperloop. It's gonna be a little bit risky, right? Hoyoung, whoa, where's the safety drone going? Somebody's gotta use it. KCW, he's gotta pop it now. What is going on? I think they're gonna try to res the Jenny one more time. I did see 600 credits on the side of KCW. You gotta use the safety drone now.
I think they're okay.
Do they have enough?
Yes,
7
they should have enough time,
seconds, 6-5. Okay, you got to TP onto something, but I don't think you're going to be able to TP right on top of your teammate, but they get the same spawns. They get the same spawns. CNJ Esports gets so lucky with that one.
Yeah, if any spawn was on the bottom side there, right into the hands of Overpride, that would have been it. But CNG Esports just barely escaping with their lives. They're still not looking too good, though, in terms of items, right? To the Jenny, not even finished having their motorcycle helmets done, or their racing helmet done. So definitely on the back foot compared to some of these teams, like Team Overpride, who has these blood samples on their carries and even one on their tank. So yeah, I think Team Overpride can probably just full send it onto the side of Team CNG Esports, but the backliners still have to be a little careful because KCW on this Nikki can have a field day and just auto attack and just burst down these backliners.
Ooh, they're considering it, but we'll just back away. Garden Reverse is looking pretty good. Love and Peace was used by Tazu. That's not going to be up for a few seconds now. These rocket launchers are just pelting these players down. Spirit Arrow into everything. You got the shield. Peacemaker's going to be forced out. Beautiful play from Team Freya, but now Mojum is the one that's completely caught out. Radiant Brilliance tags 2. It tags 2.
And
what a beautiful Radiant Brilliance from Pexu. Oh my god. And with that, single-handedly, CNJ Esports is now recovered from this, right?
I mean, they're going to be able to get maybe 1 or 2 items here, so it's not too bad for the side team CNG Esports. But yeah, a huge find. Radiant Brilliance into the double carpet. Just a quick response from the Jenny. Just so well played from the side team CNG Esports. They're still not in the clear, though, because I think their item... the item disparity is still pretty bad, and they're gonna get caught by a side team Busan Vespa here. There's Isha forward from KCW looking for an angle in. The double spell shield is gonna be able to keep the Rio alive. KCW is gonna get chunked down. There's the ultimate. The Patron Wavering is gonna be used to top up the members of the side team CG Sports, and looks like they're just gonna sit and maybe play the timer game here as they know there's 2 other teams in the zone.
This is insane. Gyeonggi NA will maintain control over the temporary zone. There's, what, 3 teams inside of the zone right now? Never mind 4. That means there's 1 sitting safely tucked away into the other temporary zone at the moment. Let's see which team walks away from this fiesta scot-free. CNJ Esports, they have retained a good amount of timer off of the kills that they were able to obtain earlier against Team Freya. The problem is, Busan Vespa is now the one that's forced out a little bit. Juno sitting on single digits. This should be easy timer going in favor of Busan Vespa. That's a little bit extra going in their favor. But with this, Team CNJ Esports now gets a little bit of extra time in there by themselves. That's a beautiful acceptance speech coming in from the Jenny. Peacemaker is going to buy themselves a little bit of time, but KCW falls down first. Pexu will go down as well. Chino stuck in the corner. The Terminate is there. Unfortunately, Hoyoung not going to be able to salvage this with his timer left. Busan Vespa walks away from the temporary zone inside of Fire Station with a win. 19 points strong, looking for 25 to round out game number 1.
Yeah, just sitting on the bottom side there. Perfect positioning from Busan Vespa. A little unfortunate for the side of Team Gyeonggi NA because they were playing out of the zone, but CNG Esports just having the least amount of timer just ended up full sending onto the side of Team Gyeonggi NA, and it just allowed Team Busan Vespa to have the easiest third party of their lives, and they're able to get all of those kills and gets into that top 2 spot here.
Very rare occasion where we are actually, as a matter of fact, going to see O3CU sitting on the crossbow more so than the bow. This does mean poke-wise, it is going to be in favor of Team Busan Vespa. We do have Storm Chaser, but I think in comparison to the VF Eruption, the rocket launchers from Seonser is going to hurt a lot more in the individual moments they are up. So it all comes down to Busan Vespa on how well they're able to neutralize this Eva's damage output. Rocket 1 is going to miss, 2 is going to miss, 3 is also going to miss, 4 is going to miss. So now the advantage goes over onto Team Overpride, and you can already see Romantic taken down to about half of their HP. Chronosphere control is in favor of a Team Overpride. Its thin corridor is making it very easy for this Eva to pump out damage with their eruption.
Yeah, it did have that healing plant actually top up the members of Team Busan Vespa, so they're actually not that low from the initial trade here. The rockets are going to start to go down. They are going to be able to connect a couple of them, but it's not going to be enough damage for Team Busan Vespa to really utilize. And here comes Engage actually from the Mai, but yeah, just going to slowly back themselves on out. There is the ultimate as well invested from the Nadine. The damage is a lot, and you could see the Haze already getting chunked down to half HP. The Chronosphere is in favor of the side Team Busan Vespa, but they're just getting completely zoned out by this Haze, by this Eva, by themselves. Look at the amount of range this Eva has, and amount of respect that Team Busan Vespa is giving. Here comes the Rockets once again. They are coming down. Looks like Team Overpride is going to be the one on the back, but now just respecting the range from this heart, or from this Haze. Slowly, these teams are just slowly starting to chip away at each other, trying to get any advantage before they end up sending it here. The poke is going to be there. Eva already getting chunked down half HP. Here comes the engage from the Mai. They're able to get the taunt onto one of them. Sua is really getting chunked down half HP. There is exclusive forward, and they are able to get one. They should be able to pick up the Sua as well, and I think that is going to be Team Overpride coming out on top. There is the ultimate from Romantic, but I don't think they're going to have enough, and the timer advantage is well into the side of Team Overpride here. I think Romantic just going to try gambling it, see if he has enough timer, because it is a 1v2, but it's not going to be enough.
The psycho that is 03CU, he got the exclusive, dashes in with the monkey wire. Oh my god, I feel like I'm seeing debut 03CU right now. This is what I wanted to see from that player. I am so glad in this kind of composition he gets the leniency to do that. Congratulations to Team Overpride. They'll take away game number 1 with, I believe that was 19.5 points. GG's.
Yeah, just very, very well played, I think, from the side of Team Overpride there. Just poke them down just slightly there from the Eva, and then just full scented with that Mai jumping on forward, pulling the Nadine forward as well. And then, yeah, it's just 03CU just having a field day on that Nadine, able to dish out so much damage before they do end up going down.
He's crazy, man. This is, again, it's really reminding me of the debut of 03CU. This guy was really hyped up at the beginning of his career in ERM because he's actually one of the more recent additions to some of the more memorable players in ERM. I think he's been maybe around for 4 to 5 seasons, which, as you know, is not that long, right? It might sound like a lot for some people who haven't been here for a while, but a lot of people that we know and love for Eternal Return Masters has been here since the beginning of the game's launch. So only being here for 5 seasons as a kind of like a mainstay Eternal Return Master competitor, that's not a lot of time. But during his debut, 03CU made plays like this where he actually used the monkey wire in a lot of cases where 99 times out of 100 you would actually just back out. So really, really good play from 03CU. Masterclass on how to play this kind of final zone from both of the teams, right? Giving respect to the Haze when the rockets are up, and then immediately giving respect to the Eva once your rockets are down. That's how you need to play it. Both of the teams played fantastically.
100%. And when you're playing a character like Nadine, you kind of have to be aggressive, right? Like, you need to look for these sort of aggressive monkey wires, and you kind of have to dodge out with your blink. And that's exactly what that's exactly what 03CU did there. Just very, very well played. Able to dish out so much damage. And yeah, masterclass final zone from the side of Team Overpride, because you would think they wouldn't be favored into, you know, a Sua double backline team into the final zone, but yeah, just able to get that poke damage down from that Eva, and just bursting the enemy down with that hard engage from that Mai.
Super fun Final Zone to watch. A very good kind of example, textbook example of how to play Final Zone with compositions like that. So if anybody wants to look back in that fight, I think it's a great example of how you're supposed to kind of play that spacing in between ultimate advantages and when you don't have those ultimate advantages. Now, I do see some people in the chat right now saying -1s, but because of the final 2 teams rule, that -1 for the Rio actually doesn't count as a -1 and actually gets fed over to the team that ended up winning the game. This is a rule that kind of stems from some like the solo stuff way back in the days, right? Because you are the final 2 players inside a final zone and the other person just wants to deny you kill, so they run away and head pop. It wasn't really fair, so it's a rule stemming from back then. The kill credit will still go over to Overpride, which is actually going to net them all the way over into first place with 20.5 instead of 19.5 that I was thinking about.
Yeah, and it definitely makes sense, right? Because you should still deserve those kills that you kind of force your opponent away because you guys are playing that timer game, right? So it does make sense on why they do get that extra point as well, because you know, sometimes, and it's it doesn't happen too often, but when it does come up, right? So when teams are head exploding at the very end, playing that timer game does end up mattering quite a bit, and you know, you get advantage, getting more timer, you know, throughout that entire skirmish that you do end up having throughout that whole final zone team fight.
Doesn't happen all the time, but it has happened in the past, which is why we have rules on it. Although there is one specific clause that I'm not entirely sure about, because it happened in North American scrims earlier in the lobby that I was playing. If you have 2 teams, right, in the final zone, and one side has 1 player left and the other side has 2 players left, right? So let's say the team that has 1 player left is Team A, and then the team that has 2 players is Team B. Team B is going to win. But before Team A's member head pops, Team B's member head pops. So does that actually count as a kill to Team A? Or is it just no kill? You think the kills are exchanged between the 2 teams?
It should count towards Team A if it's a full head pop, right?
Yeah, or is it just a one-way direction where only the first place team gets the points from second place and not the other way around? That's the one thing that I was confused on earlier.
I do think it should go both ways, just because you know, the timer situation still obviously you know, like the rule specifically itself, it just says, you know, when there's two teams left and you know, a person head pops, the kill should go to the opposing team. So
yeah, I'm gonna have to read up on that a little bit more, because it happened earlier in scrims. As I said, there was somebody who was asking what ends up happening to that, and I said I actually don't know. As far as I'm aware, the kill credit doesn't get rewarded to second place, but that actually hasn't happened all too often. I don't think that it's actually ever happened in ERM, so I'm not entirely sure myself.
Yeah,
maybe I'll look into the rulebook later for it or something.
That is a really, really rare case.
Yeah.
So I'm not too sure. I'm
but it's
pretty
all
sure
these rare cases we need to be ready for.
yeah. It wouldn't make sense to just -1 from the team.
The first place team, right?
The first place team, exactly. So I think the kill I'm pretty sure it does go to the second place team. Like, it would make sense, because yeah, those situations can happen where, you know, it goes down to the final maybe 2-3 players and everyone just, you know, sort of disperses, and then it all comes down to who has more timer. And yeah, kill credit should still go over, I think, to both teams.
There's a possibility, if that's the case, I may have scammed the team earlier from scrims out of a point, but
I mean, it's just scrims.
Yeah, grand scheme of things, it's just scrims. I don't think that one single point really would have mattered. Super. With that, Scylla is now banned for game number 2. So let's see what these teams decide to bring forward, right? You can still play triple DPS without the Scylla, but it is one of the easiest ways to kind of lock down crowd control in the middle of the Peacemaker. It's one of the reasons why a lot of people like playing it, and it's also good for pick potential. So now what do you substitute instead of the Scylla? Because I'm seeing Gyeonggi Innate potentially go for it again.
Maybe the Henry, I think. I think Henry is a great substitute, because I think Henry Hart together is a really good combo. But I don't know if we'll see it here for the side of Team Gyeonggi Innate. Maybe we'll just see another DPS or another mage for the side of Team Gyeonggi Innate. Justina is probably a pretty good choice as well, because she is a long-range mage, and yeah, it is going to be that Justina coming out for the side of Zerojin.
There's a part of me in the back of my mind before we saw Justina hover that because it's Zerojin, a Zahir could have made an appearance, but yeah, it's been a very, very long time since Zerojin has played that Zahir in Eternal Return Masters, so the Justina pick definitely does make sense. very, very predictable changes and substitutions, although Team Modern is playing something that really reminds me of what they played in the group stages, right? The Shueilin, Hisui, and the Charlotte, we did actually see this from them once. I don't remember if it was just one game or two. Two threats alongside the Charlotte. This is really good, but it is a very X-Factor focused gameplay style, right? You make one mistake on this comp, you will lose a fight, so you need to make decisions really quickly on when to just call it and leave.
Really surprised they're opting for the Charlotte and not the
Lenny.
Johan, but I think it's
Johan, yeah.
or the Lenny, but I think it's because Charlotte has the mobility to kind of keep up with these two.
True.
Kind of divey solo carry DPS, right? Because the Charlotte just needs to stay on top of one of them to get the healing, and I think Johan would fall behind. But because there's two teams on the Johan, I would have thought maybe the Johan can be picked to maybe try to bat it out. And the same thing with the side of Team Busan Best Bud Team Freya playing the exact same team comp. I thought maybe one of these teams would try to maybe force a ban onto another.
In the end, it's still all about couple picks, right? It's game 2 after all. You're not really looking for any crazy strategies just yet. Good stuff from these guys, doing exactly what they want. There we go, an early kill. Yeah, JCP with the weapon already built is going to have enough damage to be able to knock down a member. But that's just basically a free hyperloop for Dozy, right? He was already looking to go to another zone anyways. Just a hyperloop with lower
that's kind of
HP.
annoying because you spawn back in with half HP, and your hyperloop. You were already hyperlooping, but you just have to wait like an extra 1 or 2 seconds, right? Because it was at the very edge of the hyperloop, just half a second before they were able to get it off. So a little unfortunate, but a nice kill for the side team Modern, and that is a great start for the side team Modern this time around, able to get a nice half point already.
Yeah, somehow these guys were able to rummage 2 points by the end of the game before they went down. Yeah, our game 1 result wasn't exactly the greatest. What? Yeah, I think you actually might be right. They might have just gotten placement points out of it. But this is one where if you do pilot it correctly, you have a lot of potential for getting kills, right? For Team Modern, but they're not starting off that great as the... unfortunately, the Charlotte is taken down first. But Hisui looking pretty good, and some of these fights unfortunately get stalled out in the middle of the Rengeki. I think he got canceled out by the Wind Scar or something. Here, JCP on the flank side will be able to knock down the Johan using the Shueilin. But I think the 1v2 is going to be a little bit difficult, especially with how early in the game it is. They do have the ultimate available, but fighting up against Bintum's Felix this early on is not exactly the smartest idea in existence. We will see Taeho coming back, but a triple spot it will push him back. A full fight reset inside a cemetery.
Yeah, but Modern picking up 3 early game kills, and now this is light and day from what we saw from them in game number 1. So very nice early game start for the side of Team Modern. Do see Youngie going to be joining the fray here, as they do actually end up catching the side Team Modern off guard as they are crafting some food. Team Youngie are just going to full send here, and Blitz is going to be able to tag too. There's a damage coming out from the Yusina, but the re-engage is going to be there, and the Heart Peacemaker is going to go down. Can they get any of these kills here? But a huge explosion shot going to be able to push back 2 members. But the Hisui going to be able to jump on forward, going to get some damage in, but the third party is going to be here. Bintum on the backside here is going to be able to try looking for the members of Team Modern. Modern is going to go down. It looks like Modern were able to pick up 1 though, so not too bad as they do end up getting that part. The Astra Barrage from Zerojin is going to be way too much damage for this Tazia to really go through, and Murray Gaming is going to get wiped off the map as well, and Youngie going to be the one to come out on top.
Yeah, somehow Raccoon ended up getting taken down somewhere around the map. Maybe all 3 of them were trying to hyperloop inside a cemetery, because I did see one of them hyperlooping in, but the Johan getting caught out means we actually have our second team of the game getting broken down. Modern, correspondingly, Merc Gaming will also fall down. So guys are just going to look to reset, maybe look for a different place to go. Bear, respecting the Tia, will let them just hyperloop out of here. Raccoon caught out once again. You will see this Johan most likely falling down. He doesn't care at all, just going to craft a little bit of food to get himself on out of here. Goodbye.
Yeah, and Yona's going to be there with the Soul Sealer from the Suwa. They're going to try looking for these kills, but in response, the Nadine is going to be there, and it is going to be, I think that is, yeah, should be the Crossbow Nadine once again. They're not going to be on that accelerator this time. Do have Youngman. They're going to try looking for
Uzi's on bow.
Oh, Dozy, yeah, Dozy is on the bow Nadine, and they're going to be able to get the burst damage down and immediately kill Jumo there. Yona should be falling here very shortly as well, but actually, my
the health bar
God,
shake.
the bullseye hitting that Kadia. I think the Kadia is going to go down there.
Yeah, you can feel the impact every single time these Bo Nadine bullseyes land. The health bar shaking for a split second and all of the HP disappearing. Bintum, I don't know if he meant to take that, but it's looking pretty good. Peacemaker being focused out pretty early. Fortunately, the Felix not going to go down actually. Bintum somehow staying alive. That's really good for the side of Merc Gaming. That will be at the very least, Tree of Life going into favor, but Totem is on the chase. Tazu doesn't have the Peacemaker available anymore. Stilettos just have to land. There's just one, and that is what she wrote. Tazu will get taken down.
Surprised that that W connected, but a huge find from Bintum there, able to pick up 2 kills for the side of Team Merc Gaming, and they get the Tree of Life as well. A disastrous start for the side of Team Youngine as they do lose out on that first objective, and they're gonna get sent pretty far behind in terms of tempo here.
Again, I don't know if Bintum meant to land that, because nobody was really within any range to respond. Everybody from Merc Gaming seemed like they were kind of straggling along just because the Thunderstrike landed.
Yeah, I'm surprised it connected there, but yeah, Bintum able to find it, and it's basically what won them. That's a team fight there, so very nicely played by the side of Team Merc Gaming, and you can sort of see these teams gonna slowly start to corral to these kiosks to make sure they get their 4-score buy-ins. And ooh, another nice bullseye, but this time not gonna be that much damage onto the side of JCP there.
Wasn't able to keep track of how many Wild Hunt stacks Dinadine is on at the moment, but with the damage onto Shueilin, doesn't seem like too much, so it's actually not a bad pace for everybody else other than Dozy. Totem walking in, he is gonna take a lot of damage. Okay, that's a little bit rough for him to be a part of. Good damage coming out from both sides. Jumo actually takes the brunt of the punishment, and Rakun can heal back up Totem. They're both fighting over the Lumi that is about to get feared out. Here we go, another fight as Team Modern looking to duke it out up against Team Shadow Golden Light. It will be JCP not catching out the Nadine as the White Lily will take them into safety. They're looking to call inside of that zone with all of this going on? Absolutely not. Yeah, it'll get cancelled. Modern not looking to fight it, not looking to buy in that zone either. Merc Gaming loses out on one. Another goes down as Freya is split apart inside of the zone. Lumi's going to go in favor of Team Overpride towards the end of its rotation. Do we have a little bit of a moment before everything goes crazy again?
I think so, and unfortunately, look at the credit counts of the side of Team Freya. They're just not able to get their 4-score buy-ins at all, so they're going to be in a really rough position to contest for any of these objectives. We do have the side of Modern getting their buy-ins here, and maybe going to try looking for Alpha, but I think it's just going to be immediately taken from the other team that is in school there. Team Youngine are going to take this rift down here in Chapel. I don't know if there's going to be another team to contest them, but I feel like there should be. Looks like the Suwa is going to get caught out here. Jumo should be able to get the Odyssey, is going to connect. The Innoblitz is going to be there. Decipher skills. One more Odyssey is going to be there, and Jumo will be able to get the Suwa off of the side of Team Musanda as well.
The slow from Ballistic advantage. Alright, well, here we go. Kyunggi and 8 is going to have to duke it out up against Merc Gaming. Pretty gutsy for a triple DPS comp to come in pretty early on. Look at this. Transitions are only 1 per character, but Merc Gaming is still looking for a buy. Totem is looking to craft something. Hopefully that's going to be enough, because we're actually down timer now as a composition going up against triple DPS. Bintum on the backside. Windscar is not going to be enough. Unfortunately, where is the faith of wavering? It's just not there at all. The health bar for the members of Merc Gaming just gets disintegrated by the lasers of Kyunggi and 8. I say gutsy, but that's a huge misplay from the side of Rakun. There is no R, I guess, for the Johan to keep that Felix alive. Maybe they overestimated the amount of sustain the Felix has going into this comp.
Or maybe just the amount of damage that Team Youngine has, right? Just instantly bursting down the Felix there. Felix was about at like half HP, and looks like Totem is going to get caught out once again from the side of Team Youngine, as they do end up picking up yet another kill. Youngine is sitting in a pretty comfortable position here with 6 points already for themselves.
This is where, as I talked about earlier too, we really have to see whether or not these teams are able to stand against these triple DPSs that are actually finessed. Right? We've seen a couple of triple DPSs throughout knockout stages, but once you start going into knockout stage 6, these guys actually saw results from the group stages using these comps. Kyunggi and 8 has been so clean with how they're able to operate this, although JCP just loses half his HP out of nowhere. O3CU jumping in again, as always. JCP just barely surviving with the healing win, but it's going to be this Charlotte being offered up as a sacrifice. O3CU, man, again, it's reminding me of his prime, the debut of this player. Fortunately, we'll not be able to capitalize on the Tree of Life, but that's a cool play.
Yeah, the problem is they ended up using a lot of cooldown, so they can't even fight for this tree. A little unfortunate as they have to give it up, but yeah, Odis Ryu just so aggressive on this Nadine, jumping on forward and able to just dish out so much value and just able to just chunk down that Twilin there. And Hisui getting out just barely there with their lives. Not a -200 just yet, as JCP is going to be able to regroup. And Charlotte, I think, respawning probably into a zone that's free, and it looks like, yeah, the members of Team Modern are gonna start to VLS themselves over.
This is really deep in the red though. Look at this. We have all of the zones starting to close in a few moments here. Alley is also closing, so for all the members on Modern, they're gonna have to go a long way out. What was that visual bug for a second? What the heck? Okay. Yeah, Modern has a long way to go before they're gonna be in any safety nets, unless they opt to take the Hyperloop. Where is Mojum going? Is he just completely
right
split? Yeah, he's gonna have to eat a lot of time. TP. Modern has no idea.
There we go. And Team Freya are back together down here in Factory here. It looks like they split away because I think they saw some zones were free, but ended up, I think Busan Vespa ended up walking down into a hospital, so they're just kind of in an awkward position, kind of splitting, or there's a team kind of in the middle between both of them, so just opting to eat the red timer and teleport to make sure they are all together here. You do have the Omega spawning here in Chapel very shortly, and look at the damage coming out from the side of Team G's, but the third point is going to be here. Game Over Pride on this Eva. Stormfish able to get so much damage. Totem gonna try getting themselves on out. There's the wall, but the glove skill going right through it here. Can KCW finish the job? I think they should be able to get this, and Mer Gaming should go down here. There is another dash to get them out, to make some more distance here. There's the wall as well, and Totem should be able to get themselves actually out to safety.
Oh my god, oh my god.
With about 8 seconds left on their timer, they're going to be able to sit in this little corner here in Forest.
It's still night number 3, right? Yeah, you can look at the credits. Let's see. Totem.
Oh no.
Do they have a VLS? Do they have enough for it? I don't think so, because we're not seeing Totem run around to a rift. It's a little bit far. The closest one is Cemetery from the looks of it. No one's there, but unfortunately, Totem, I don't think has enough gadget points to be able to capitalize on this kind of situation, so it's going to be a long way for Mer Gaming as Fancy just walks up forward and yoinks away the Force Core. Easily taken away. Freya looking for a little bit of a punish, but they're not going to be able to find it. Just double tag on the Blitz, but with the Healing Drone, Shadow Golden Light is completely out of there with murder on their hands.
Yeah, I mean, they just say thank you for the leash. We'll let you finish the job, and we'll just take the Force Core away. I mean, Team Freya still got the buff from the Omega, so it's not too bad, right? 2 extra defense for your whole team is definitely some value, but I mean, that Force Core is it's out. And Totem, I mean, he only has 7 seconds left, so he's not going to be able to get themselves out now. But I feel like he definitely could have.
Yeah, maybe
E downwards, maybe disconnected.
Yeah, okay, well,
I mean, I think Mer Gaming's chances for this game were really a little cooked, so yeah, just a little unfortunate.
You still have night 4 for the Rift. I know it's a long ways ahead. You're going to be spending a ton of time just doing nothing, but you still have to give it a try, right? For some reason, I think you definitely know what I'm talking about. Maybe some people in chat will do as well. The games where you just have a really rough start to the game, for some reason, are the ones you tend to win, just because of how safe you play going into the end, and you capitalize on teams unfortunately fighting into each other. You get a really nice third party, you instantly recover. That is always a possibility, so the fact that we just see Totem dying like that, I don't know if I like it as a caster.
Yeah, I mean, maybe some shenanigans happen, maybe his internet just ends up dying on him there. But yeah, I definitely should have tried to at least, if he had the opportunity, definitely should have tried to at least maybe dash on to the bottom side of the Forest, because had 7 seconds left, I think could have just barely made it in, but obviously still in a pretty bad position for the side of Team Mer Gaming. A little unfortunate. They do go down in 8th place with only 3.5 points in game number 2, so definitely need something to turn their luck around going into the later half of the games here.
This does give them a lot of time to talk with each other, but Mojom, holy moly, his health bar just disintegrates. The shotgun is going to miss from Romantic, unfortunately, but it doesn't matter. Oh my god! The snipe down of a sentry. Mojom is going to get taken down. 2 members gone in the blink of an eye against Team Freya. Out of nowhere, Jimo is just left by himself. -400, they do have the credits, but you can already see what they were preparing for, right? The blood samples almost being called called out by the Suo, maybe even a force core for the Haze. I see her arm piece missing now. You just don't have access to that for the time being.
Yeah, the damage coming out from Romatic, and yeah, just able to just out-trade the side of Freya all by himself, right? Just walking up forward, just auto-attacking them down, and just so much damage for the side of Team Freya, especially when they're just on the backfield, just eating these auto-attacks and just not trading back. It's just a little too much for them to really deal with. And now Busan Vespa getting 2 blood samples for themselves. They're in a even better position than they just were before.
Romatic's gliding on this Rio, dude. Everybody is just providing too much of an open space for Romatic. It's open hunting season for this guy. It's really hard to press on through against Hohenzollern's Haze of all things, right? And then you have to deal with the Sua, and even if you do get access to the backline, Sua's just going to throw out the shield on them. It's so hard to deal with this comp, and with Romatic playing the way that he is, so scary. Such a scary team to fight up against. CNG Esports now looking to fight it out up against Gyeonggi In-8. This is the triple DPS comp, so theoretically speaking, KCW should have a really good angle on this. And the Blitz is going to land over onto Hoyoung. They don't have an idea of where KCW is yet, but this actually splits the team.
Yeah, the problem is they walk a little too close into Wick line, and they're just going to try full setting it here. They see another team enter the fray. It is going to be Team Busan Vespa, but they have to be a little careful because Gyeonggi In-8 is also still in the zone. Who is going to be able to get this Wick buff here? It is going to be slowly pulled to the side Team CNG Esports, and it is going to go to the side Team CNG Esports. They're going to be able to get all of the items as well. They're just going to back themselves on out. Phaeton Wave Ring is going to be used to top up the members of CNG Esports, and they get the buff, they get the Wick items as well. The Meteorite was picked up from the side of Team Busan Vespa, so they get a little consolation prize, but definitely not the value that you're looking for when contesting for that Wick line.
The core blood sample going over to CNG Esports is absolutely massive against them, and the Radiant Brilliance also rooting down Romatic was really good in their disengage. Another fight potentially brewing on the south side of the map. I don't like this initiation from the Justita, but the damage output is insane, and the Ghost Light activates just single-handedly from the ultimate. Mojum disintegrates. Oh my god, the instant res is going to come through, but the ballistic advantage is there to deny it. Mojum almost taken down again. Oh my goodness. Recognition signal, sorry, not the recognition signal, but the drone coming out from Kadia to scout out the members of Team Freya. Responded in kind from Freya's own drone, but Romatic is here to respond. This is not good. Freya is trying their best to run away. Mojum is so low. He's so low and getting corralled. Down goes the Haze once again.
Yeah, I mean, it's off the back of Zero Jin. The Asher Barrage into these squishies, you just get deleted if you stay in it for more than half a second. On the top side, though, CNG Esports are going to be able to get the one up onto the side of Team Modern. Unfortunately, Modern just have the Charlotte left, and I don't think the Charlotte is going to be able to get themselves to safety.
Nice.
Ooh, White Lily denied by the Jenny, and that is going to be it. Team Modern going down in 7th place. Another unfortunate game for them. I think they're just not able to find their footing, and they just lost that 3v3 at the very end to the side Team CNG Esports. CNG Esports having that Wick buff on that Nikki, Jenny, and Johan. Probably just a little too much damage, a little too much sustain for them to really kill any of the members of the side Team CNG Esports.
Ichirin cut value is just way too undercut for Hisui. Tehu, I don't think was able to heal through anything, and plus it was just a really nice catch across the board, because the problem with Team Modern's composition is that, I talked about this earlier, but it's full of X-Factor characters, right? You got the Shueilin, you got the Hisui. They're both very dependent on whether or not the fight goes well for you, because if it goes well for you, they look dominant, unstoppable almost. But so many teams are well built to actually intercept those kind of plays in this game. So I think, to a certain degree, with Modern's composition right now, they have to run out a clock. And until then, you got to get as many points as possible. It's like CNJ Esports before they found the Yan, Jackie, as well as the Nia comp, right? You just do everything during the mid-game as much as possible, but it's so hard to actually win the game just because of what everybody else is playing.
Yeah, especially these triple backline comps. It's so hard, I think, for the side Team Modern to kind of have enough damage to, you know, burst them down before they're the ones that end up getting bursted out, especially because, you know, that Hardall is just going to be able to stop any of these executions from the side of Team Modern here. Looks like Team Gyeonggi In-8 are just going to use the safety orbs to get themselves to Forest here. So we're going to have a lot of teams in Forest here. 6 teams still left going into Night 5. Temporary zones are getting up very shortly. I think it's going to be 2 teams on the bottom side in Factory and 4 teams on the top in Forest, unless any other team has anything to say about it and does end up going down to factory as well.
Despite all the fighting that we've had so far as well, the amount of points that's spread across all the teams is not that much. Kyunggi and Nate is the one that's the highest right now, sitting sub 10. KCW getting tagged dangerously low. Zerojin sitting inside of the Peacemaker. Good damage out from both of the teams. Acceptance Speech is going to go a little bit wide. Play With Us is going to be sent out. Sorry, not Play With Us, but Play Dead is going to be sent out. KCW sitting up on the front side. Beautiful gun reverse to deny the damage from the Astroverse. Gino on the flank side. Third party is there.
Did he get the res quickly? Oh, they get it.
Oh, the Terminate bonus with the resurrection speed. Nicely done. CNJ Esports will be able to knock down Kyunggi Innate. That's one of our triple DPS compositions fully gone.
Yeah, very nicely played from the Jenny. Just able to chunk down Zerojin to about 20% HP and just walk into the Peacemaker to get some damage back. And then you have that play dead as well. The second you go down and look at the damage from Romantic is just way too much. Spirito is going to connect as well. There's the ultimate, but they're going to go down to the Odyssey there. Romantic just so much damage on this Rio. You kind of have to respect it. And it's going to be Team Over probably going to pay the price for it.
Why can't my Rio ever play like that, man? Again, Romantic is just gliding on this character. You can't stop him, even with the damage that you have on the side of Storm Chaser, right? He's full build. He's got the Chaser and everything. It's just so hard to stop this man who is just clicking left and right and left and right. Gets all the damage in the world. Daikyubo, Electric Shift. It's so hard to stop this guy.
Yeah, and we are going to have a 4-team final zone. There's going to be a duo, though. It's going to be side team Over Pride, but it's a My Eva. Two really strong characters that you can't have to worry about. It looks like they're going to get sniffed out, though, by the side of Team Shadow Golden Light first. And I think Team Shadow Golden Light should just send it on to the duo here to get some extra timer and to make sure they don't get punished or they don't really get sent on by.
I love this play from Fancy.
A random duo here. There is... Yeah, over Storm Chaser is going to go down. They're going to try killing the Ma here, but it's going to take a little too long, and the third party is going to be here. Uh-oh, Team Freya in the fray. And now the side of Team Shadow Golden are in a really bad spot, but a huge combo coming out from Youngman. They are going to get the kill, and they should be able to get a clean terminate onto the side of Team Freya. Team Freya a little overextended, a little too far forward, and it just gave Tia just easy access to just hit these color combos.
Yeah, the freest double taunt coming from Fancy, it really sets up nicely. Freya definitely overstepped, but now Shadow Golden Light still has a little bit more work to do. A decent amount of cooldowns were invested, and now the Tia Youngman just obliterated. CNJ Esports trying to do what they can, but Acceptance Speech is right there. It's going to be over. CNJ Esports will take away the temporary zone inside of Forest, despite the efforts from Team Shadow Golden Light. Good attempt, but great response from CNJ Esports, and we're back to this again. Busan Vespa going into our final zone. 11 points on hand, looking for 17. CNJ Esports, though, looking pretty poised for this lobby as a whole. 19 points, looking for 25.
Yeah, this time it's unfortunately going to be Shadow Golden Light, the one overextending. Youngman just getting caught there by the side of CNJ Esports. Just so much burst damage. Just going to be there to immediately punish the Tia's misposition, and they're going to be the one to come out on top. Busan Vespa going to just hold the zone, and they are playing this the perfect comp, you know, to hold the final zone here. I like CNJ Esports VLS to try to get a different position, but Team Busan Vespa are going to be able to be there to respond.
Alright, here we go. Busan Vespa with the haze is trying to pump in the pressure over onto CNJ Esports. Hoyoung, what are you doing, my guy? Acceptance Speech has already invested. KCW a little bit too far on the backside. Divine Intervention is looking good. They're trying to turn it around, but the grenade launcher is smack dab right on top of the haze. Great response from Solensar. Busan Vespa, clean 3 for 0. Not even close, baby. GG, well played.
The spell shields were there for Romantic and the knock-up as well to deny KCW from getting on forward on that Nikki. And yeah, just an easy, clean 3 kills. Once again, Busan Vespa coming out on top.
Picture perfect example of how you're supposed to play the Sua inside of this matchup, right? If you get jumped on or one of your backlines get jumped on, I apologize. You don't look to threaten the back. I think you have to continuously peel your backline.
Yeah.
Because once you get the cooldowns back up, you can just slap the shield on them again, and they're going to be safe. You can turn around, maybe threaten somebody else after that. But Nikki really was isolated at that point, right? Hoyoung also very surprising that that's the way that we decided to initiate, because KCW has been really consistent in the way that he does things. Just that Jenny ended up losing the play dead a little bit too early, and while KCW was in, because play dead was activated, there was 0 damage coming out from the Jenny.
Yeah, I mean, they were able to chunk down Romantic down to about 20 to maybe or like 30-40% HP, but it just wasn't enough, right? The spell shields are going to be there to deny any access onto Romantic, and Romantic is going to be there and just free auto attacking. So a little unfortunate for the side of Team CNG Esports, but you know, masterfully played once again by Busan Best Players, able to just play and just kite back on this, you know, double DPS Suo team comp. And you're exactly right. You know, when you're playing this more support type Suo build, you're just there to make sure your backlines aren't gonna die. You're there to play the peel game, and you just have those spell shields that you're just gonna slowly start to chuck on to your backline carries.
With the way that this is going, I have a strange feeling G-Work isn't making a showing anymore inside of this tournament. Romantic and Tones has been way too consistent on the Haze and the Haze and the Rio. I apologize for. I think for them to really justify bringing G-Work back, they did fine in the group stages with G-Work, but this is a whole different story.
Yeah, 100%. They are just completely dominating, I would say, on this team comp, right? I don't think there's really any other team that's can sort of stand up to them. I think they ended up lose. Actually, I'm pretty sure did they lose the last game? I think they ended up winning the last game as well.
I think they did. Yeah, they just had a great response again. Or did they? Hold on a second. Romantic. Yeah, because they went up against Mer Gaming, right? Or no? Did they? Oh, I forget who they went up against actually.
Oh no, it was Overpride. Wait, I think they lost.
Yes, it was Overpride. It was close. I think it was a 2-for-3 exchange though. It was pretty close. It was pretty close.
Yeah. But I just really like the way team Busan Best are playing, right? They're just able to get to final zone as well, just playing a consistent game, and you can see that as well. Them being in first place with 37 points, CNG Esports in second with 34.5, Overpride in third with 27, and Gyeonggi 8 in fourth with 21.5. It's still anyone's game. There's still 2 more games, so even a team like Team Modern and Team Mer Gaming can definitely still make up the amount of points that is missing.
Yeah, not a bad situation for all of these guys to be a part of. Modern's going to have to step it up, though. Same thing for Mer Gaming. Hasn't been a really good series for them so far, but with the way that Team Busan Vespa is just kind of manhandling this lobby, they still have some time to catch back up inside of this lobby super. But that was game number 2, my friend. That means you know what time it is. I know what time it is. I say this all the time, but the same spiel is so fun for me to say. Grab some water, go grab a snack, and go take a stretch. It's the last time you can do it for today's set of ERM games. We'll see you guys back here for the final 2 games of knockout stage number 6.
There.
생존자가 사망했어. 곧 크로노스 곧 크로노스 축제될 예정이다.
You're ready to get in the game now. The last thing you want is to wait. WD Black. Performance storage. Purpose-built for gaming. SSD speed that obliterates load times. Performance to transform your game. Expanded capacity to store more. Customizable RGB. WD Black. Because the game never waits. WD Black. Drive your game.
예기치 못한 사고는 언제나 발생할 수 있지. 통제할 수 없는 힘은 저주야. 적어도 사람인 채 죽는 게 낫지 않겠어? 내가 죽거나 네가 죽거나 존재도 흔적도 남김없이 지우겠어. 시간 끌 필요 없겠지. 이걸로 과거를 바꿀 순 없겠지만 미래라면 지겹게도 몰려드는 쓸모없긴 사활을 걸고 넌 반드시 데려가겠어. 찾았다. 얌전히 죽어. 결국 괴물 하나가 죽는 건 변하지 않겠지. 내가 괴물이 되기 전에 날 죽여줘. 천도는 만악을 좌시하지 않는 법. 백기야행은 수도 없이 겪어봤다고. 배워야 할 악이 있다면 마땅히 될 뿐. 악귀, 멸사, 악령이건 악인이건 전부 베어주겠어. 악은 뵐 뿐. 어디 한가롭게 떠도는 악기 없나? 지옥에서 참회해라! 비아부하, 불나방은 불에 뛰어드는 법. 길 잃은 망자들을 다른 길로 인도할 뿐. 길 잃은 영혼이 방황 않고 성불하시길. 후회도 늦었어. 티켓 집안에 갈시. 이 맛에 산다니깐.
자, 반갑습니다. 루미아 섬의 생존자 여러분. 9.3 패치노트 다이제스트 진행을 맡은 농루트입니다. 시즌9 마츠리의 세 번째 패치가 어느새 여러분의 곁으로 찾아갑니다. 새로운 상품들을 포함하여 어떤 변화들이 기다리고 있을지 지금부터 같이 알아보시죠. 먼저 새롭게 추가되는 상품입니다. 원한이 사라질 때까지 몇 번이고 원원들을 베어 넘기는 고스트헌터 히스이가 루미아 섬에 찾아옵니다. 멋진 가면과 검을 들고 다니는 고스트헌터 히스이는 제작소, 교환소에서 마츠리 토큰으로 교환하실 수 있습니다. 부와 권력이 겉모습부터 느껴지는 언더보스 얀이 출시됩니다. 언더보스 얀과 함께 루미아 섬의 챔피언에 도전해보세요. 수험생 혜진이 대표 이미지와 모델링 교체를 통해 여러분에게 다시 찾아갑니다. 새로워진 수험생 혜진에도 많은 관심 부탁드립니다. 실험체 수아의 새로운 이모티콘 4종도 상점에 추가됩니다. 수아의 다양한 모습들을 이모티콘으로 만나보세요. 잘 조율된 캐릭터 조합과 전략, 유기적인 전술과 팀플레이를 겨루는 사전 구성팀 간의 진검승부 유니온 대전이 돌아왔습니다. 유니온 대전에서는 최대 4인이 하나의 유니온을 구성할 수 있으며 한 플레이어는 최대 4개의 유니온에 소속될 수 있습니다. 유니온 대전은 계정 레벨 30 이상부터 참여할 수 있지만 유니온 팀 생성은 골드 티어 이상부터 가능합니다. 유니온 대전에는 별도의 티어 시스템이 있는데요. 유니온 티어는 S, A, B, C, D, F로 구성되며 각 티어
Welcome back from the break, everybody. Hope you guys had a good one. We are now getting prepared for the final couple of games for the night. Knockout stage number 5, knockout stage number 6, games 3 and 4. There we go. It's already getting to the point where I need to get my sleep. You know what I mean? The little rest my brain can afford. Super. Games 1 and 2 have been pretty solid so far. What are your thoughts on it, and what are you excited to see for the last 2 games?
I mean, some great Eternal Return that has been played. I mean, Busan Bespa just showing quite a dominant performance once again. Even in knockout stage number 6, coming in from knockout stage 5, winning 3 games, and knockout stage 6, he got that second place game. Unfortunately, losing out into the side of Team Overpride, but winning out the second game here. We'll have to see if they can continue that streak going into game number 3 and 4 here. These are the final 2 games for the knockout stages, as we will be going into our grand finals for tomorrow.
Exactly. You should be able to see a lot of these teams going back on the pinks. We have seen already in the series as we got 0 bans going into our last game, or I should say our 3rd game for the day. Scylla over there as well. 2 Scylla so far. Are we going to have our 3rd to round out the rosters, or are we just going to leave that open for our final one?
Yeah, that's a question. Is Modern going to try maybe banning out the Scylla again? And I'm kind of surprised that the split for our 80 carries here are actually 2 Rios and 2 Kadias, and it is going to be the Johan. So this is what I wanted to see originally, because I think Johan is definitely the best support by far right now, I think, in the current meta, and they are going to be able to lock it in here and actually get it banned as well. So Murray Gaming and Team CNJ Esports aren't going to be able to play this going into game number 4. I think this is huge, right? Because CNJ Esports, they still have their Jenny player in, so they're gonna have to swap up the team comp entirely here for game number 4.
I also think this really throws a huge rent in Mur Gaming's strategy, because look at what happened to the roster. They changed out Totem for Tianyang, so these guys were locked in on the fact we're gonna keep that Johan, Laura, as well as the Felix composition going till the end of the series. This was a strategy that these guys talked about most likely during the break, but now it's been stunted all of a sudden with a serious change up coming from Team Modern. It's a really nice play overall. Maybe it was just their own strategy, they didn't even think about it, but across the spectrum, it was a great decision from Team Modern. This will stunt Mur Gaming, who has already been struggling inside of the series, so game 3 is going to have to be almost a make or break kind of situation for those guys.
Yeah, and Scylla is not going to be banned this game, so we're going to have no bans actually going into game number 4. No, we have the Johan ban
for Johan.
Going into game 4 here, and yeah, I think it's definitely going to throw a wrench into both these teams' plans here, CNJ Esports and this side of Team Mur Gaming.
Indeed. Let's see how it goes, folks. Game number 3 is now underway. 2 more games remaining for our final knockout stage of phase number 1. After this, we know our 8 teams that will be playing in the finals tomorrow for checkpoint format. Once again, 65 points, and then you gotta win a game. That is the name of the game for checkpoint, which means we have no idea how many number of games we are going to have tomorrow, still staying at the same start time as we had it today, 3 a.m. Eastern time. So make sure you guys are here on time for that. We'll be right here with you.
Could be 4 games, could be 5 games, could be 8 games, maybe 9. I think 9 is usually the cap on the amount of games we could have, just because of how many points are in the game in these games now. Oh, it looks like O3CU unfortunately is going to get caught by the side Team Modern, as both JCP and Johan are going to be grouped up here down in dock, and Modern going to be able to get a nice early game kill for themselves. And since they are in that 8th place position, they need these points to sort of make up the gap that the top 4 teams have over them.
Unfortunately, JCP not going to be able to parry out the taunts, meaning Overpride's going to pick up an easy kill for themselves on the southern side of the map. Modern going to lose out on the Shui Lin for the time being, but it seems like they actually want to contest this. I still see them walking down to the south side. Tehu ends up losing the stacks on this side. Storm Chaser's playing dangerously. Nicely done. Oh my god, just obliterated, disintegrated into oblivion. JCP fighting straight on into this. The ultimate is there for the Shui Lin, but cannot do a single thing, as once again,
the explosion shot too.
Yeah,
wow,
it is just there is nothing.
Just playing it perfectly there, and I love the patience on Storm Chaser. Right, didn't use any abilities, waited for those players to walk past them, and then the Mai was able to set up first, and it's just easy for Storm Chaser to have the angle, the off angle on this Evo to just dish out so much damage with that laser beam.
Modern had no idea. These guys are also playing Desperate again, but That kind of desperation sometimes leads to a couple of mistakes here and there. Should have checked inside the bush. It's one of the more common bushes that people tend to sit in, especially when you know there's another team hanging around, right? So a little bit of a misplay. Bintum trying his best to stay alive. There's Cecilia not going to be able to find a pole, but the damage output, the slow is there for Bintum. Is he going to get taken down?
Alive? Maybe in a blitz?
Oh,
is there in a blitz as well?
He does stay alive. No in a blitz. Yeah, Bintum's going to stay alive too.
Maybe cool. I'm surprised they didn't try to investigate in a blitz with the sell-off, but maybe they thought the sell-off was going to be enough. The healing? Oh yeah, I guess they already used it then. So no in a blitz or sniper skill, and looks like Bear is going to actually stop the heart here as the members of Young Yenate are just going to completely leave the heart to defend by themselves there. I think, yeah, their teleports were just unsynced. Well, unfortunate. Great pull there coming out from Zero Jin. But the Twilight Heist is going to be their Jino, though actually gets a great buffer and is going to be able to actually jump back, dish out one more auto attack to actually kill the Laura. So now it's going to come to a 1v1, and I think Cecilia should have this one in the bag. Oh, but the respawn's going to be there as well, and the heart should be able to finish off the kill.
That's cheating, man. I think there was a chance that Rockin could have gotten a little bit more going. Modern, once again, going to be struggling as JCP taking down everybody from Shadow Golden Light jumping on top of that Shueilin. Will be able to knock her down, which means for Team Modern, I don't think these guys really have been able to get themselves a break in this game so far, although Freya could be looking for a hunt. We do have the Tree of Life spawning in about 25 seconds. They're dodging all the cameras right now.
Yeah, just not able to find their footing, but they are going to come down here and contest for this cemetery tree. There is going to be two teams in the fray, so I think they're probably just going to opt to get themselves on out. It looks like the Heart Peacemaker is going to come down, but the Bat Skill is going to lock down the Heart, and they're going to go down there. Fortunately, it will... I mean, it's going to be Team Freya going to be the one to come out on top and maybe take that Tree of Life there in the hotel. Looks like Team Modern was able to get the 1-up this time, but looks like did end up getting caught here. Johan, both the Johans are the last members of Live from the side Team Modern and Mer Gaming, and it's going to be Team Young Yenate going to reap all the rewards from that easy third party.
Did Daewoo accidentally misposition his mouse or something? Because in no world do you go back into that fight, especially without the Monohoshi Zao available on your side. A little unfortunate for Team Modern as well as Team Mer Gaming. Both are going to miss out on the Tree of Life and also miss out at the beginning of Day 2 animal hunts for both of these teams. You look at the satellite TV to see where some of these teams are not, but because we've already passed a decent amount of time in Day number 2, it's not going to be the most updated information. And once again, with Romantic just gliding across from the island, JCP is going to go down for the, 5th time this game? Oh my goodness.
Yeah, just so well played from Romantic. Is able to just completely 1v1 that Shueilin there, just able to just kite back, use the ultimate as well to push back the Shueilin, and it is just an easy kill for Romantic there. And Busan Vespa, they get their buy-ins here. Down here are up here in Temple, getting their 4 scores. We're going to see a huge power spike from all these teams slowly getting their buy-ins here.
Shadow Golden Light getting their buy rotations in themselves, although Cecilia is the only one there. Hoyoung walking in on this. I don't know if Youngman wants to be in this fight. Dozy on the backside trying to support this as much as possible, but the moving reload gives him enough of the distance. There's the dash on in. Youngman gets taken down. All of a sudden, Shadow Golden Light in its position where they could have been buying items now misses out on the timers for those 20-something seconds before these guys are going to be able to buy again, which means now their Night 2 contests are in jeopardy.
Yeah, I mean, I think just a great vision play coming out from the Jenny just sitting behind the wall, because I don't think the Kadia was expecting it. The Kadia walked up to maybe check the farm up there in the gas station and just ended up getting caught. So very nicely played by the side of Team CNG Esports to recognize that and immediately punish and get the catch there on the side of Youngman there.
Yep, beautifully done for those guys. Look at the minimap right now. Everybody is pretty split apart at the moment. We still have a bit of time before, well, I say a bit of time, but there's really not that much time until the objectives are going to spawn. Modern, as well as I think that's Team Mer Gaming, could be contesting over something inside a cemetery. But these guys are all over the place. We should see the rift going down in a couple of seconds. Good play from CNG Esports to capitalize on everything inside of the zone.
Yeah, definitely
should
get in
hop
here.
On in. There we are with 8 seconds remaining on that timer. Do they need to buy anything? Nah, Team CNG Esports is a little too hot of pace on everybody else.
Yeah, ooh, that was a little risky there. Busan Vespa just the Suwa barely getting in, but we will have a 3v3 beside.
Oh boy, this is bad for CNJ.
Busan Vespa and CNG Esports here. I mean, both the items are looking pretty even, but Romantic having a good angle on the top side here, just playing around this White Lily, but there's the engage in. This spell shield's gonna be instantly used. Another one to cancel out on the parry jump. Wait a second, they're looking for a Romantic here. A lot of damage is gonna be used, and they actually are able to get it. KCW is gonna be able to solo kill the backliner there, and now it's gonna come down to our 2v2. KCW finding the miracle play and is able to get the haze as well, and it is gonna be CNJ Esports the one to come out on top.
Can we give kudos to Chinauer though?
Just making it work.
Yeah, can we give kudos to Chinauer though? This man has like on-point shields. The curious cases went on to both the Romantic as well as Hunzar at the exact same moments that it should have gone. One more tag and it tags! Ballistic advantage. The last shot does the most amount of damage. Really unfortunate for the heart. There's another pick as Chinauer is going to get taken down. Who's on Vespa? Unfortunately, not going to have the best of night number 2. We'll be able to get the res back by Romantic. These guys are fine for the most part, right? We've seen how good these players are as we go further and further late into the game. Missing out on the dimensional rift like that, it's not going to be that big of a deal for them, but it does suck that that is the way that it went, because Chinauer completely smurfed on KCW with those shields.
The spell shields were perfectly timed. I think it was like the very last couple of frames on that period uppercut was applied onto the haze, but then KCW just turned the sights onto Romantic. The Romantic getting hit by that raw E-stun just gave KCW just window to just use the glove skill forward and just completely solo out on that Rio. So just very nicely played by the side of CNG Esports, and it looks like Busan Bespar on look for the side of Young Yenate there. There's the Peacemaker gonna go down for the side team Young Yenate. The HP bars are in favor of Busan Bespar. The double ultimate, the double Fleeting Soul. The HP bars are so low for both teams, so they don't want to press any more here, but Busan Vespa maybe gonna look for an angle on the bottom side.
Golly, CNJ Esports trying to find positioning against Merc Gaming. These guys need to find something, but KCW is a little bit too scary for this. Divine Intervention comes in. Sorry, not Divine Intervention. Faith and Wavering from both sides of the coin. Merc Gaming is somehow turning this fight around. Peksu is already dead. KCW now getting ran down. Hoyoung just has to completely book it. This Nikki is going to be a sacrificial lamb. Will not be able to find the trade. Beautiful fight from Team Merc Gaming. These guys needed this. CNJ Esports opened themselves up for a little bit of vulnerability. Merc Gaming takes it at 1-100.
Yeah, CNJ Esports now in shambles there. Not gonna have enough credits to get both their members back up into this game, so maybe gonna try looking for a rift. At least that is what I would do, but it's gotta be a little careful as a lot of these teams are contesting for these rifts these days to make sure and try to deny these other teams from getting that free res. Yeah, CNJ Esports, I think KCW this time just missing out on that parry kind of cost them a lot of time in that fight to, you know, to get those stuns off and to live long enough. A little unfortunate for the side of Team CNJ Esports. They are gonna just get one of their members back into the game and maybe play for this rift to not minus 400, maybe minus 200 is still okay here. They are gonna get the Bori as well, so a nice item gonna go to the side team CNJ Esports.
Yeah, KCW is playing so confident at this point. I think the same thing for Hoyoung, that Shadow Golden Light sitting inside of archery range is actually not interested in fighting CNJ Esports. We're only 2-man strong. Modern looking to contest up against Overpride, but do you really think this is gonna work, Super? Like, I'm just looking at this, and as Team Modern, I mean, now you're stuck in a weirder position now. Okay, it is a fight over the Omega. This is why these two teams are here. Maybe having that CCTV is gonna be a bit better, but
yeah, they just need an angle onto this backline here. I do like the flank angle coming out from JCP. Maybe gonna be able to find something here. Oh, but look at the poke damage from the Eva, just able to just completely zone away JCP. I mean, on the top side, it looks like Team Freya were able to get the heart. The heart was the heart did use the Peacemaker early from Shadow Golden Light. Do end up going down, but look at the damage from Storm Chaser here. Here comes engage from the Maya. Are they going to look at the taunt? The taunt isn't actually going to come through. Wait a second, it is going to come through because it was slightly delayed, and they're going to send a lot of damage onto JCP. Great dodge away coming out from O3CU. But wait a second, oh, the flash cut is going to come through, and now Team Modern, that's the exact opening they need, but unfortunately the third party is going to be there. Team Busan Vespa is going to reap all the rewards once again, and they're going to be able to get the kill. The Omega is going to probably go to the side Team Busan Vespa as well. They found an opening, but it's just so unfortunate that the third party is there at the perfect time.
Really rough for so many players across the board. Shadow Golden Light also misses out on 2 members as KCW just jumps in once again. CNJ Esports with this composition is just unstoppable right now. KCW on the damage version of the Nikki. Deceptively tanky, by the way, as well, because of the Garden Reverse. JCP on the chase. This is looking a little bit weird. Gyeonggi Innate is going to be forced to pop the Peacemaker pretty early. That's a great flash cut going in towards the backside. It is going to be a pick, but Zerojin will take away Daegu with the end of his life to pull him in. Unfortunately, Jino gets taken down. It's a 2-for-1 in favor of Team Modern. They are alive now, just a little bit.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, I thought the pull there from Zerojin before they end up going down was going to be enough, but the sustain coming out from the Johan and this Shuailin was just able to just out DPS the damage coming out from that Kadia. So it is going to be Team Modern just breathing some life in this game, getting a couple more of these kills, and there's a lot of credit going to the side of Team Modern as well. You could see Shuailin already sitting on about 400 credits, maybe looking to get that blood sample, maybe that blood ripper for that Hisui there.
Look alive, boys. Team Modern, they are trying to come up as much as possible, catch up as fast as possible too. The only problem is, look at the score sheet. The team that they're contesting against is Gyeonggi Innate, but look in the lobby right now. 5 points for Gyeonggi Innate. It's looking rough for Team Modern. Even if they have 6.5 points, the amount of points they need to catch up is pretty much already succeeded by the amount that Gyeonggi Innate has. With this, it's going to become even harder. Mer Gaming will be able to wipe out Shadow Golden Light, but the third party is going to come in. Mer Gaming really needs to win out on this fight. Bit them on the backside, dodging out on all of these auto attacks, but the Executioner bonus makes it easy for JCP to stay alive. Rockman will also get taken down. There's 2 extra kills going in favor of Team Modern. 10.5 points on their side.
And again, enough credits to get these extra call-ins for the side Team Modern. So they're going to be sitting in a pretty good spot. A great third party there. Looks like the side of Team Modern Gaming over-invested on that Sicela and ended up paying the price for it. So very nicely played by Modern to capitalize. And yeah, it is going to be that Blood Ripper going to the side of that Hisui. And maybe a couple more buy-ins to maybe finish off the items for the side of Team Modern.
Yep, 3 teams sitting inside of 4s. 1 might start walking out. It's 4 now. Team Freya positioning around this Wickle line. Mer Gaming also hanging around here. Surprisingly enough, we actually don't see Busan Vespa around this area. They're being a little bit more proactive than waiting around for this objective. It is going to get a little bit chaotic, but Team Modern in position to try going for it very early on. You should know Team Freya is hanging around now, especially with that Odyssey. We'll finally be able to figure it out. Yeah, exactly. This could get chaotic very fast. Team Modern doesn't have enough information. Will end up backing away for the time being, but this does open up Freya for finding something. Oh my god, Bagel just gets obliterated immediately. The damage output is pretty good though. It's a 1-for-2 trade. Unfortunately, the flash code is going to miss out from Daegu. Does end up getting the kill over onto Raccoon though. We're gaming. Oh yeah, way too many people hanging around. Wickle line taken down. Fight is going to begin up on the northern side. Freya ends up losing out on the Sua, but we're actually not going to go for the kill. No, Jumo ended up popping. Ghost Light activated over onto Yuna. I think the Rio... Oh my god, it's not dead. What the heck?
Yeah, they were able to just jump on over, and look at the credit counts on the side of Team Freya. They should be able to get the Sua back into the game here. Oh no, JCP getting caught, gets the reset though, should be able to dash away, but oh! I think that was the Hex just able to finish the job there. Modern gonna lose out on their Hisui, so minus 400. I think they have enough credits to get... I don't know if they have enough to get all 3. They definitely do not. So they're going to be in a rough spot now. There's going to be about 100 credits, about 20 credits needed left. But they just used the VLS, so they're not going to have enough to get the gadget for another res. And oh no, they're going to jump straight into the hands of Team CNJ Esports. I think in a full sender here, I think they're gonna try, but Modern gonna slowly make the distance. Can they get the res here? If they can get the res, maybe they can look to take the fight into the side of Team CNJ Esports.
They have enough credits right now. If somehow the Johan gets down towards the bottom side, Daewoo's stuck in the fight though, will end up getting taken down. Megok is stuck in hell now. We got teams up on the north side, teams up over on the east side. There is no way this Johan can stay alive any longer. There's the follow through from KCW. We should see the Johan falling down, and unfortunately with that, Modern will take their early fall in game number 3. 11.5 points strong, but is it going to be enough for the pedestal to be set? We will have to figure that out in game number 4. But with that team falling down, 6 still remain.
Yeah, 7th place this late into the game. That is a little unfortunate, but that's just how these lobbies have been going, right? So all these teams have been getting just late into the game. We see 7, 8 team, you know, sort of temporary zones. It's really hard for these teams to, you know, kind of work with and kind of needing to make sure that they don't get third party, right? Because of how many teams are in these little amount of zones and the little amount of space that they have here.
Team Freya pulling off what we saw during knockout stage number 3, and I don't think it's working out too well. This team has the Wicked line trying to find a little bit of positioning inside of Uptown, which is very smart, because if you get control of Uptown, you're really never under any threat of getting flanked. Just with the way that the map is orientated right now. The only problem is they don't have that many points, and they just lost vision control inside of Uptown, which is insane considering this is a team that has Wicked line with decent amount of items in comparison to the other side.
Yeah, Team Freya shouldn't be scared in the side Team Busan Besta because they have the item advantage and they have the Wick buff, but Team Busan Besta is just forcing them away because they have that zone control. So it's a little hard for Team Freya to kind of play into, and they're actually going to opt out and not to take the fight into the side Team Busan Besta. But they're a great pull there coming out from the Cella, but nothing really going to come out of that as Team Mer Gaming just going to be able to use the dashes to get themselves to safety here. Looks like Team Busan Besta is just going to slowly bunker down and hold the side of Uptown, while all these other teams are going to slowly start to push into Hotel here. So it's going to be a maybe 4 or 5 team temporary zone. These teams have to be a little careful. That third party is coming and it's going to hurt. Gotta be a little careful. You have to make sure you're not on that receiving end.
Let's see how Gyeonggi Nate also decides to position. We got about a minute until Beach is going to close. Then we go into Hotel as well as Uptown temporary zone. Freya still playing scared about this for some reason. Electric shift back, and when you have the vision advantage inside of the bush too. Now they're the ones getting pushed back. That's a triple tag with the inner blitz. That's really dangerous. And somehow Mojom goes down to the spell shield. I think the Ghost Light was what ended up knocking him down. Yona dashes out of the Peacemaker, man. What is going on? Jumo's gonna get traded in. Chino's gonna be able to finish out Yona. Freya, you cannot afford to do that when you have Wick.
I don't know if the spell shield was on cooldown because
I mean, he died to Ghost Light, man. That's true damage. Doesn't matter.
No, it came down after this Acela ult, because Acela ult proc, and then the spell shield came in, and then the damage was already done. So yeah, they just ended up going down. So I don't know if they had the spell shield, because if they locked out on a lot of that Acela damage, Acela ult damage, they would have been able to live.
Yeah, but Freya is now starting to get punished. Mer Gaming now jumping in on towards Gyeonggi Innate. Pintum trying to just jump back in toward the Peacemaker. There we go. Down goes Tazu onto the ground, but Busan Besta is there to intercept because Chenyang is already taken down too. Gyeonggi Innate has no responses to this. Gliding once again is going to be romantic. There is no way Jino stays alive against this. Rocket launchers being dodged everywhere. Oh my god. But the squirrel trap. Oh, Jino. What the heck is that?
That would have been so funny if he ended up walking into that. But yeah, the sidesteps and the movement coming out from the Kali actually able to dodge out on all of those abilities at the very end to keep themselves alive. Maybe get an extra point, an extra placement point. That could matter, right, for the side of Team Gyeonggi because they are sitting in that 4th place spot.
Good use on the drone, by the way, for Kadia. This is one thing that a lot of people forget about the drone on Kadia is whenever a trap or a camera gets marked out by that thing, it gets reduced down to 1 HP, so much easier to kill. I know Squirrel Trap has 2 HP, so it wasn't that difficult for a Kadia to kill anyways, but it's a really nice mechanic you are able to utilize.
Yeah, look at how confident Romantic is into 2 dive characters, and he's just able to just react so well and just dodge out. And look at the amount of damage coming out from this Wio. It's way too much, and they're just going to be able to get a clean 3 kills from the side of Team Mer Gaming, and that does mean
doing it again.
That doesn't mean they were able to get an extra point for the side of Gyeonggi here.
We're going back again.
There's the amount of damage coming in from the side of Team Overpriced, just a little too much. They tried to dive in, but not going to be able to find anything. There's a perfect taunts coming out from the Mai as soon as the Jenny got out of that play dead, and Overpride getting a clean 3 kills as well.
Round number 3 between Busan Vespa and Overpride. These two teams have been duking it out non-stop inside of the final zone today from the looks of it in knockout stage number 6. We'll see which one is able to do it, but this time the big difference is that Jinhawar is actually really low on transitions, right? Just one gold transition. It's the Blood Cloak that's like next to no value, by the way, for Isu at this point. Maybe a little bit on the debilitation, but you got nothing else really on that side. Let's see if it works out. Soul Stealer level 2 can give Romantic a little bit of leniency in terms of gliding across the map. We have seen this guy do it time and time again. The only problem this time for Overpride is the fact that it is beach. This zone is open as hell, so it might be a little bit more difficult for Eva to actually get any of the damage locked in.
Yeah, but I mean, Overpride were able to get the 1-up onto the side of Team Busan Vespa in the first game, so we're gonna have to see if they can do it again. Storm Chaser is gonna be able to get a lot of poke down, and it's all up to, I think, Eva to sort of poke down the members of Team Busan Vespa, and then Bear and Nadine to find an angle in. A lot of poke. It's gonna be a little hard for the side of Team Overpride to walk up, but I think as soon as the look at the damage coming out from Romantic, the way to dodge on. That's out there, and yeah, Team Overpride are going to be forced to reset.
Okay, so Bear getting a little bit angsty with it. A lot of cooldowns were blown from both sides, but Sunstar now has the rocket launchers. Timers are starting to tick for the members of Overpride, and the Chronosphere went all the way down to the bottom right side. That's a massive rocket land, and I love the fact that Sunstar immediately backs away because he knows he won exactly what he wanted to do, right? No rest time available for O3CU, and their timers are starting to tick. Romantic untouched inside of the bush. We do see the Curious Case going through. I think this is going to be it. O3CU being brought back in. It's not that bad, but the decision is just a little too late. Masterclass final zone from Team Busan Vespa. This time, we'll be able to overcome Team Overpride for that final zone. GG's.
Yeah, just able to have superior positioning, right? Because they were trying to just jump on forward there, but Romantic sitting in that little sandstorm was just able to get a lot of damage onto the Nadine at the very end, who wasn't really expecting, I think, the Rio to be in there. And yeah, just perfect kite back once again coming out from the side of Team Busan Vespa.
Love the way that Sunstar played that. We've seen way too many cases throughout the course of tonight, and even yesterday as well, where a team gets a slight lead in that final zone and over pushes to only get punished. Right? But Sunstar landed a rocket on 2 people who were resting and immediately backed away because they knew the advantage was there. Regardless of whether or not you are able to kill later down the road, you have timer advantage. That's going to force the people who are just resting to be forced to fight you. They're not going to be at full HP, going to be desperate to find some kind of fight going in on towards you. When you have a Rio sitting on the side, sitting inside of the sand dust, and your rocket launchers are still about to come back off a cooldown, you're in a great spot. So really good play from Sunstar. Great call across the board from Busan Vespa. This is the reason why this team is such a highly anticipated team for everybody to watch in knockout stage number 6.
Yeah, I mean, canceling on those rests are so important because it just makes it so, Team Overpride just weren't full HP when they're entering that final fight there. So very nicely played by the side of Team Busan Vespa all around. And yeah, it was really close, right? So you saw the HP bars on the side Team Busan Vespa, but all 3 members still alive, just able to, kind of kite back and live on just a sliver of HP to make sure they're able to, close out that team fight.
Yeah, imagine if O3CU was full HP in that final fight. Right, as they went in, then maybe an extra auto attack goes off. Romantic probably could have died, and then it would have turned into a 2v2. Where now you're doing a Storm Chaser versus Sunstar fight, where for a good chunk of the time, until Sunstar gets her rockets back, it is going to be an advantage for Storm Chaser, right? But it's just that HP difference. Great call from Sunstar again. I'm going to kind of talking about that a lot because it's a picture-perfect example of what to do when you actually have a lead. Go back and make sure that you're actually counting your advantages, which is going to be timer for the final zone. That is what you need to do.
And it's going to be another win for the side of Team Busan Vespa. They're just playing so well today. I mean, 3 wins in knockout stage 5, and already 2 wins here in knockout stage number 6. They're going to be looking pretty good even going up into the Titans in the grand finals.
Yeah, I think Busan Vespa is going to be completely fine tomorrow. They finally found the comp they're going to be comfortable on. The only reason why, from the looks of it right now, and I hate to really be saying this, but it is because G-Work was most likely playing with the Adela. The stabilization that you get with the Sua, Rio, plus the Haze just wasn't there during the group stages, which is why they had to start a little bit earlier on than some of our other competitors for this tournament. But with them locking in this roster and understanding that this is probably what we're going to go with, it should be completely fine. If Freya also ends up knocking themselves out of the tournament, this composition will almost be uncontested in the finals. Maybe one other team might be playing Sua, but other than that, I don't really see it because Rosner is gone as well, right? There's no other Sua players really remaining in this tournament other than just Team Busan Vespas.
But we do know how strong this team comp is, right? With the Sua double backline with long range mage, a medium to close range mage and a long range ADC, right? I could definitely see like a team like Team Auto Arms playing it because I think they did end up playing it one game, with Cinema obviously on the Sua, and then maybe we'll see the Slean instead of the Haze, and then obviously we'll see Sad Hands on the ADC, but I'm not too sure, right? So I do think we will probably see some teams maybe swapping to it, or we'll see definitely teams being prepared for it, like Team Auto Arms that were playing that you see in MI. Maybe we'll see that coming out once again going into the finals.
A distinctive difference between our top four and our bottom four. It's going to be a tough road ahead for our bottom four teams. 15.5 point difference between fourth and fifth. Gyeonggi and 8, it's not going to let this go that easily either, right? This is another team that has found a decent amount of success with the triple DPS comp that a lot of our bottom four teams haven't really been able to find an answer to so far. So I'm a little bit worried about what's going to end up happening. It could be a very predictable result going out for our final game unless one of our bottom four teams just has a random epiphany, starts playing crazy.
Yeah, and 15.5 points is actually a decent amount of points to have a buffer with, right? Fifth place team compared to a fourth place team, that is quite the mountain that you need to climb. And if you're in Gyeonggi and 8's position, even though you are in that fourth place spot, you have to be feeling pretty good.
Yes.
15 points is quite a bit. And as long as Gyeonggi and 8 have a decent game here, even if they get maybe about like 5 to 10 points, it should close the door for some of these teams to make it out into the season finals here, or not season finals, but phase 1 finals.
Exactly. Basically, let me see here. The minimum number of points that a team got, at least for today, after they won a game, was like 17, 18 points, right? We have a lead of 15.5. As long as Gyeonggi and 8 gets a few kills, which will probably happen off of phase 1 to begin with, that average in and of itself is going to make it really difficult for our bottom four teams to even dream about making it out. So
remember,
it's going to be a rough one.
The Johan is banned as well, so these teams that are on the bottom end, right, like Team Murray Gaming, Team CNG Esports, they're just not going to be able to play their comfort team as well.
Freya is going to try their hand one more time at this composition as well. Busan Vespa doing the exact same thing. It's going to be a mirror matchup one last time. Can Team Freya somehow come back from this situation and put themselves on the leaderboard as well? They're one of the bottom four teams at the moment. Top four is going to be a rough road ahead. Gyeonggi and 8 playing their comfort picks once again. Modern, Sylvia finally on the Lenny as well. Taehu on the Fiora. Well, no, it's going to be JCP on the Fiora. Never mind, they're just swapping.
Rakun gonna go back to that Sylvia here.
This is a blast of the
Vintum
past.
on the Fiora and Che on that Shuai Lin. So they're playing the double bruiser plus that Sylvia on the backline. So very excited to see how this ends up working out for the Modern. Gonna be on that Lenny instead because Johan did end up getting banned out, and CG Esports gonna be on that Charlotte.
I think Modern's comp with Lenny looks a lot more stable. Same thing for More Gaming. Sylvia for Rakun is a blast to the past. This man used to play this thing all the time in Toronto Return Masters.
I do remember. Yeah, they were the Sylvia guy, and I think they were one of the teams. I think they're one of the players that invented, the My Human combo.
Yep.
that we did end up seeing quite a bit in previous seasons. It was my Yuban plus a Sylvia. Definitely, sort of familiar with that team comp as I've tried it out as well. It's a pretty solid team, but yeah, we haven't really seen that not much anymore. I think teams end up adapting to how to play into that. So we'll have to see going into game number 4 here if Team Gaming can utilize the Sylvia and Shryland together to try to maybe crawl their way back up into that top 4 spot.
Yes, sir. Final game of the night to determine our 4 teams moving on. There is a clear distinction once again. For those of you guys who are now joining us, you should see the leaderboard in a few moments here as soon as the banners on the bottom are gone. Clear distinction between the top 4 and the bottom 4. Unfortunately, this time, no kill. Easy kill going for... I think that's Cheer. Who is that again? Is that Mego Kandi?
JCP?
No, it's JCP. No, JCP was on Fiora. I have to figure out. It's Mer Gaming that's sitting on that, so it should be our. It actually might be JCP. Never mind, because Team Modern is the one running. Oh no, JCP is over there. Now I'm getting confused. Who the hell is with Mer Gaming? Bintum. We had Totem being subbed out for somebody. I forget who that somebody was now for Mer Gaming.
Yeah, I'm kind of blanking out on the name as well, but Young Gina here in Factory gonna be no, Modern is gonna all be together here, and it looks like they're gonna take the team fight into the side of Team Shadow GLT. Fancy on that Mai. We do have a couple of Mai picks being shown here, as Overpride's also still sitting on a Mai as well. There is Engage coming out with the P-Suite. The ultimate is going to get a lot of damage. A Quick Cut is going to connect as well. They're going to get a lot of value, but JCP is going to get chunked down instantly there. Oh, Youngman and Nadine is going to get so much damage on the backside there, and yeah, it looks like the members of the side of Modern will be forced to disengage. A huge great connect there. Nice yellow-blue, going to be able to pick off that Lenny as they do pick up another kill.
Fantastic fight coming through from Shadow Golden Light. Will be able to secure themselves 2 kills early on into the game. Going to result in 1 overall point, but we can already see for Shadow Golden Light, now they're at 22. 14.5 points behind now for Gyeonggi NA, but again, that team's not gonna probably like go for it too easily. It's Chenya on the Shuilan. There we go. We finally got her secure on that. Overpride in a little bit of trouble as Bear's getting ran down by everybody on Mer Gaming. Don't expect to run away from a Sylvia this early on. You do not have the cooldowns for that. O3C trying his best to run away.
Some more.
Can they find this? It won't be a break, but if they can find the kill onto the Nadine, this is going to be a great start for their Mer Gaming.
Shard as well, nice. And ooh, they do get the break. And
what?
Yeah, the Shryland's going to be there to look for this Mai for some more points. I mean, Mer Gaming in that 8th place spot, they need as many points as possible here. I mean, they're pretty close with the rest of the bottom 4, but
19 minimum.
They need about 19 points to tie, and then they need a couple more. But we have seen, you know, those really big pop-off games, right? We have seen that 33-point game. It could happen again in the final game here as Mer Gaming going to find another one. 5 points already, another one. 6 points already for the side Team Mer Gaming, showing some life here in the final game.
Another one for Team Mer Gaming. All right, let's see how it goes, because it was Mer Gaming after all in knockout stage number 5 that did give us that 33-point banger, right? If they're able to replicate that kind of performance, there is definitely a chance. You cannot count this team out whatsoever. But it does go back into a little bit of a downtime. Never mind, Mer Gaming is still looking for a lot of kills. The parry's going to go a little bit wide for Chenyang, but it's a 2v3. Great crowd control location. Chenyang is still alive. Great 2 kills once again. 4 points now for Team Mer Gaming.
Yeah, it's 8 kills so far in the first day cycle. They have to be feeling pretty good about that, and that's a huge confidence boost as well going into the rest of the game here. Tree of Life going to be spawning in Hotel, and I think they're going to be there to contest for that as well.
Still more fights going on. 25 seconds until we go into day number 2. Busan Best in a little bit of trouble as Romantic this time around will end up getting locked down. Too early in the game for Jinawar to be able to provide enough of a shield against the team composition of CNJ Esports. Suns are trying to peel away to the best of their abilities. Thankfully, getting away from the Charlotte queue, will probably be able to maintain their life.
Yeah, just not enough damage for the side team Busan Vespa just yet. A little too early into the game, and KCW is just going to be there with that Charlotte. Yeah, just a little too much damage, and here comes Engage from the side of Team Mer Gaming. It's not going to be enough, though, as the sustain from the Lenny is going to be a little too much, and Mer Gaming, unfortunately, going to lose out on this fight. That is a disaster, as they desperately needed these kills and that Tree of Life, and they're just gonna get sent farther and farther behind this game now.
Really brutal. The 8 kills in phase number 1, it does mean something, right? You're going to be able to snowball off of those. You get the credits off of them. If you're running coin toss, even better value, which it doesn't seem like any of them are running, so unfortunately it's not going to matter. But, oh gosh, you need to actually translate those snowball attempts into some transitions. But if you start losing fights from the get-go at day number 2, I don't know. I think you're completely right. This team's going to start falling behind without that transition because of how volatile this composition is.
I mean, they tried looking, right, for all... I think they all tried looking for one target, but I think it was the Hisui, but the Hisui had that parry and that Lenny sustain just was able to keep them alive just enough. And Very Gaming just all grouped up together and just really easy AoE for the side of Team Modern to sort of fight back there. So yeah, Very Gaming gonna lose out on that fight there, and they're not gonna get their 4-score buy-ins anytime soon. They're still missing about 20 to 30 credits because they end up taking the full night cycle to just team fight. So their farm is a little off here, and looks like a face check is gonna be there for the side of Youngmon and the Nadine.
Oh,
but
yellow red banded on everybody.
Really well. There is a nice ultimate there coming out from the Charlotte though. But it looks like the engage is... Oh, KCW is going to be able to get some damage with that weapon skill. But not going to be able to find anything, as all of the members of Team Shadow Golden Knight are actually going to be able to stay alive.
Yeah, that was actually a massive yellow-red coming through from Youngman, because it silenced everybody on CNJ Esports to the point where there was just no retaliation in that crucial moment. Everybody was trying to run away from Shadow Golden Knight. Modern trying their best to fight up against KMVNA, but triple DPS is a little bit too much to deal with, but never mind. Tehu rips 2 members to shreds. Zero Jin has to immediately back away. That's the X Factor value of the Hisui, baby. Let's go.
I'm surprised that Hisui didn't look for more there, because they actually could have maybe wiped the side of Young Gine, but probably just didn't have the dash up. Was probably on cooldown. A little unfortunate, but huge 2 kills coming out from Daehu there. Able to just turn it with just able to just instantly kill the 2 backliners on the side of Team Young Gine and turn it for the side Team Modern.
Really good stuff. Unfortunately for Team Gaming, I saw them trying to deny the Rift from being taken, but it was yoinked away. So yet another objective gone in the right within the grasp of Team Gaming. These guys are still sitting on 1 transition, by the way, for them. Look at that. Felix on the arm piece. Wow, looking so good. They got 5 points. That is an amazing feat by night number 2. But you have 1 item. Okay.
Yeah, looks like, and it is the 4-score bot-in from the Felix, so they don't have any extra items in this game. So it's a little unfortunate. They're definitely behind in terms of combat power than the rest of the lobby. So they're gonna have to look for some clean team fights if they want to get back into this game.
Okay, here we go. Overpride looking to fight up against maybe Puzan Bespa, jumping over with the White Lily. There is the Quake that made it over. Romantic is just going to accept his death. Nicely done too on that front, because you eat the Quake, the slow is there. It's just an easy kill going in that favor. Might as well not extend that death duration as long as possible. Good stuff.
Yeah, and Nadine just there to follow up as well. Monkey wire forward for the extra damage here. It looks like the side of Team Gaming are going to try looking for the Mai, thinking they're hard caught by themselves, but there's engage and re-engage. Rock can try to jump forward, but is going to get responded. A great blink away coming out from the side of the Nadine, just instantly responding to the bike engage from Rockman there. Very nicely played. And great reaction time coming out from Ozzy.
Yeah, what a brutal end of night number 2 for Team Gaming. They will come back, right? No -200s just yet, but these guys are still in item transition hell. 3 transitions for those guys. It's been a pretty common trope, actually, now that I think about it, for Gaming. These guys can never seem to find objectives around the map. It's always with just credits. Get a lot of kills, that's awesome, but where is the translation for transitions?
Yeah. They just lose out on the early game team fights, and the early game team fights matter like the most, right? You lose out on those early game trees, those early game meteors, and you're just playing down items compared to the rest of the lobby, playing down combat power. So we'll have to see if they can sort of bounce back into this game. You can see their credit counts. They have a lot of credits, so if they can just get the next buy rotation for these trees and meteors, they should be able to contest the next objective and maybe look for these team fights that they have to win.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit rough. Look at the transitions on everybody else. Even Busan Vespa, these guys, yeah. Youngie and 8, say goodbye to your Cecilia because it's not, sorry, not Cecilia, but your Kadia because that's not happening. One member down, minus 200. We're gaming, potentially looking for another fight, but that's Overpride. It's such a difficult team to fight. 4 transitions on both the Eva plus the Nadim. And if you need a picture-perfect example as to why Team Mer Gaming is behind despite being so far ahead in terms of points compared to everyone else, look at that right there. 4 transitions, Storm Chaser. 4 transitions, O3CU. A single member from Overpride has more transitions than the entire team of Mer Gaming combined.
Yeah, that is. I mean, at least Mer Gaming's items are all 4 scores, but I mean, it doesn't really help that they are all sitting on 1 item here. So I'm surprised they're actually not looking to get their next couple of buy-ins here. And looks like Overpride did end up taking the jump pad over, but Mer Gaming not there to really intercept. And there's also another team, CJ Esports, that they kind of have to worry about. So just gonna be on the back foot. Maybe gonna walk up, try to get their next couple of buy-ins here as. Looks like CJ Esports, they want to chase. I think they see the items on Team Mer Gaming and they know how weak they are, so definitely gonna look for something. I know there's definitely bloodlust in the side of Team CJ Esports eyes.
Mer Gaming.
Mer Gaming finally
Good.
third party just runs straight to the hands of Team Freya, and no, Team Freya's out.
0 points for Freya. That's the end of their run. Just in the blink of an eye like that. That is the worst way to go in Eternal Return Masters. But unfortunately for Freya, it is an early night for these players. Where the heck is Bintum going? Oh my god, please run away. Oh, the key is charging in. Run, Bintum. You cannot get out. The win stream is there too. Run, Bintum. Run. The rest of his team is desperately trying to get up front as fast as possible, but KCW turns tail immediately onto another person. Raccoon is the one that gets targeted on. He's right in the range of Pure Rage Uppercut, following him through the moon. Raccoon will take the fall. Really great play from KCW, immediately turning tail, looking for a different target as soon as he can. Great play from that team.
Yeah, that's a -1 for the side Team Mer Gaming. That's so unfortunate. But yeah, for Team Freya, they just end up walking straight into the hands of Team Mer Gaming in archery range when the nighttime vision ended up swapping over. So I mean, I don't think there's really much Team Freya could have really done about that. That's just so unfortunate, right? Just walking straight into another team. The second the night time swaps here, I think Team Mer Gaming are looking for this kiosk buy in Research Center because they need items here, but there's going to be a team, and it's going to be Team Overpride that are probably going to try to contest them.
These guys just saw the ping from the VLS as well. They're ready and prepped up. All we need is just one single telephoto camera going down inside a research center. Mer Gaming can disintegrate in a split second, but they're a little bit too smart for that. We'll actually back away from it.
I'm just waiting for school reopen because they need items, right? They need to call in. They need to get some farm going here because look at the items of the rest of the lobby. They're still sitting only on those 3-4 scores that they bought on their first rotation.
Oh my god, dude. These games honestly feel like the games that I would be playing in the RCS, where you just get credits. That's the only set of transitions you can get, and then pray for maybe wolves or bears to drop something. It is not a time to be alive for Mer Gaming fans. They're trying their best, don't get me wrong, but with the pacing of this game and how also Gyeonggi Innate is getting a decent amount of points on their own, Mer Gaming is just consistently in a position where you really cannot do a single thing. Gyeonggi Innate will unfortunately take the fall. CNJ Esports, Hayoung finally showing us a little bit of spunk as he's going to blink on straight in towards Zerojin. Will unfortunately get pulled back by Wilson to keep Zerojin alive, but it's a 1-for-0 in favor of CNJ Esports.
Chasing as well. Maybe I'm going to try looking for that Cecilia. The heart was res for the side of Gyeonggi Innate. Busan Vespa is just going to be able to peel back here. They're trying to look for a Rheumatic. Great bat skill into the wall from the Suwa. Just amazing peel once again, just able to just deny any opportunity for this from the side of Modern to kill their backliners. Dramatic did end up getting chased down by JCP. JCP almost having the angle there, but that bat skill again, and oh no. Zerojin getting caught out once again. Gyeonggi Innate just losing another 200 credits. That's so many credits that they were that they had to use to res their team. Looks like Team Modern maybe want to take this fight once again, as long as they could find an angle. It looks like JCP has the off angle here.
Next too smart for this. There we go. Quick cut. See, can you get the
Critical.
stuns? He doesn't.
Oh, the
but
knockup from the
Jinhao
Suwa is gonna be there again. Just the peel coming out from the Suwa is just so good. But wait a second, the quick cut is gonna connect. Can they get Romantic? They do actually get the Suwa. Romantic's 1 HP. Look at the damage coming out from the Hisui. Is it gonna be enough? Great parry. Jump on forward. Oh no!
He's too good.
Romantic.
Yep,
And one
he's
more
just
attack
too
is
good.
gonna be enough, and Busan Vespa is gonna be the one to take it away. Modern almost clutching it out there. The Hisui almost winning that 1v3, but Romantic, like you said, is just so good on these backline carries, just able to just kite back and clutch it out for his team.
Just does not end. Merc Gaming will be able to pick up the Wick line, so at least to a certain degree, a good chunk of their power spike is going to be guaranteed to them.
Pretty good.
And they needed this so bad because the transitions off of Wick line is desperately required for Merc Gaming right now. It will be the Nosferatu built up for the Shui Lin, which is massive when it comes to the DPS side of things, but their items are still very finicky.
Yeah, their items are bad, and the problem is they still need kills. They need points, right? Because of how far behind they are compared to a team like Youngie N8. They only have 2.5 points more than Youngie N8, so they need to look and try to wipe Youngie N8 right now, and then also just finish up and win the lobby, which is a pretty tall ask for the side team Merc Gaming currently.
Yeah, at the minimum, we need 25.5 points for Merc Gaming, right? 19 point difference between Gyeonggi N8 and Merc Gaming. Gyeonggi N8 is sitting at 6.5. We need 25.5 for Merc Gaming. They have the Wick line buff. KCW is looking a little bit fearless about this. Even with the spinning dagger, Tenyoung is not interested in fighting this at all whatsoever. Merc Gaming. Guys.
I think CNJ Esports, they see the item difference. Even though they have the Wick buff, they just see that they have almost about like 2,000 worth of extra items and credits, so they're gonna try sending it, but Merc Gaming gonna say no. We still need to scale up here. We need to get the rest of our items to make sure, you know, we can start taking these team fights.
But how much longer can you really wait at this point? You already know what the situation with the leaderboard is going to be. Is it just a situation where Merc Gaming just says, okay, it's going to be a little bit difficult, so let's just do what we can and then get some experience for phase number 2? Or are they really looking for a potential win condition right now, right? Merc Gaming is a little bit split apart.
No,
With
they don't know. They didn't check.
Raccoon. Please, 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 for the love of
check.
God, Bintum, where's the recon drone? Okay.
They're not gonna check. They're not gonna check. Oh my God.
It hurts, dude, it hurts. This is not the first time Merc Gaming died to this, by the way, in the same zone as well. It might not be the same bush, but they died to this yesterday by just pushing into a bush. Whatever, man. Okay, here we go. Overpride is in a little bit of trouble as KCW trying to push on through. Oh my God! A bullseye out of nowhere disintegrates. 033CU. Bear just gets caught out as okay. This game is just weird. This game's funny.
Yeah, that's Overpride down for the count with only 3.5 points. That opens the door, I think, for a team like Team Shadow Golden Light to maybe take their spot here.
Yep. Well, okay, Shadow Golden Light, let's see what you have on your side. It's still a 15.5 point difference between Gyeonggi N8 and Shadow Golden Light, so if these guys want to win, they need 23 points, and I don't really think there's that many points left in this game to begin with, but you know, we saw how close it was at the end of knockout stage number 5. Maybe it'll still be the same case, but above all else, for both Shadow Golden Light and Merc Gaming, Golden Light, not Golden Light, Gyeonggi N8 needs to die right now.
I mean, Youngie N8, I think, is already outplacing Team Overpride. So Team Overpride is the one that is in the hot seat now.
True.
And I think Team Shadow Golden Light, if they're able to get all these kills and win out the game, I think they can actually outplace Team Overpride here, despite the point disparity. They just have to win out on the next couple of team fights here and make it so they can get in for the finals. You can see Youngie N8, look at how weak they are. They're sitting on, I think they're missing six gold items. They're sitting on 6 purples right now, and they're trying to use the VLS, but not gonna be able to get it off in time. That's gonna be another VLS gonna be put down, so that's a lot of gadget energy gonna be invested for the side of Team Gyeonggi N8.
Yeah, Gyeonggi N8 knows exactly the situation of this lobby right now as well. This is why they're trying to stay alive as long as they can. Overpride though, with them going down, the final point total they're gonna have is 43. So we need about, 22 points from Golden Light if they want to tie. Former Gaming, if we want to get to 43, 17 and a half, somewhere around there, maybe, 26 and a half. Oh, that's a really, really good combo. Kyunggi and A will now get taken down unless they can find a trade onto somebody. No, absolutely not, as Raccoon stays alive, but Jinho on the backside, pumping out a lot of damage, will end up finding Raccoon as well. Kyunggi and A, despite the item disparity, is able to still win it out because Jinho just pumps out the auto attacks. Shadow Golden Light trying to run away, but they're not going to find it either. I think that's set. I think that's game set and done.
The engage was so good from Merc Gaming, but the problem is going into a triple DPS team into the hard alt, they're just able to just out trade and get the value and put you all down to 1 HP as well. And Young Yane, because they're playing that triple backline team, they're able to just secure the kills once they get out of that Peacemaker really easily. And yeah, Young Yane, I think, should secure their spots. I'm pretty sure the top 4 have already secured the ticket in as Mirror Gaming and Shadow Golden Light. Unfortunately, they're going to be playing down a couple of them this year.
Can they get in time?
Yeah, they get in. Yes, they do get in. There's a Peacemaker.
Oh, no.
Going to be able to pick up a kill at least, but yeah, should end up going down here as they only get 13 points, and that is going to be all she wrote. Fortunately, Mirror Gaming and Team Shadow Golden Lights, we won't be seeing them for the grand finals.
Bintim can try all he wants, but it is all in vain as we have CNG Esports finding these rats individually inside of the temporary zone of Fire Station. Shadow Golden Light doing what they can as well. 2 seconds is nowhere close to enough for Dozy to find the kill either. Busan Bespa once again will walk into the final zone. 4 games in a row, my friend.
And can they win the 3rd game for knockout stage 6 is the question. They won 3 in knockout stage 5. Can they win 3 in knockout stage 6? If they can, I mean, this is a great starting point, and I mean a great showing for this team going into the finals.
Indeed, our top 2 teams on the leaderboard right now fighting for formalities at this point. It's all about the ego, right? Making sure that you have the correct mentality going into our final game. We've seen time and time again this kind of composition duke it out. Look at the damage output from so-and-so.
Oh, the Jenny!
The haze is just completely blinked out on the outside.
God,
but
they got it.
Yep, Romantic is taken down already. Pure Rage Uppercut wasn't even invested. Beautiful White Lily investment from the side of CNJ Esports. We'll be able to find the win, and then it will deny Team Busan Bespa from taking the 3rd game of the night. Thank you, Jinhao, for not extending it as long as it can go. CNJ Esports rounding out our final game of the night with 24 points on hand. Might actually overcome Team Busan Bespa in terms of points, so if they end up in first place today, it's not going to matter, but that's super cool. GG's.
Yeah, great White Lily there from the side of Team CNG Esports. Able to just pounce on Romantic there. And yeah, I mean, the Jenny was able to get the ultimate down, get the carpet, pop the spell shield that Suo did end up giving over to the Rio, and just able to kill the Rio down, and that is all the damage, or most of the damage, gone from the side of Team Busan Bespa. So very nicely played by CNG Esports to come out on top.
I genuinely thought that with Solensar completely split up to the left side, Team CNJ Esports was actually going to turn tail and immediately target down the Haze instead. But I didn't realize that Romantic was the one in trouble. Good targeting on their part too, because Romantic's been like pretty much the reason why CNJ Esports has been losing, even if they knock down Solensar, right? The gliding on that Rio has been such a problem for that team. So great targeting on their front. Great White Lily usage, exactly as you mentioned. I know Busan Bespa in the back of their mind as they were running away from that was thinking that could be a possibility. That's why all of them ran immediately the moment they saw CNJ Esports. But it was a little bit too late. Just a little bit.
Yeah, and it's just a great find from the Jenny there, able to just get the carpet and the acceptance speech onto the Rio, and yeah, just seal the deal there, pulling the Rio back in. And once the Rio is a little too far forward, you can't really escape, and it's just really easy for the side of Team CNG Esports to finish the job.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Folks, that is going to be it for Eternal Return Masters Knockout Stage number 6, though. We are all done with the knockout stages. That means we are on towards the finals now. Let's actually take a look at what the format looks like so you guys know what to expect for tomorrow. We are done from the group stages all the way to the knockouts. We are at that last set of boxes over on the far right side. The top 4 teams from today, the golden box indeed, will be fighting up against the first place teams of each individual groups. We actually saw brief list of that earlier. We should see that in a moment as well. But with that, we are guaranteed our last 8 teams. From there, first to 8th place, you can see it at the bottom side of our screen too. Circuit point table will be distributed just like that. All the teams that played today, starting from knockout stage number 5, are guaranteed at least something. But of course, for 16th place, 40 points is not exactly the start that you want to have.
Yeah, but it is still something, right? So it's not the end of the world, but yeah, it's definitely not what they're looking for. But I think we do have the leaderboard for you guys to show you which 4 teams we will be seeing tomorrow. It is going to be teams Busan Vespa, C&J Esports, Youngie 88, and Team Overpride. The difference between our top 4 and our bottom 4 was quite big for this lobby. And with that, I think that means we're going to have a 7-team sponsored National League finals. It's only going to be up to Team Overpride to try to dethrone these National League teams. But Team Overpride in 4th place for today, I think they definitely have a tough road ahead.
If Storm Chaser is able to play the way that he started out the day with, I think there is definitely a chance, because you heard me talking about it, but Storm Chaser was on point today, dodging out a lot of the crucial skill shots in order to be able to trade out some of these matches, and also the trade in damage. That's what you want to see from an Eva up against something like Cecilia, which will most definitely be picked in our finals. You want to see that happening over and over and over as that long-range poke mage. Super. That is all she wrote for the knockout stages. Is there anything you want to say about what we saw, or maybe what we could anticipate for tomorrow before we call it a night?
Tomorrow, I'm expecting a lot of Justina Mize, but I don't know actually if these teams are going to be picking that, because we have seen a lot of these Suas being picked as well. Maybe we'll see a lot more of those come around, these Sua double backline team comps. I think the main kind of meta defining team rosters and teams have been hovering that Justina Mai. I think we'll probably see that for tomorrow.
Absolutely. Wouldn't be surprised if we see more triple DPS compositions tomorrow as well. We see how good it is with Gyeonggi Innate and their dominating performance today on that as well. But C&J Esports and Busan Vespa, those are the 2 teams we're going to have to look at specifically in the courses of tomorrow, whether or not they can continue the streak of dominance we saw today out of those 2, or is it going to be shut down by the teams in our finals. Guys, before we go, one last thing. Right here on your screen, there is the off-air coupon code 1115, the date for today, PUIFG, for 5 common season fragment vouchers, as well as the extra drop token if you need that along the road. Other than that, though, super, I think that is going to be it for both you and I, my friend, for today. Make sure you guys join us tomorrow right here on the Eternal Return game channel, or over on the YouTube channel as well for finals.
We do also have ERCS that is going to be happening tonight, I think, on the same channel here. It should be happening at 7 p.m. EST. I'm actually going to be playing, so come and cheer me on. It'll
be the semifinals. Top 2 will move on directly into the finals, and then 3rd to 6th place goes into LCQ, which will also be happening next weekend. And then on Sunday, it'll happen again. We'll give you guys the reminder for that after finals tomorrow, but day number 2 for semifinals on ERCS. This entire weekend is jam-packed full of Eternal Return competitive, so whether you're in North America, whether you're in Europe, whether you're in Asia, there is going to be events for you to be able to watch. So be excited. We're going to have a lot of fun this weekend for Eternal Return. This is only the beginning of it, even though it's day number 2 of what we started this weekend. Regardless,
and you're going to be playing tomorrow as well, right? I think.
Not tomorrow. I'll be playing on Sunday, actually. So technically, yes, tomorrow, right? Because today is today.
But
you and I haven't slept.
We're pretty deep into Saturday, so
yeah, you and I haven't slept. We need to get some of that as soon as this is over. So yeah, once again, thank you all for joining us here today. Well, make sure you guys are here right back for finals on phase number 1 at 3 a.m. Eastern time. Okay, same time that we started today, 3 a.m. Eastern time for Eternal Return Masters, 7 p.m. Eastern time right here on the channel as well for ERCS semifinals day number 1. 2 different events today, so be there on time. If you need a reminder on those timers, make sure you guys check the Eternal Return website, where there will be posts regarding all of the broadcast events. Thank you so much for joining us here today, everybody. Appreciate all of you guys spending some of your Saturdays here with us. Have yourselves a wonderful rest of the day, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for the finals of phase number 1. Have a good night, everybody.
Everyone.
Bye-bye.